Pleasant good morning to everyone. The Committee of Whole is hereby called to order. Today's date is December 17, 2024. A pleasant good morning and season's greetings to those present, viewing and listening. I'd like to welcome you all to the Committee of the Whole, where today we'll be focusing on matters pertaining to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The committee will receive testimony on 4 zonings, 3 coastal zone permit applications, and we will also hear from the department and their consultants, the Horsley Witten Group, Inc., on the draft Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. Last year, Commissioner Oriole and his team embarked on an ambitious and long overdue initiative to create a comprehensive land and water use plan that recognizes and respects our environment, historic elements, coastal zones, and geography. It is intended to be sensitive to the often opposed interests of development and conservation with an overarching goal for balance. My colleagues and I attended many of the town halls and public meetings hosted by DPNR, and I also had an opportunity to meet one-on-one with DPNR staff and consultants. What I appreciate about the process to create a comprehensive land and water use plan is that the department was extremely intentional in seeking community input. I look forward to a very robust discussion with Commissioner Oriole and his teams today, to include Territorial Planner Ms. Leah Laplace-Matthew and Mr. Marlon Hibbert, Director of the Coastal Zone Management. Also here today is Nathan Kelly, who is the President of the Horsley Witten Group. Please be reminded that there is no votes taken in the Committee of the Whole. However, we are here to take testimony and to expect to vote on these zonings and coastal zone permits when the full body convenes the legislative session tomorrow, December 18, 2024. At this time, I'd like to remind everyone in the audience to please turn your phone off or on silent as not to interrupt today's meeting, and to ask the Madam Clerk for the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Present. Senator Bocas Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
I'm here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Mr. Chairman, 11 present.
Please record Senator Capehart as being present, and the St. Croix Chamber, Senator Blyden as being present. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, 13 present, 2 absent.
Very well. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. At this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. President.
Very well. Can you go ahead and read today's agenda into the record, please?
The 35th Legislature will convene in a committee of the whole hearing to discuss the draft Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan and to receive testimony on the following zoning permits. Block 1, Bill number 35. Block 1, Bill number 35-0401, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-10 for the island of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, rezoning parcel number 41-51-1, Estate Friedenhoy, number 3, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, from R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B-4 business residential. Invited testifiers: Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Clifford Graham, Representative. Bill number 35-0406, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-10 for the island of St. Thomas to rezone parcel number 3J-1A, Estate Mariandal, number 4, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B-2 business secondary neighborhood. Invited testifiers: Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Clifford Graham, Representative. Bill number 35-0407, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-10 for the island of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to rezone parcel number N-1-remainder of Tract 1, Estate Nazareth, number 1, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to P public. Invited testifiers: Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, VI, Department of Property and Procurement; Jeffrey Boshelty, AI, A, NCARB, LEED, AP, Boshelty Architecture, LLC. Bill number 35-0421, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-11 to rezone plot number 13-A, combined, Estate Hoggensburg, Western Quarter, St. Croix, from R-1 residential low density to R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family, and remainder of parcel number 4, combined, Estate Hoggensburg, Western Quarter, St. Croix, to be rezoned from R-1 residential low density to B-3 business scattered to allow for a mixed-use development. Invited testifiers: Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Clarence Brown, Representative. Block 2, Bill number 35-0404, an act ratifying the governor's approval of minor coastal zone permit number CZMIW0001-23 issued to Coakley Plantation LLLP for the installation of the submerged land occupancy of a 224-foot long and 3-foot ODHDPE pipes in approximately 6 feet to 7 feet of water to be used as an intake and brine discharge for a reverse osmosis plant. Invited testifiers: Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, VI, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Benjamin Coularts, Representative, Coakley Plantation, LLLP. Bill number 35-0422, an act ratifying minor coastal zone permit number CZMIW0002-23 issued to 555 Madison Investors 5 LLC for the installation of a 408 square foot dock and a 4-inch reverse osmosis intake line on and seaward of Plot 7W, Estate Nazareth, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers: Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, VI, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Christina Zubiaga, President, Madison Investors 5, LLC. Bill number 35-0424, an act ratifying major coastal zone permit number CZT-06-21 L&W issued to Jack Rock BAC LLC for the development of a marina facility consisting of a restaurant, dock, moorings, wave authenticator, storage and service yard, warehouse building, the dredging of 7,200 yards of material, and the use of occupancy of a 45.83 acres of submerged land located on and seaward of parcel number 3, consolidated 9B-A, Estate Nazareth, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers: Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Christina Blackburn, Manager, Jack Rock BAC LLC. Discussion on the draft Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. Invited testifiers: Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Nathan Kelly, AICP, President, Horsley Witten Group, Inc. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, of course, we have, for efficiency and flow, we have placed the discussion of the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan in the second block later on today, and we'll go ahead and process the zoning as well as the coastal zone permits application before us today. Also, Madam Clerk, if you just note that Senator Carrion was present in the St. Croix chambers, but now is taking a flight and be making his way over, so we'll certainly recognize him as soon as he gets here. And we have seated individuals thus far, and we go to the testifiers table so that we could identify them in our block 1. And of course, under Bill 35-0401, we do have the DPNR. If you could just recognize, do a mic check.
Good morning. Leah Laplace Matthew, DPNR Territorial Planner.
Morning. Morning. Kishoy Samuel, Planning Technician, DPNR.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, everyone. Clarence Brown, Design District Architects.
Say that again, please.
Clarence Brown, Design District Architects.
All
Good morning, Kenneth Saran, Design District Architects.
right. Assistant Commissioner.
Good morning, Good morning, Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement.
Mr. Bushelty.
Good morning, Jeffrey Bushelta Architecture, LLC.
Good morning, Clifford Graham, President, CG Consulting.
Very well. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to the testifier DPNR for Bill number 35-0401.
Good morning, Senate President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, viewing and distinct public of the Virgin Islands. My name is Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I'm here on behalf of Commissioner Oriol to present the department's recommendations on various rezoning requests. With me is Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel, and he will be presenting the report for Bill 35-0401.
Mr. Samuel, you may proceed.
Report by the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning on the petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-10, application number ZAT-24-10.
So Samuel, do you have any depictions, any presentation?
Yeah, slide 1, please.
Okay. Media?
ZAT-24-10. So go back.
Ms. Laplace, maybe you, Matthew, maybe you could assist him with the clicker and then let's go ahead and then proceed with the reading.
Okay. Petition of applicants Carvel Rajos, Colette Rajos, Anthony, and Jacqueline Rajos to amend parcel number 41-5-1, Estate Freedom number 3, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas from R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, to B4 business residential areas zoning to allow business use. Property owners Carvel A. Rajos, Colette A. Rajos, Anthony and Jacqueline I. Rajos as per warranty deed dated November 12, 2022, document number 2022008346. Applicant representatives, Clifford Graham, authorized agent. Acreage, 0.30 acres as shown on survey drawing G9-658-T62. Surrounding use and zones. Surrounding the property to the north is a hurricane-damaged residence and undeveloped land that was rezoned to B3, Plats 13 and 14A Estate Funeral by Act 8570 and 5-3 Estate Funeral by Act 7137. To the east is a commercial building owned by the applicants, rezoned to B4. Plat 41-5-2 by Act 7498, followed by a residence. To the south is a road then pan, rezoned to W1, Plat 41-5, remainder by Act 3373, and to the west is a marina. The surrounding area is zoned R2, Business 3 scattered, B4, and W1. Waterfront pleasure with 4 rezoning. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the existing cistern. Wastewater will be handled by septic tank. Other needed DPNR division reviews. Water testing is required if restaurant use occurs as per the Division of Environmental Protection. Project summary. At DPNR CCZP's public hearing, Mr. Clifford Graham testified that the proposal is to demolish the upstairs and redevelop on the existing foundation. The resulting 2-story building would be available for restaurant and office use and may have a total of 25 parking spaces. Redevelopment will occur in one phase and may take 9 to 12 months to complete. Public response at DPNR CCZP's public hearing held September 17, 2024. There was no opposition or concern expressed with the proposal. There was no post-hearing comments received. Analysis of requests, reasons for recommendation. The property was originally developed as a residence but was abandoned 15 to 20 years ago. It is located along a busy thoroughfare Nicholas Friday Memorial Drive connecting to Red Oak to the Nada intersection and is one of several examples of zoning map amendment requests where there is a need to analyze properties for appropriate mixed-use zoning based on location, surrounding area, features, and characteristics. The department recognizes some locations may be more appropriate for mixed-use zoning that were formerly zoned residential. The department recommends approval of the zoning request. The request before zone is in line with what has been granted in the past on the adjacent lot, and the proposed development will not be out of character with the surrounding area. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 41-5-1, Estate Funeral number 3, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B4 business residential areas. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Josette Walker, October 4, 2024.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. And next we'll go to Mr. Clifford Graham.
Good morning, Senate President Noel Francis, members of the Committee of the Whole, the listening and viewing audience. I'm Clifford Graham of CG Consultant, and I have here in the audience one of the owners of the property, George Rogers, representing the Rogers family relative to Bill number 35-0401, an act amending official zoning map STZ-10 for the island of St. Thomas, Virgin Island, rezoning parcel number 41-5-1, Estate Freedom Hoy, number 3, Red Hook Quarter, from R2 residential, low density 1 and 2 family to B4 business residential. Parcel number 41-5-1, Estate Freedom Hoy, owned by the Rogers, is seeking this rezone to develop and improve this abandoned residential lot from its existing condition into a commercial property similar to what was developed by the family on the adjacent eastern parcel number 41-5-2, Estate Freedom Hoy. As you will know from the adjacent property, the Rogers is very meticulous with their development to ensure that the development blends harmoniously into the community. Thus, the development of the subject property will be no different. The Rogers tenant selection is even evaluated carefully to guarantee the blend of business commercial tenants does not adversely impact the pristine mangrove and environmentally sensitive pond that is situated just south of the properties. The Rogers' desire is to demolish the upper parking structure area which is structurally compromised and redevelop and construct a new second story on the existing property with second level adequate to support commercial use with off-street parking with proper ingress and egress off of the existing road. Finally, this property would have adequate lighting and landscaping that will definitely enhance the corner property that serve as half of the gateway of the road leading to the Scott Beach, Compass Point Marina, and other residential homes. Mr. Chair, this completes my testimony on behalf of the Rogers family, and I will remain available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graham, CG consultant. Ms. Laplace Matthew, any other testimony on this particular bill?
No, Senator.
All right, let's proceed to the second bill, which is 35-0406.
Good morning again. This report I'll present, I'll ask for the slideshow for ZAT-24-11, please. Report by the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning on the petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-10, application number ZAT-24-11. Petition of applicants George Rogers and Carvel Rogers to amend parcel number 3J-1A Estate Mariandal, number 4 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B2 business secondary neighborhood to allow a water standpipe with accompanying office. Property owners George D. Rogers and Carvel A. Rogers as per special fiduciary deed dated July 7, 2011, document number 2011005072. Applicant representative Clifford Graham, authorized agent. Acreage 10,921 square feet as described on survey drawing number D9-6791-T000. Surrounding uses and zones. Surrounding the property to the north is undeveloped land, then a residential subdivision. To the east are residences, then commercial property rezoned to B3, plot 3J-2A by Act 7718. To the south is a heavy equipment storage yard, and to the west is a bar and restaurant rezoned to B3. Plots 10A and 10D were rezoned to B3 by Acts 7817 and 8523, respectively. The surrounding area is zoned R2 and B3 business scattered with 3 rezonings. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the existing cistern and public water line. Wastewater will be handled by a septic system. Other needed DPNR division reviews. Once functioning, the standpipe will need inspection by the Division of Environmental Protection. If approved, it will then be added to the list of compliant standpipes for water hauling use. Project summary. At DPNR CCZP's public hearing, Mr. Graham testified the owner's intent is to redevelop the existing single-family residential structure into an office space and install a standpipe for potable water provision to water haulers and private citizens constructing homes. Potable water from WAPA will feed the standpipe, and the reasoning is this location will eliminate the need to go into town. This site would allow for one truck to be filled while a second is parked waiting for service. Public response at DPNR CCZP public hearing held September 17, 2024. There was no opposition, and the only concern expressed by an adjacent property owner was the exact location of 3J-1A in comparison to their property. No post-hearing comments were received. Analysis of request, reason for recommendation. The property was originally developed as a residence, and it is recognized that the surrounding area is mixed use, becoming dominantly industrial due to proximity to the concrete plant and quarry. It is located along Turpentine Run, Brookman Road, which has a mixed-use pattern of non-conforming business/commercial and industrial uses, resulting in incompatibility with residential development along the roadway. There was no public opposition to the petition, and the department has no objection to the B2 zone being granted, as it is consistent with the area's development over the years. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 3J-1A, Estate Mariandal, number 4, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to B2, business secondary neighborhood. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Josette Walker, dated October 10, 2024. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthew. Next, we'll come to Mr. Clifford Graham. You're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. For parcel number 3J-1A Estate Mariandal, bill number 35-0406, the Rogers family is seeking to rezone this property from R2 to B2 with the intention of operating the water truck standpipe area to provide local water trucks and homeowners with the option to refill their trucks' water buffaloes at a convenient location in the country with an automotive filling operation. This rezone would assist the family to put this underutilized parcel into play commercially. A trip down memory lane will show that what once was a residential parcel along this not so busy Turpentine Brookman Road has evolved mostly into all commercial development today, as traffic on this roadway has gotten busier over the years and is extremely dangerous and noisy for continued residential use. This development plan is for the parcel to be completely renovated and the existing structure that sits on the parcel and create the proper ingress and egress lanes for water truck to safely traverse the site to refilling the tanks. The Rogers also will provide landscaping at the site to enhance its appearance. The Rogers anticipate that this development time span will take approximately 8 months to complete once the work has commenced. Senators, on behalf of the Rogers family, I thank you for this opportunity and to present these two rezones, and I will be available to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graham. Ms. Laplace Matthew, any further on this particular measure?
No, Senator.
Okay. All right, before we proceed, I want to take this opportunity to recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. He's in the conference room on St. Croix. To recognize him, he'll be making his way over a little bit later on. I also want to take this opportunity to ask for a moment of silence as we recognize and pay homage and tribute to Dr. Ray Fonseca, the brother of Dr. Alan Fonseca, the brother of Senator Ray Fonseca that passed away, and we'll be having a memorial service later on today. We want to take a moment of silence and recognize him. Again, on behalf of the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, we express our sincere condolences to the family of Dr. Alan Fonseca, the brother of Senator Ray Fonseca. At this time, we'll proceed to Bill number 35-0407.
Good morning. The report will be read by Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel. We ask for the slideshow to be presented, ZAT-24-9.
You may proceed, Mr. Samuel.
Report by the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning on the petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-10, application number ZAT-24-9. Petition of applicant Government of the Virgin Islands Property and Procurement to amend parcel number N-1- remainder of Track 1, Estate Nazareth, number 1, Red Hook Water, St. Thomas from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to P public, zoning to allow a soccer field / athletic field, play field as a matter of right. Property owners, Government of the Virgin Islands, as per bargain and sale deed dated December 17, 1968, document number 4685-1969. Applicant representatives, Jeffrey Bushelty, project architect and USVI Soccer Federation, prospective lease. Acreage, 5.032 acres as shown on survey drawing D9-9848-T024. Surrounding use and zones. Surrounding the property to the north is the Ivana Udorakin High School track and field. To the east is the VI Waste Management Authority Transfer Bin Station. Parcel C rezoned to P Public by Act 8606, then the high school's gym. To the south is the Nicholas Friday Memorial Drive, then residences. And to the west is the Swimming Association's pool, then the VI National Guard headquarters. Parcel 1 rezoned to P Public by Act 4772. The surrounding areas are zoned R2 and W1 waterfront pleasures with 2 rezonings. Infrastructure. Both water and sewer will be handled by public lines. Other needed DPNR division reviews. The property will undergo the Coastal Zone Management CZM Tier 1 permitting process for any future permitting needs. It was noted by DPNR State Historic Preservation Office that there is potential for archaeological resources to come up during excavation because the area most likely may have been an ideal area for Native American settlement. Project summary. At DPNR CCZP's public hearing, the prospective lease testified that the Department of Property and Procurement is working with sport organizations to create a sports complex in the area. To date, only the Swimming Association has built a facility. The master plan for the area has allocated space for the VI Olympics Committee, the Cricket Association, the Swimming Association, and the VI Soccer Federation, and possibly tennis. The VI Soccer Federation's proposal is to build a first-rate FFA approval soccer facility. The athletic field with accessory 2-story building would include spectator bleachers, locker rooms, restrooms, concessions, a training room building, maintenance building, future dormitory, and 126 parking spaces. Development will occur in at least 3 phases and may take 2 to 3 years to complete. Public response at DPNR CCZP's public hearing held September 16, 2024. There was no opposition or concern expressed with the proposal. There were 2 post-hearing support letters received. Analysis of request/reason for recommendation. The property is within the R2 zoning district, which does allow athletic fields, play fields subject to following conditions. A. Every athletic field should have a minimum area of 5 acres. B. Every athletic field should be surrounded by a fence or planted area. C. No building, structure, play area such as a baseball field, football field, or tennis court shall be located closer than 50 feet from the property line. D. No building or structure shall exceed a floor area of over 2,500 square feet. E. All play areas should be treated so as to be free from dust. F. All lighting shall be directed away from the property lines so as not to create an unsatisfactory condition for surrounding residential property. And G. All activities shall cease at 11 p.m. The prospective lease conceptual plan indicated compliance with all conditions except C and D. The 50-foot setbacks will preclude the placement of soccer fields in the ideal orientation, which is in the north/south directions. Proper orientation will allow play without the sun in one's eyes. Also, the bleachers alone will exceed 2,500 square feet, thus preventing any other building or structure from being developed. The department recommends approval of the rezoning request. The request P public zone would allow the soccer facility to be developed without the restrictions of the R2 zone imposes. Also, as the property is owned by the government of the Virgin Islands, the rezoning would be in keeping with Virgin Islands Code Title 29, Chapter 3, Subchapter I, Sections 229Q, which states properties which are publicly owned should be shown upon the zoning map as such. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommend the parcel number N-1- remainder of Tract 1 Estate Nazareth, number 1 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from R2 Residential Low Density 1 and 2 Family to P Public. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Joseph J. Walker, October 11, 2024.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. Next, we'll come to the Assistant Commissioner of Property and Procurement, Vincent Richards. You recognize for your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning, Senate President Novelli Francis Jr., Vice President Marvin A. Blyden, all members of the 35th Legislature present, Central and Legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in the chambers, and the members of viewing and listening audience. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I am appearing today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on Bill number 35-0407, 507, pardon me, which is before the committee for consideration. Today, the Department of Property and Procurement requests this body's approval of Bill number 35-0507, an act amending the official zoning map number STZ-10 for the island of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to rezone parcel number N-1, remainder of tract number 1, Estate Nazareth, number 1, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, from residential low density 1 to, and family to P public, as shown and described on OLG file number D-98-T024, dated May 2024. The property, which has been leased to the U.S. Virgin Islands Soccer Federation Incorporated, consists of approximately 5.032 U.S. acres of unimproved property, more or less. U.S. Virgin Islands Soccer Federation Incorporated will develop the property into a soccer field with reviewing stands, concessions, and other soccer-related amenities in accordance with the requirements of the property zoning. The initial investment The initial investment is estimated at $2.5 million with an estimated $5 to $7 million in total investment. In order for the U.S. Virgin Islands Soccer Federation to develop the property to its maximum potential and undergo the full slate of development for this FIFA-backed project, it is necessary for the property to be rezoned. The USVI Soccer Federation's lease for the premises contemplated that the property would need to be rezoned to facilitate this intended development. Along with the bargain and sale deed, the Department of Property and Procurement included supporting documents for your consideration and approval of the rezoning of the property for the benefit of the U.S. Virgin Islands Soccer Federation Incorporated. The Department of Property and Procurement is the custodian of all GVI-owned properties. We remain committed to establishing mutually beneficial partnerships and agreements that unlock and realize the value of the properties to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests for the Committee of the Whole to vote in favor of the bill. This concludes my testimony. I'm prepared to answer any inquiries the committee may have on the reference bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. That bill is in fact 35-0407. 0407. Thank you very much for your testimony. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Clarence Brown for the Managing Principal for Design District. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, everyone. Clarence Brown, Design District Architects. Today with me is Kenneth Sarant, and he'll read the testimony into the record.
Oh, one second. That's actually the next bill. So that concludes, Ms. Laplace.
Yes, Senator.
That concludes 0407.
Yes, Senator.
Very well. We'll proceed to bill number 35-0421 at this time.
Good morning, Leah Laplace Matthew, and I'll be presenting the report for this bill. I ask for the slideshow for ZAC-24-7, please. Report by the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning on the petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-11. Application number ZAC-24-7. Petition of applicant Ashwash Enterprise LLC to amend plot number 13-A combined and remainder of parcel number 4 combined estate Huggensburg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, from R1 residential low density to R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family and B3 scattered zoning respectively. The purpose of the request is to allow a mixed-use development. Property owner, Ashwash Enterprise LLC, as per warranty deeds dated March 18, 2023, document number 2023-001285, and February 29, 2024, document number 2024-000831. Applicant representative, Clarence Brown, Managing Principal, Design District Architects, PLLC. Acreage, 21.19 combined acres as described on survey drawing number D9-6901-C024. Surrounding uses and zones. Surrounding the property to the north is undeveloped land. To the east is a mix of undeveloped land and commercial development. To the south is Queen Mary Highway, then a mix of residential and commercial development. Remainder of Kane Estate Matricular Number 1 was rezoned to B2, Business Secondary Neighborhood, by Act Number 5403. To the west is residential development. The surrounding area is zoned R1, R2, B2, and I2 light industry with 1 rezoning. Infrastructure. Water needs may be supplied by the public line and/or cistern. Wastewater may be handled by the public line and/or septic tank. Other needed DPNR division reviews: a flora and fauna study and Phase 1 cultural resources survey will need to be conducted and reviewed by the Divisions of Fish and Wildlife and Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office, respectively. Development of the properties would require a stormwater pollution prevention plan from the Division of Environmental Protection. Project summary. At DPNR CCZP's public hearing, Mr. Clarence Brown testified the proposal is to allow a residential subdivision for home ownership, 20 to 22 lots, and future green space / townhome / mixed-use development, with the applicant's retail store being the first phase of development along Queen Mary Highway. The primary intent for the request is to allow the property owners to relocate their existing retail store and maximize the property for residential activity. A green space buffer would separate the southern mixed-use development from an existing residential subdivision to the west. Public response at DPNR CCZP public hearing held October 23, 2024. 3 adjacent property owners and 1 post-hearing comment expressed concerns with 1, the gut to the west and mitigation measures to lessen flooding, 2, the B3 table of permitted uses, and 3, industrial uses / pollutants impacting nearby properties, 4, property owners' past development experience, 5, historical ruins on the property, 6, traffic flow along Centerline Road, and 7, well-planned out buffer needed to address sound and flooding. Analysis of request, reason for recommendation. The applicant wants to rezone the properties to allow for mixed use, which is the characteristic of the surrounding area. The properties were reconfigured into 2 lots to focus the mixed use, business / residential, on the southern lot along Queen Mary Highway. To lessen the impact on the surrounding residential neighborhoods, the northern lot would be intended for residential use only under the R2 zoning, and there will be a gut buffer zone between the existing residential subdivision to the west and the southern lot proposed for B3 zoning. Economic feasibility is a factor in planning decisions, but it is very important to look at how a proposed development may enhance or detract from its surroundings over the long term. The southern lot proposed for B3 zoning is immediately adjacent to I2 zoning, which is unattractive for nearby residential development. A transition zone may be more appropriate, such as the intended B3 zone, which allows for mixed use, business and residential. This transition may allow for more appropriate non-residential uses to occur adjacent to the industrial zoned land and along the Queen Mary Highway. Other residential density, such as live-work units and missing middle housing greater than 2 dwelling units, could then occur as the transition west to low-density residential occurs. The property's southern access to public water and sewer lines and location to public transportation along Queen Mary Highway, the area's mixed-use character and ability to act as a buffer transition from mixed use to the lower density residential areas makes the request a reasonable one. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that plot number 13-A combined Estate Huggensburg, Western Quarter St. Croix be rezoned from R1, residential low density, to R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, and remainder of parcel number 4, combined Estate Huggensburg, Western Quarter St. Croix, be rezoned from R1, residential low density, to B3, business scattered. Signed by Director Marlon Hibbert on behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, dated November 13, 2024. That concludes the department's testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leah Laplace Matthew. I know we have a presentation on the previous measure. I'll come back to that. I'll just complete this process, this bill before us. So I'll go to Mr. Brown to put his testimony on record at this time.
Good morning, Kenneth Saran, Design District Architects. Dear Senate President Novell Francis Jr. and the members of the 35th Legislature, on behalf of Ashwash Enterprise LLC, we are requesting a zoning map amendment for plots 13A combined and 4 combined, Estate Hogansburg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, formerly 4, 6, and 13A Hogansburg. These lots are comprised of approximately 21.1986 acres located north of Queen Mary Highway, Centerline Road, opposite Sunshine Mall. These lots are currently zoned R1, residential low density, and are currently vacant. They are surrounded by a mix of uses, including industrial, residential, and the former Carceles, to name a few. This property is unoccupied and has public utilities, including potable water and sewage. The owners are seeking additional flexibility to achieve their objectives, namely 1, to move their store into their own property, 2, to provide ownership opportunities for other business owners, and 3, to allow for a range of housing options. The request, therefore, is for a zoning change from R1 to B3 for 4 combined and R2 for 13A combined. This zoning change will not disrupt the established character of the area and will actually bring this property into closer alignment with the adjacent parcels. We are grateful for the opportunity to present this request for consideration and look forward to answering all of your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarant. Any other testimony on this or presentation?
No, Senator.
Very well. Let's quickly go back to the previous bill just for the presentation. If you could just pass him the clicker. Sybil Shelty.
Good morning once again. Jeffrey Busholta Architecture, presenting the soccer project on behalf of USVI Soccer Federation. Also in the audience is Mr. Michael Bourne and Mr. J.P. DeYoung of the USVI Soccer Federation. So at this time, we'll just go through the brief presentation. Thank you for allowing us to present the concept. Again, we're talking about parcel number N-1, remainder of Tract 1, Estate Nazareth. And the request is to rezone from R2 residential to P public. The site is approximately 5.032 acres. And just to orient you, once, as DPNR stated, the project site is south of the Eudora-Ken track and field. To the west is a proposed site for the Cricket Association facility. To the east is the existing Waste Management Authority bin site. And then to the south is Nicholas Nick Friday Drive. And there's some residences to the south of the public road. So that area in the yellow is roughly the proposed area. Existing on the site, there's no buildings. It's presently, there's like a hard pan access road, former gravel parking lot, and low vegetation. And the proposed use is an athletic field with accessory buildings to include installation of a FIFA regulation artificial turf soccer field, spectator bleachers, locker rooms, concessions, restrooms, a training room, and then required parking and fencing and landscaping. The property location is served by municipal sewer lines, as well as WAPA water lines, which the tie-in would be located along the public road. The property is located within FEMA flood zone A. We'd make provisions to control flooding on the property. There are no known cultural or historic resources presently on the site. There are no covenants and restrictions of record on the property. This is an image of the recorded parcel map for parcel N-1 remainder of Tract 1. This image just shows an idea of the topography at the location. It's relatively flat for the purpose, not completely flat, but flat enough for the proposed use. So as was stated by DPNR, the current zoning is R2, and in R2, the minimum area, if you want to do athletic fields, is 5 acres. It must be surrounded by a fence or planted area. There's a 50-foot setback of buildings and play areas. No building can be over 2,500 square feet. The play areas must be free of dust and lighting directed away from the property lines. And all activities must cease by 11 p.m. So with the current zoning, the 50-foot setbacks would preclude the placement of the soccer field in the ideal north-south solar orientation. And they will also limit the placement of structures on the site. And the limitation of 2,500 square feet maximum structure area will not allow for the planned bleachers and the other structures proposed. The proposed public zoning, which is being requested, properties which are publicly owned should be shown upon this zoning match as such. This will allow for the ideal placement of the soccer field for the proper north-south orientation, which will allow for ideal playing conditions. And then the proposed bleachers and other planned structures will be able to be constructed on the site. In terms of the proposed use, athletic field is permitted as a matter of right under P-Public zoning. Also, the accessory buildings are permitted, and the future dorm building that has been anticipated is also permitted as a matter of right. Concessions are permitted under the uses permitted section subject to the following condition. If publicly owned and privately operated under supervision of a public agency, in this case, property and procurement would be the lessor for the government of the Virgin Islands. We'll also comply with the required parking and loading areas under P zoning and the maximum height limit as well, which it would be limited to 2 stories, which is the limitation for the surrounding lots. We will also comply with, in all respects, with the other R2 zoning requirements. Minimum 5 acre lot area. The site will be fenced and planted. The play areas will be treated for dust, and the lighting directed away from the surrounding properties and shielded. And all activities are to cease at 11 p.m. And so this image shows the conceptual layout for the property. To the western part would be the regulation soccer field. And then to the east will be the bleachers with concessions below. And a training room building, a future dorm building, and a small maintenance building, and then the parking area. It's oriented this way, as was stated, for the proper orientation for solar, so the sun isn't, the rising and setting sun is not in the player's eyes. And also the location of the placement of the buildings will shield the wind coming off from the east direction, which could also affect the play. These are some images of the existing conditions. The site is served by an existing driveway that leads to the public road. This is it's to the south of the site. This is looking in towards the gravel parking lot. This is to the east of the site, between the site and the Waste Management Authority bin site. And this is the access road to the north of the site, between the soccer field and the Eudorican field. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bashelte. And obviously, this rounds out this particular round of these 4 measures before us, the zoning change. I really want to ask you quickly before I open up to my colleagues, what is the construction timeline for that project?
In terms of phasing, they want to get the field started as soon as they get the permits in place. That would be the first priority. They anticipate about 1 year for that. And then over the next 2 to 3 years, put in the other support buildings. It's a total phasing of about 5 years to be totally complete.
And what's the construction cost?
The initial cost is upward of $2 million for the field, and then the other parts, $4 to $5 million over the 5 years.
And the funding is in place for this?
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Yes.
Thank you. And this is all FIFA certified as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Okay. At this time, colleagues, I'll open up the floor for point of information. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Morning.
To the testifiers, good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to my colleagues. Just very quickly, I think that efficiency and progress is important. Now, this question is for the Department of Property and Procurement. And I believe, Mr. Bushelta, you were the person that did the site development for the sports complex?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Yeah, so what I honestly expected to see today was that the government was pushing forward with rezoning the entire area. So is it that the other areas that are included in the site plan are not R2 as well, or are they R2 as well?
They are zoned R2 currently.
Okay, good. So that's zone R2. So we know the intent. There was extensive legislative discussion here around, one, when we moved the appropriation and the language for the purposes of the site plan. So we know the intent, that the intention is to develop a sports complex in this area. So why are we approaching this from a piecemeal perspective? Why are we not, we know the intent, we know that this area has been already legislatively laid out. Why is it that we are only looking to rezone one area today? Why is it that we're spending time not just doing the entire project so we could move on? I'm certain that the government is aware that most recently we appropriated, I want to say about $23 million to develop this area. What was exciting about it is that the Soccer Federation, they have the resources to move forward. But in order for us to move progress along swiftly, why are we doing this like this?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, good question. When we entered into negotiation with the U.S. Soccer Federation, they expressed the need and the desire to move forward with the rezoning. We didn't have the capacity at the time to get this property and several other properties that we have that needs to be rezoned. I believe recently we also spot rezoned some space, some property in sub-base, but we are working on a...
What was the issue with the capacity?
We are working on a comprehensive package of rezoning that needs to be moved from one to public.
So I'm going to wait till my turn for questioning. So you said that currently the government of the Virgin Islands, because we're going to hold you to it, is working on a comprehensive package to rezone this entire area, correct?
We're working on a comprehensive package of properties, including...
No. We ain't talking about the wall. We're talking about this.
Yeah,
We're talking about this.
Yes, Senator. The answer is yes.
We are, the government of the Virgin Islands is working to comprehensively rezone this particular area.
Yes, Senator.
And you are aware that most recently, as legislators, as responsible legislators, we recognize that the commercial, what do you call it? The commercial bin site, what do you call them? The comprehensive, the convenience centers that we actually repealed the legislation to remove that convenience center from this area. So now that space is also included in the, so now we need to do some site work on that as well. It's also included as part of this sports complex vision that we had here in the legislature. We want to make sure that our vision is carried out and it's not lost in what others believe should happen. So are you aware of that?
Yes, Senator, we are aware.
Okay, so you're aware. All right,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. So what's the timeline for the comprehensive, I guess, approach to address the zoning change for that area?
Senator, we expect to have that completed in the first half of 2025, God's willing.
First half of 2025. So noted. On record. Okay, all right. At this time, we'll open up the floor for a 4-minute round, and I'll go to the first senator, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes, and again, we're dealing with Bill 35-0401, 35-0406, 35-0407, and 35-0421. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, good day to the testifiers and staff. As it relates to Bill 35-0401, I listened to the testimony. I really don't have an issue with that for the mixed-use purposes. As it relates to 35-0406, the question I want to ask, what type of infrastructure has to be put in place in regards to the setup, that specific, I think that's the one with the piping and the office. What infrastructure has to be put in place in regards to that?
Thank you, Senator Clifford Graham. The Rogers family will put in the necessary ingress and egress road and the standpipe that would have to go in with the approval of WAPA to connect to their water line. But the infrastructure that would go in for the egress and ingress road will be done in conjunction with the Department of Public Works to ensure safe traversing of the trucks on the property and off onto the busy roadway.
Well, that's what I wanted to focus on, because I know in order to run these pipes, you might have to be digging up the public road to put the pipes underground. Or are you saying that part is already in existence and they would just have to tap into it?
And no, the existing water line is in the roadway, so there would have to be some infrastructure work from the roadway onto the site.
Okay. Thank you for that. As it relates to 35-0407, we know we've been in support of getting this soccer field for quite some time. The legislature has done our due diligence in making sure that funds have been appropriated in regards to this. I did hear the president and one of my colleagues ask some questions about timelines and how long certain things would take. So I understand from beginning to end, it should be roughly about a 5-year project. Is that what I'm to understand?
Yes, for the Jeffrey Bisholta Architecture, for the soccer project, yes. Initial period for the field itself, about 1 year, and then the other structures built out over a 4 to 5 year period.
Okay, understood. One of the things you kept repeating had to do with close out at 11 p.m. And I know this particular area has had quite a bit of complaints over the years, whether it's businesses or activities in that area, even though it's also business, it's also residential. Is it something we're going to be sticking to make sure that, you know, you're technically in a mixed-use area where people reside as well as activities will be going on? Is that something we're going to be sticking to for the 11 p.m.? Or is that just a suggestion based on how the law is written? Because we know we're supposed to do things, but that doesn't always happen.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I believe also within the lease, the activities are to cease by 11 p.m. So it will be stuck to, yes.
Okay, so it's also written in the lease. Okay, thank you. As it relates to 350421, the question I want to ask, since they separated this parcel in two, Mr. Chair, could I continue and wrap up with my last section?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. They separated this parcel in two pieces. The part that they're going to be utilizing for residential, do you know how many acres that is versus the part that is going to be utilized for business scatter? Because they said the total is about 21 acres.
Yeah, good morning, Clarence Brown. So to be clear, both lots will be used for residential, but the R2 zone, which is solely residential, is 6.7 acres. And then the plot number 4 combined, which is the B3 zone, will be both residential and commercial.
Okay.
And that's 14 acres.
What I wanted to find out, I want to make sure clarity-wise, are the owners going to be building the home? Because they said that they want to have business and home opportunities. So is it a situation where they're going to be building the homes themselves and reselling them? Or are they going to be parceling out and selling the land so people could build homes or do businesses? Because
yes, so
that's the question I need to find out to jump from R1 to B4. B3.
Yeah, so that was another reason of breaking this into two. The R2 ask, or 13A, is intended to be subdivided and sold as single-family lots, okay? And so that is the R2 zone. It's only for single and two-family homes. The B3 zone, we kept that as kind of the flexible area so that it would allow not just single-family homes, but possibly apartment buildings or townhomes, which is not allowed in R2.
And that section potentially could be sold as well, some of the parcels.
Sorry, I missed the question.
Any of those parcels potentially subdivided will be sold as well? Or is it just offerings to set up your business or houses?
Yeah, so the primary intent of this effort is the owners, they want to move their store to this site. And so their first phase is to build their store. Can other areas in the B3 zone be sold off? That's allowed by law. Yeah. But it's not the intent to get into a selling off of the area. It's the intent is that other business owners would have an opportunity to build their own businesses in that area.
So they potentially will be leasing it or selling it.
I missed the question.
She was asking whether or not they'll be leasing or selling the property. If they'll be leasing or selling the property, you said it's not their intention.
In R2, yes, they will be selling those lots as single lots. In B3, they're going to be making those decisions on a flexible basis. There is no intent right now to go out and sell the lots. But they may develop more than just their store, or they may sell the lots off to an interested business owner.
There we go. Well, thank you.
Okay,
That answers your question, Senator Heiliger?
Yes, I'm finished. I just want to wrap up. And this was only my only concern because I wasn't sure if they were going to be doing this development or to move from R1 to B3 changes the value of the land significantly, to then potentially not only move your business, but then chop it up to sell it off. So that's where my concern was. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Next, we'll come to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to the testifier. I want to start out with this soccer field because I see the development of St. Croix soccer field and see how good that went with FIFA supporting that. And I definitely want to support that. But my question again too is, as my colleague said, why are we not trying to rezone the entire package one time and doing it piece by piece? Is there a specific reason?
Vincent Richards. Senator, is that a question for me, Senator?
Yeah, that question is definitely for your agency, yeah.
Good question. When we engaged the USVI Soccer Federation, they expressed a need to move ahead very quickly with rezoning the property, and thus we supported them. We supported them in their effort. They're moving a little faster than we are in terms of rezoning the entire track. And, we will be in the first half of 2025, God's willing, rezoning the balance, the remaining parts of the track, as well as other properties that are owned by the government that needs to be readjusted in zoning. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bouchard. Is there a time frame with FIFA as to how soon or timeline as far as you got to get this rezoned or FIFA pulling away from you?
I'm not aware of a specific timeline, but the lessee is ready to move forward with their project. So in terms of, this is one part of the permitting phase. We will move as fast as the permitting phase allows us to.
All right, thank you. I definitely support this measure. I see that St. Croix have got funding from FIFA, and it's a top field in the Caribbean. And with FIFA supporting you, I know that those efforts going to be to put one of the best field in the territory, giving us two of the best field in the Caribbean to be able to embark on having these soccer tournaments. Mr. Brown, I want to ask you a question because I do understand the owners' intent. They've been having business for nearly some 20, 30 years in this territory, and they've been going from one spot to the next. Do you know an estimated cost of what they plan to invest into the project for their property and for their store? Estimated?
Yeah, the initial phase will be about $1.5 million to get that initial phase completed. And if I may, I kind of just want to touch on, I guess, answer a kind of broader question that was raised regarding the intent of that B3 zone. To your point, this property owner, they've been a store owner in the Virgin Islands for quite some time. They've bounced around quite a bit and really dissatisfied with the options that they've had as renters. And so this is not just an opportunity for them to have their store on their own property, but they've expressed interest that as the property builds out, that they may have other businesses that they might choose to do themselves, but that they would also have the opportunity for other business owners to potentially be able to own their own business and location as opposed to rent. And so that I just wanted to clarify that there is no specific, hey, we plan to sell these off or we plan to lease these off, but that's the intent by the owner.
Okay.
And they're ready to go. They have the resources available to begin, and they've been on me about getting this going, so they're ready to start.
Do you know approximately how many employees once it's finished they will be employing to their stores?
So the proposed store will be about twice the size of the original. So I do expect that the employees will range from 4 to 8 employees. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I do support this initiative. Business keeps the economy growing and going. I wanted to ask Bill 350401 ZAT 2410. What are plans to make sure that safety and access for the pedestrian in this area would be put in place? And what's the status with the nearby mangrove? What will be done to protect the mangrove in that area? So this is a two-part question, I think. One for Ms. Laplace and then to the investors, because we have a mangrove in that area. So what mechanism is being put in place to protect the mangrove?
Thank you, Senator. So the first part, which the egress part, that would be addressed with permitting with a driveway permit through Department of Public Works. The mangrove, that will be part of the earth change process, making sure that they have the best management practices to keep sedimentation from getting into that pond.
And to the owner, okay, well, you pretty much answered both questions.
Time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm satisfied with the testifiers' response to my question, and I do support these initiatives that will bring some growth in our economic base. And at the appropriate time, I definitely would have loved to be able to support them and vote for them. But I'm doing some other things and schedule conflicting. But definitely support these measures. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Continue to be well. This time we'll recognize Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. All of you listening and present. 35-0421 by Sunshine Mall. I know exactly where the area is. Right along the highway, there's a little business across the street. I think it was a Kentucky or Subway or something. Subway. Okay, so that's the property we're talking about.
That's correct. And there used to be a Cosculus right next to it.
Right. Okay, before your time, that area was a booming area. So yeah, I gotta tell them, I gotta date myself. So again, I stand in support of that. Now for the 35-0401, that's in by Old Scotts Beach.
Clifford Graham, Senator, that's going up towards the stoplight on the Red Hook Road. If you're traveling and traversing on that road, you'll see a blue commercial building right there.
Right.
So this lot is east of the blue commercial building, which is owned by the same family.
Okay.
And as you turn into going to Scott Beach, it will be the parcel on the left-hand side.
Okay, I know it. And see, when I mention Scott Beach, ain't how much people gonna know what Scott Beach is. That's what I mentioned.
You have to go back, way back like us.
Way back. Well, we did know ourselves. But again, okay, I know what that is now. So I'm clear with that. I'm good with that. The family build out. Now, where we are putting on 35-0406, there used to be a standpipe across the street from where that property is.
It used to be a standpipe across the street, but it wasn't heavily used.
Right.
Yes. So you.
Okay. So now on the other side of the street, where they putting this standpipe by the house, that's where they're cutting into the mountain.
No, that cut into the mountain is just directly west of this parcel.
Okay, so then this parcel has to do the same type of thing.
No, because the parcel already has a structure in it. So most of the improvement that will be going forward would be the ingress and egress off of the main road to make sure you can traverse safely on and off. So it's not a steep and deep cut like you see on the parcel to the west.
Because traffic is going to be, like you say, it's really going to be a problem. And that's a real flood zone area too. So, but again, big vehicles. Now for the soccer complex, I stand in full support. Where you putting the field north to south, the bleachers are now east to west. So are the bleachers, the sun gonna be in the persons watching
the Jeffrey Bashalta architecture. The bleachers will be parallel with the field, alongside of the field.
So right. So they'll be facing east to west.
They'll be facing west. Yes.
Okay. So I noticed a thing in the one diagram. So then they would be on the east side of the field, because you don't want to go across the field.
They're on the east side of the field, correct.
Smack dab in the sun.
We anticipated to have a roof covering for midday sun. In the late afternoons, there's a hill that kind of blocks the direct sunset.
Okay, good. That's good. Now, my only other concern of the whole area.
1 minute.
The whole area is to be developed for a sporting complex. Now, you are carving out your area putting in drainage and everything. Have you looked at the whole area, the full comprehensive plan regarding what my colleague had mentioned about the rezoning? Would the drainage and the building of the layout of the others have an effect on the soccer complex itself?
With Jeffrey Bisholta Architecture, when we get into the civil design of it, all of those drainage issues will be addressed. Yes.
Right, they'll be addressed on your site. But
yes.
remember now,
this is the lowest part of the entire site.
Exactly, that's
Correct.
my point. Everything coming your direction. So I'm just saying now, with the build out of everything else above you, in terms of what we were speaking of, developing the whole area, rezoning the entire area, then it helps you, so you don't have to end up spending upfront your money and then have to go now and change everything in the end. That's why I'm wondering, have you been previewed to the entire complex? So the investment that the FIFA is making, I'm fully 100% for. But again, we don't want to move too fast, you cut off your nose and spite your face. We don't want to do that. So I'm just saying, have you had preview to the entire area because you are the low end of the area?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's good and that's important. So, Mr. Laplace, and in closing, the properties, in regards to, I like the idea with the property on St. Croix where they're doing the B3 and then the R2. So that seems like you listen to what the community is saying, and we work with them to do the one half of the property, and then the other half of the property we adjust it. So I think that's commendable and your end. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader Senator DeGraff. Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of Senator Giovanni James Sr. And next we'll go to Senator Samuel Carrion. On St. Croix, you recognize for your 4 minutes. Going once, going twice. Senator Giovanni James Sr., you're up next. You recognize your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My round of questioning will be straight and to the point. I'm looking for opposition. Out of the 4 in this block, I see that there's one with the most, I won't say most, the one with the many issues or concerns of the public. And I'm not against the project. I just want to kindly ask what was done to rectify the problem and to find a middle ground when it comes to the issues of the public. And that's for official zoning map number SCZ11. And that is application number ZAC24-7. There were some oppositions, like I made mention earlier. There were a total of 7. The one that stood out to me is flooding. I would just like for you, and if you said this earlier, I apologize, but just let us know how you were able to rectify the issue with flooding.
Yeah, Clarence Brown, Design District Architect. So I would say there were 7 concerns, not 7 opponents, so to speak. That concern was raised by the Director of Flooding, who was on the call. And there is a gut or a designated flood zone that comprises about 1 acre of that site. He misunderstood the proposal and believed that we were developing in the flood zone, which we're not. And so that flood zone is part of the area that we're preserving along the west edge of the property.
And stop right there, Ms. Applause. Can you confirm what he's saying is true?
Yes, Senator.
All right, you could proceed.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, yeah, so there really isn't a flooding issue. We're not developing in the flood zone.
And what about historical ruins on the property?
Yeah, so there are historic ruins on the property that has to be preserved. And we will have to go and get the state historic preservation approvals prior to any development.
Do you think it's going to delay the problem? Is there a lot of things that need to be rectified there?
No, so the developer has flexibility here. If there is significant fines, we could do something slightly different and alter the plans. So there's no hardship on her end to be flexible here. So we feel very confident that we could get what we need done, even with the fines. Yeah.
And lastly, the third concern, industrial uses, pollutants impacting nearby properties. These are not my concerns, just placing them on the record. Is that a fact? Is that something that need to be rectified?
Yeah, so our ask here is for B3 and R2. We're interested in residential and residential-friendly activities. We're not proposing any industrial uses on our site. Some of the surrounding lots are industrial, but not our lot.
Well, my friend, you have a supporter here today. That would be it, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
1 minute.
That was the only one that I really wanted to drill down on. No other item in this block has any opposition, which makes it so much easier for individuals like myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Javon James Sr. Next, we'll come to Senator Angel Bolquez. Senator Large Bolquez, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolquez.
Thank you.
All right, well,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to the panel before us concerning these zonings. I wanted to start off with 350401. I don't particularly have any questions for that zoning. Moving on to 35-0406, and the representative, Honorable Clifford Graham, a couple questions for you, sir. What are the hour of operations for the, if you do have that information, for the water standpipe? I asked the question because, you know, with the movement of traffic, just curious to know, you know, during what time frame we're talking about with the traffic moving around, and in addition to any noise pollution concerns, if you have any, with the movement of those larger vehicles traversing in the area.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Graham. My client proposed that his hours of operation be restricted to no later than 7 o'clock in the evening, because he do recognize that oftentimes, especially today, we hear a lot of the big trucks making noise, especially with those engine brakes and everything. And he's very sensitive in all of the development that the family has done over the time period to ensure that he can preserve a good quality of life for people that live in the surrounding neighborhood. So it will be from sunrise to about 6, 7 o'clock in the evening.
Okay, I think that that's reasonable, especially knowing that water is a key component in survival for our people, being that we're a mostly cistern-based community. So definitely I have no issues with that. Thank you for your response. Moving along to the soccer facility, I'm very excited about this project. Offers a lot of economic value to our youth, in addition to opportunities for them to thrive in the area of sports. And I must also commend all of my colleagues that did work so hard to make sure that we got to this point. And I do concur with my colleague, the finance chair, concerning why are we sort of biting away piece by piece when we should just be swallowing this whole cookie down our throat. So let's go ahead and try to see what we can do to get that done. I'm curious to know, however, with the, if you can provide the current status, and this is for DPNR, the current status of all of the permits associated with this project, and what steps remain moving forward outside of getting approval today.
So with the soccer facility, this is the first step. So the subsequent steps would be applying for the CZM permit and conducting any like SHPO, Fish and Wildlife surveys. And so that's the process. We're still in the very beginnings.
Still at the very beginning. Okay. All right. Well, let's get this moving along. In addition to that, for any representative from the Soccer Association, if they can answer any plans to collaborate with other schools outside of Udorican concerning, specifically I'm asking about Sprout School and Gift Hill School, to utilize the facility for games. As you know, St. John, we have a limited amount of green space, and it's an easy boat ride over for us to come and partake. So I'm hoping that you build a relationship with those schools so that they're able to partake and utilize the facility. Moving forward to bill number 35-0421. I saw that there was some historical ruins identified on the property. I'm curious to know what types of ruins those are, and what are your plans to preserve those ruins, if any? In addition to that, I'm sort of tearing the board questions because my time is running out. There was also a flora and fauna study that was suggested by the DPNR to include a cultural resources survey and so forth. What is your stance on adhering to those suggestions? And if you can answer the first part with the historical ruins as well.
Yeah, so currently the historic ruins
could
that
you
we
please
have...
utilize your microphone? Thanks.
Yeah, Clarence Brown, Design District Architects. The historic ruins that we have identified, we've just kind of designed around them. So the intent is not to disrupt or demolish any of the historic ruins. But as suggested, we still have to do a full cultural resources study that will identify all of the ruins, the exact locations, etc., prior to construction. And so the flora and fauna studies as well, those are, we're okay with that. That's expected. We're used to having to do those, yeah. This is just step one of those, right? So.
Okay, very well. And do you foresee any other, Mr. Chair, if I may conclude? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you foresee any other revisions in the sense of water supplies, septic, based on what you're trying to propose right now? Do you have water line extension availability to the property as of right now?
Yeah, there is sewage and public water available to the site.
Okay, very well. Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Next, we'll come to Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very quickly, on ZAC 24-7, I'm actually making my references from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources application or response. That's the zoning that's tied to Estate Huggensburg. Very quickly, you spoke about housing options as well as business options. Is there a comprehensive plan on the use of the property? Like, have you broken it out by the specific acreage, et cetera? Yeah, you don't have to get into the detail. I just want to know that you have a comprehensive plan. You do.
Yes.
In that comprehensive plan, I think you share that the intent is to begin with the business component, with the relocation of the business that.
Yes. So.
Where is the current business located?
Along the same road, Centerline Road, further east.
Well, what type of business is it?
A clothing store.
It's a clothing store. So the intent is to move the clothing store in that location. Okay. I don't have too many questions around this. I think the questions were basically asked surrounding a piece of property. You said they have a comprehensive plan. What about a timeline? Is this one of those, we've experienced where we've seen the requests come before the legislature, folks walk away, and we don't ever see the development. So is there a real push for the development of the in residential opportunities? I think, Virgin Islanders want to know that they are in fact residential opportunities. So is there a true push? Would the property be parceled out? Would the property owners be the developers? Or is it that they're selling portions of the property? How do they intend to do this?
Yeah, so I guess the first part of that is timeline. They're ready to move their store. It's a hardship that they're trying to address on the store side. So they're ready to go as soon as they could get all the required permits. The residential portion, the subdivision of the lots, they do not plan to get into development of homes. That's not what they do. So their plan is to get those subdivided.
Subdivided.
Yeah, and then sold.
Okay, that's good. Good news. All right, and then ZAT-24-9, that's the soccer field. Of course, if you heard the passion in my voice, I actually was a sponsor of the legislation for the site plan, and I really want to see this come to fruition. I wanted to see it come to fruition in a very comprehensive manner. I want to make sure that, or remind the government team, the government side of this, that the legislative intent of this particular measure, as it relates to the development of the entire area, we expect to see it come to fruition, and that's why we've done all that we can around it to ensure that we require the comprehensive the site plan. I want to commend the folks from the Soccer Federation for moving forward as swiftly. It shows that government needs to get on board. It's not that we don't have the funding. We do have the funding, and we want this to happen as well. But we want to make sure that it's done in line with the vision of the legislature. So if we need to go back and listen to the hearing or read the hearing, I believe it's important for us to do that, because a lot of times, things get lost in transition. So I am in full support of the soccer field moving forward, but the expectation is, I know that once we approve things and we walk away from the table, then what we need to get done on our side of the house gets forgotten, and that's something that I'm very concerned about. Okay? ZAT 24-10. I'm doing them backwards. That's the last two, right? The Rogers property, correct? Properties, correct? 10 and so let's start with 10. So you spoke about a restaurant and office space, correct?
Clifford Graham, yes, Senator.
Okay, and you're talking about the potential or the possibilities of building out a restaurant. Is that something that they're interested in doing, or do they plan to lease it out as a restaurant space?
Senator, the family will do the commercial build out of the structure, and if a restaurant is in fact interested, they will be doing the tenant fit out within.
The tenant fit out. Okay, so if a restaurant is interested, so let's talk about the potential for a nightclub in that area. Is there, building out a commercial space says that you could pretty much do whatever is business there. So how, if there was a restaurant or a nightclub there, how does that impact the residents in that area?
And that's a very good question. And let me answer you by this. The family owns the commercial building that's next to it. And there's a meeting activity center in the lower level. There is no nightclub. The owners of the property is very sensitive to what business conducted there. They live in close proximity to the site. So they are very meticulous about what kind of activities happen on their properties.
Well, I know that all of us, that at some point in time, Mr. Chair, can you allow me to ask the last question? I know at some point in time, none of us will be here, and all that we have will be passed on to our to those that come after us. So it's important that we make sure that our intent is followed through while we're not here. So I know that one of my colleagues is very big on making sure that she include things in legislation to ensure that the original intent does not get lost as we progress through this thing called life. So that's important for me, because I don't want a nightclub in my area. Okay?
And I can confidently tell you that my client would not be opposed to a condition like that.
Okay. And then one more, because I know she was coming with it. And then one more, and that is the ZAT 24-11. I just have two questions. Actually, it's really one. Well, it's two. You talked about the fact that you only when one truck is being filled up, the other one can wait in line or wait in the area. How will you control how can you control the other truckers from coming and lining up to fill up at that time as well, because you don't necessarily have control over that. So how would that be managed to ensure that it does not impact the traffic flow in that area?
Okay, and good question. The concept of the theory here is to have the ingress and egress that can actually hold about 3 vehicles while one is still being filled. So we don't anticipate having 4 or 5 trucks at the time waiting, and if that's the case, they can wait further down in the area where the trash bins are, and then come back and fill up once the space is available.
Okay, so the expectation is that will be managed. I know that area is really turning into a commercial space. There is a house, I think, immediately across the street.
Yes.
Yeah, and that home concerns me. I think that at some point, the government of the Virgin Islands need to have a conversation with our family to possibly, they probably don't want to move, but it's probably best for them and their family to be located in a better space at this time. It's right on the street. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, and I grew up in the area, so like I said in my testimony, what used to be long ago all residential is now becoming an area that's really not suitable for residential living with heavy traffic and noise and everything. That's not a quality of life.
Oh, and the government of the Virgin Islands approved it, so our responsibility is to look out for that particular family. So
agreed.
That's something that we need to really, really look at seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Before we go on to the next senator, I wanted to ask you, what's the remainder of the acreage of property in Nazareth that will need to be rezoned for the comprehensive sports complex there?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, I do not have the answer. I believe I can get it for you shortly.
Okay. And Ms. Laplace Matthew, what else will need to happen in order for us to facilitate the additional acreage to be considered?
We would have to receive a complete package from Property and Procurement, hold our deep channel public hearing after the public notice requirements, write a recommendation report, and sit here at Committee of the Whole.
Sounds good to me. Next, we'll go to Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the presenters. Most of the questions that I had have already been asked and answered. However, I'm going to still ask a couple questions. I know that the Brookman-Turpentine Road area has really become a busy industrial zone, pretty much. I wanted to get a sense of just the business model with regards to the standpipe. I know you mentioned, Mr. Graham, it'll be Whopper water will be utilized to fill up the trucks, as the need arises. And I guess there'll be an office structure. How will it, just a typical sort of business transaction, how will that work?
Okay,
so I could get a sense.
My client envisioned using the existing structure that's there on the property to convert that into the office employee location for the filling station. Do the requisite request to the department or the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to have a tap into the water line and bring it across onto the property, excavate and do the ingress and egress with the necessary public work permits to ensure safe traverse on and off of the property. And then after all of that is done, then open to the public.
Okay, I got you. I'm in support of it. I know that all of the initiatives here today reflect economic development opportunities for our struggling economy right now. So this really provides us an opportunity to have new revenues be deposited in our treasury. So I am comfortable with the initiatives that are before us. With regards to the water trucks, right? How many, and I don't know if you've gotten that far down the line, how many trucks do you anticipate would be utilizing the standpipe on a regular basis, on a typical?
In discussion with my client, he anticipate anywhere from maybe 12 to 20 trucks a day. But that's within the hours of operation. So it's not like you have a whole line of vehicles waiting. And you got to also remember in times when there's heavy rainfall, you have less traffic there because once people's cisterns are full, they don't turn to the avenue of buying water. So
Sure.
1 minute.
With regards to Bill 3504 from adjacent property owners, and I think you basically addressed most of the concerns, Mr. Brown. So I wanted to know if the concerns that were communicated by the adjacent property owners, have you engaged them in a conversation to allay their concern? Has there been that sort of communication and dialogue? And how do they feel now? Or if you have other concerns, have they been
Yeah, so
satisfied?
at the public hearing, I think some of the concerns that you see in that were laid out to us, and we were able to respond there. So I haven't heard of any other objections after we were able to have that discussion. So.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I am comfortable with the rezonings that are before us today. At the appropriate time, I'm inclined to vote in the affirmative for these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. The chair will now recognize Senator Maurice James for your round of questioning. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your mic is on.
It's on. Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. And good morning, colleagues and everyone in the room. I want to start with the Soccer Federation plans. Well, actually, I just want to clarify a statement that you made earlier about the concessions. Those will be owned by the Soccer Federation and leased, I guess, subleased by you. How is that arrangement going to be?
Jeffrey Bashalta Architecture. The concession, the concept of the concession would be like food and drink, beverages during the games.
Owned by the soccer.
Yes.
Okay.
The soccer association would run that.
Itself would run.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't
No.
sure. That's
not
was,
like leased out to someone.
Yeah. Not any subleasing.
No
You
sublease.
yourself would operate.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I wanted to go specifically to the Hoggensburg development because, of course, that's of interest to me as a Crucian. And I'm very familiar with that area too, and I was very, very happy. My focus more than anything else was the home ownership opportunities and the lots. So I want to start by asking you, what are the size of the lots going to be?
So we're asking for rezoning from R1, which requires a half-acre lot, down to R2, which has a minimum area of about 10,000 square feet. And the reason for that is so that we could get more lots and make them more affordable. And so the reason for the request from R1 to R2 is so that we could get lots to be probably a quarter-acre range, and that's why I put a range of lots in there from 20 to 22. Just depends on how that's exactly split up. But the adjacent subdivision next to us is also sized like a R2 zone as opposed to a R1 zone. And so our R2 request matches the subdivision just west of us.
So you're looking at quarter acre.
10,000 to quarter acre, correct.
And what price range are you looking at? Because as you know, there is a need for housing in the entire Virgin Islands. And you're not going to be building homes, but in fact selling lots. What's the price range that were you looking at? in terms of the lots, purchase price?
1 minute.
I don't have that number. I'm not sure what that ultimately ends up selling for.
You also mentioned that there is, I think you said water line, I'm trying to find, let's see if I can find it. Public, but that's only to the front of the property, correct? Where the
That's correct. So towards the back where we have the individual lots, that's furthest away from the road. And that's another reason why we felt it was probably more appropriate for that to be single-family lots, because that could, if it needs to, just be dealt with a cistern. So we didn't increase density too much back there. But if we need to, we could extend a water line on our property further north.
in terms of the resources
Time.
for doing that, is that something that the developer intends to do?
No.
They don't. Okay, so then it would simply be the sale of lots with the individual homeowners putting in the septic and cistern.
And let me clarify, not at this time. It's something that they may consider down the road, but they haven't mentioned providing utilities, public water outside of what's required by DPNR. And if I'm correct, the subdivision does not require us to install water lines.
It just appears at this point a bit illusory to me. That's why I'm trying to process it. That's what's happening with me. Because clearly, for me, the attraction is the home ownership opportunities. But how soon will those, clearly the primary intent, and you do state it, is for the business owner to relocate their stores.
That's correct.
Correct? That's the primary intent.
That's correct.
Which means that how soon or when do they expect, once the rezoning happens, do they expect the completion of the structure that they plan to build for the store?
Yeah, I guess this somewhat goes back to what's the intent of the overall property.
Yeah.
Their hardship is getting a store, right? And some of these other phases, they're intentionally not completely like, hey, this is what we're going to do, because that wasn't the driving factor. But we did come in with developing an overall vision for the property owners on what they would want. And the primary use that they wanted to push outside of their business was flexible housing opportunities for the public. So when we did the subdivision, we marked out that area that would be subdivided and sold as single-family lots.
Have they thought of engaging any developers of homes for that particular lot?
To actually build the homes to sell?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No. Was my time called? It was.
It was called. But you can finish up if you have an additional question. You may proceed.
well-
Use the mic.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I had some more questions along that line, but I was also concerned about the historic ruins and that area. What's the acreage of the area that the historic ruins are on?
There are ruins on, there are multiple ruins throughout the property. I didn't put the acreage on exactly, it's scattered throughout. Let me say that, yeah.
It's scattered throughout, so that would actually also affect the development of that area.
Yeah, so I would say the area, if I had to put an acreage to the area that the ruins are scattered on, probably comprises about 4 acres.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Next, we'll come to Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues, all the viewing and listening audience. Okay, these 4 bills in Block 1, I support all of them. I wanted to start with 35-0407. Okay, the FIFA soccer field, this whole area, is a major accomplishment of the 35th Legislature. We've provided a lot of funding so that this whole comprehensive sports complex will, get underway and get done. It also involves a cricket field out there. This soccer field, of course, you already know they have the track. One quick concern about the drainage. So the drainage here is going to connect into the underground. You're going to build new underground. I imagine there's no sewage infrastructure there in place as yet, right? No drainage, no sewer infrastructure in place.
So Jeffrey Bashalta Architecture, uphill from this site, there is sort of like a retention pond that collects drainage from the whole site that goes into a drain pipe that runs underground.
So you're going to tie into that?
Well, that's uphill from our site, and that would continue south to the south of the site. There's a drainage swale existing that goes under the access road, and then there's another retention pond to the south of our site. If more capacity is needed, we could supplement that with underground storage as well, where the stormwater can be stored and used for irrigation.
Okay, that's good. I support that. I want to see that done quickly. Okay, bill number 35-0406. Okay, question. There's on that road, there's a development there, a major excavation going on where they're digging up a lot of big rock and thing. That's next to it, or that's the same lot?
Clifford Graham, Senator, thanks. The excavation that you're seeing is the lot just west of my client's property.
Just west of it. Okay. Quick question now. Because that road there is, I think in the MAP administration, they had poured concrete. It's a concrete road from the crusher, from the concrete plant, go all the way back. But that portion is asphalt. And I know you mentioned that they're gonna stage down by the garbage dump them. The garbage dump them, that's a lot of big potholes them in that road. And if you look at what's happened with the Bolonga Road, with that new daycare, with those heavy equipment accessing, that road was destroyed.
1 minute.
So my concern is that what are you going to do to reinforce to make sure those heavy trucks don't damage that road? Because water trucks, water leaking, all of those are the ingredients to damage the road. So what are the plans to make sure the road is not damaged?
Well, definitely my client will take into consideration whatever runoff or water that's coming off of his site is controlled and not just spill on the roadway like that. And the entire Mariandale Brookman Road is really an area with heavy commercial use because if you think of it, every concrete truck that comes out of a plant comes out with at least 8 yards of concrete and either go west or go east. In some cases, if they go into like the Bovoni area, they come with 9 yards of concrete. So yes, and I do know that the minute you see a pothole up here, you're going to blame the water truck standpipe area, but the weight of water is less than the weight of concrete.
Time.
So the weight of a water truck coming off of that is much less than what you will see of the concrete trucks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, can I just be allowed to finish one question? Okay, so I want to go to Bill 35-0401. Okay, so I probably missed this, right? So when they access the road, right, the Nicholas Friday Road, are they going to access from down by Compass Road, or they coming straight off to the Nicholas Friday Road? How is the traffic going to access?
And thanks for that question. Similar to the family's building that's adjacent to it, you access it from the west coming east. So you drive off of the westbound lane straight into the property, and then when you finish, you traverse back on.
Okay. I have a little concern with that because, coming down the hill, you're on the side when they're coming down the hill, and those vehicles are a little bit harder to stop coming down the hill. But I guess if you put the adequate signage, traffic entering and stuff, it'll minimize any accidents. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll come to Senator Diane T. Capehart. Going once. Going twice. Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Let me start with 0401. Let's see, DPNR, you're back here again. You know how to say about these zonings. But 0401, this property is near what is reportedly a dangerous intersection. Is the applicant or DPNR aware of any plans to address this?
So it will be addressed when they apply for their driveway permit through Department of Public Works.
It will be addressed? Do you know how it will be addressed?
It has to be addressed prior to them getting building permits.
And are you comfortable that this will in fact be addressed?
Yes, Senator.
All right. How will commercial development of this area impact the salt pan?
Every development does have an impact. During construction phase, we do, require best management practices to ensure that the sedimentation doesn't go into the salt pond. So it would be no different for their application, where they will be monitored and they would have to put in, the silt fences and whatever else would be needed.
And what's the specific plans again if this zoning is approved?
This site, they plan to rebuild the upper floor to make it a 2-story building, and it's proposed for office and restaurant.
All right. And 0406, do you anticipate any benefit to consumers on the east end of St. Thomas, and if this standpipe is actually allowed to be constructed in that area?
Yes, Senator, we see the benefits.
What are some of the benefits to the consumers?
Just not having to go the distance into town to the standpipe that's there, the WAPA standpipe. So distance-wise.
Yeah, I mean, tell me a little more. Somebody, consultant, you don't have to be DPNR, somebody who could
Good afternoon.
sell this to me.
Good afternoon, Senator Clifford Graham. Yes, another benefit is less wear and tear on the road, because the farther the distance that you travel is the more wear and tear you put on the road. The farther the distance that you travel, if the trucks have to go back downtown and come back, is most likely the cheaper the water would be if they're able to fill up in the country. And the shorter the distance, is the faster truck can deliver water. If we're in the middle of a dry period and a lot of customers are requesting water, is the faster the trucks can turn around.
It's expediency, but what about the cost? You think the cost can really cut down?
The cost should go down because the trucks will use less fuel, less wear and tear than traveling from Subway. So,
and any market research been done regarding how many water haulers would typically use this alternate site?
My client has had a keen eye on this, so I would say yes, they were looking at that prior to them thinking about the best use for this property. So that's why they came up with that idea.
I think we're guessing there, though.
I'm speaking on behalf of them, so that's what I'm saying.
So you're not sure if market research was in fact done?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the property currently being used for?
It's residential use, one-family residential use.
Okay. DPNR, let's go to 0407. What's the timeline for the completion of this project?
They're proposing about 5 years for completion.
5 years?
Correct.
So if it's approved tomorrow, when does the 5 year begin?
It would begin with them applying for their permits, so they would have to go through the CZM permitting process and then construction.
And what would be done to address the flooding issues in that area?
They're required as part of the CZM permitting process to have their environmental assessment report, so all of that is addressed in that.
Have they begun that process?
I'll refer to the client.
Jeffrey Basholta Architecture. No, right now the project is in the conceptual stage.
So how soon you think you'll be looking at that?
In the next month or two, we'll get into the full construction documents.
Are the endangered tree boas still a concern in that area?
I don't think that any has been identified when we did the walkthrough visually, but when we go through the CZM process, those stipulations will be in place in case we encounter any endangered species.
Okay. All right, thank you. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chair and colleagues, I'll vote on these measures. But that's it for me in this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens, Majority Leader. Next, we'll come to the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Season's greetings to the people of the Virgin Islands, the testifiers here with us today. I have a little bit of a heavy heart looking at 2 of the 4 rezonings, and I'm sure Ms. Laplace knows it as well. I do have challenges with looking at when we are shifting residential areas to business, because we have such a strong need for affordable and low-income housing. And we're seeing that residential areas are no longer sacred. You have a lot of businesses that are coming in there and the like, and it has an impact, and many of the times an adverse impact on those residential areas that have existed there for maybe 20 to 30 years. So that's sometimes my major issue. I understand the economic part of it. I appreciate it, but it has to have somewhere on our islands that we hold sacred a residential area, and that places are not, and you have the property owners, they have a right to apply for rezoning, but we have to hold a line to say we can't have these types of businesses in these residential areas, especially when you have families who have invested mortgages, who have invested and want to be able to transfer those properties as a gift to their descendants. So that's one of my major challenges with some of these rezoning. I understand what is being done. I haven't been able to go to the both sites in the St. Thomas district, and this is for bill number 35, that's 0401 and 0406, but I am keenly familiar with where they're located. Now, I want to ask the applicant, for bill number 35, that's 0406, which is it located across from what I remember, old school Zinke Smith, because I used to live when I was younger in that area. Is the property, is this house, because I remember this house being there for a number of years, is this house occupied?
And Clifford Graham, Senator, the house is presently occupied. And I do share your concern, if I may, about turning residential lots into business. But as the years go by and you look at the location of the residential lots and the quality of life that is actually being bestowed on these individuals, and a roadway that was not as densely used as it is today,
I don't want to interrupt you, but you're on my time.
I-
So
1 minute.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you're on my time, and I want to be able to get to my questions. Thank you so kindly. Now, I also want to ask you relative to the parking on that same plot. How many parkings do you anticipate? Because it's only about 10,921 square feet. How many parking spots?
We anticipate having the parking for 3 trucks waiting, 1 filling up, and 1 employee.
Okay. So a total of 4 or
5.
5? Okay. Next, I want to ask you relative to the bus stop in 35.0401, because there's a bus stop right there. Mr. Chairman, may I? Yes, there's a bus stop in close vicinity to this property, correct?
If my memory serves me correctly, the bus stop is further down the hill on the flat area.
Is on the flat.
Correct.
Okay, because there's a bus stop on the top by the signal when you're going up, right above. This property isn't a property that's located right by the signal.
It's further down from the signal.
Okay.
There's an existing blue structure there.
Okay, I know where it is now.
Okay.
I have the perspective of where it is. Okay, and so you don't see that it's going to have an adverse impact on the traffic flow there?
Not anticipated because like I stated earlier, my client owns the building that's next to it that's already developed. The blue, where in the commercial development that is there. So this is just going to add on to the commercial development in that area.
Okay, now for the property at Estate Nazareth, Mr. Bushelti, how many parking spaces are you anticipating there? Just on the top of your head.
I think it's 260 on the plan right now.
260.
Yeah.
And I'm sure as the time flow, you're going to be able to put in the necessary and work with the government to put in the necessary items that we need to assure that the traffic flows safely and accurately during the peak of any type of game. I don't have any questions for bill number 35.042 because my colleagues from St. Croix already asked some of the questions I would have asked. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leniency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Next, we'll come to the Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, good morning to my colleagues, the listening viewing audiences.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, staff, central staff. And good afternoon to all, and thank you for your testimonies. Of course, it's always a good day when we have zoning that deals with economic development, and some of them deal with housing options. Let me speak to the first zoning, which is bill number 35.0401 and bill number 35.0406, both by former Senator Graham. Good afternoon, sir.
And good afternoon, Senator.
And let me ask you about the standpipe in respect to the one by Estate Mariandal. And we understand and know, especially in an area, it's important in respect to having a standpipe in the east, because many times we have to go in the west to get water. And what this means to many individuals in that area. In respect to the standpipe, right? And you said about 3 water trucks can hold at a time?
In waiting while one is in the bay for filling.
Let me ask you, in respect to affordability, it's going to be compatible with other standpipe?
Yes, my client is actually looking at the option of having the automotive option. So you can just come in with your card, put your card in the machine and fill up.
Nice, that's good. And let me ask, in respect to the bill number 35.0407, when it comes to the FIFA certified field, I know I saw the youngsters last weekend at Frenchtown. They had a big activity there with many youngsters that came out. And I must say they're on point when it comes to our young people and training. those individuals and getting them prepared and ready for many soccer activities and their training skill set. You said when it comes to the official field, right? You say it's 5.03 acres total for the whole development?
Jeffrey Bashalta, yes, yes, sir.
And you said you're going to start the development with the field first, automatically once you get the approvals, correct?
Correct.
And it's a total investment of 2.5 to about $7 million?
4 to 5 million.
4 to 5 total?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate what the USVI Soccer Federation is doing and what the intent is in terms of the whole scope
1 minute
of having the soccer field done where FIFA can invest also in the project. Many of the questions have been asked. I've heard many of the responses, which I agree with, and I look forward to supporting these 4 initiatives in terms of zoning requests moving forward. I really don't have many more questions to ask, but I would add though that when it comes to the standpipe and the water distribution system, I believe it's very important. I should state on the record it's important that WAPA continues to expand the water line throughout the territory because it also helps with development, especially housing developments. And it also helps to bring down the cost, drive down the cost of those development in respect to building cisterns, which is a large investment when it comes to any type of development, especially home ownership.
Time.
So I look forward to WAPA continuing to expand their water line distribution system, and I look forward to having further discussion in that regard. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, Vice Chair. And next we'll come to Senator Fred Gregory. You had a point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, just going back to the development of the soccer. GVI, I know that when we approved the lease, we had extensive conversation about the infrastructure component, the infrastructure of the entire area. Is there any intent in earnest to have that discussion around how do we ensure that while the Soccer Federation folks are doing their work, that the infrastructure as well is being built out for the other portions of the property that's not leased out to anyone but tied to the GVI proper? My concern is, again, our ability to move this along and that we don't have any challenges, because I know there are shelter aquifers in that area. And I know there's some work that will have to be done to address any potential flooding, etc. So that project or that space, that area is a very area that collects a lot of water. So we need to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're not doing it in a piecemeal manner, because I see that we could have experienced some challenges down the road. So I want to know that the discussions that we had in the committee, that they were taken seriously. And in fact, and I guess I have to double back with the Commissioner of Property and the Commissioner of Parks and Rec to talk about how do we really make this happen in a way that it is successful at the end. And our intent, again, is accomplished. So is there any discussion? Because I know that you were here with us, Assistant Commissioner.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Good question, Senator. The infrastructure was discussed during the development of the master plan. At this point, I honestly cannot speak to. I honestly cannot speak to it, but it was discussed during the development of the master plan, Senator.
So you see my concern, right? You see how it's important for us to ensure that we are doing this in a comprehensive manner.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's on the record. So when we're down the road, we don't have any challenges. I want to just make sure we all understand the importance of this project and how. Bottom line is, we know that what we've experienced with the project in Frederiksted, St. Croix, the Paulie Joseph Stadium, That's what we're trying to avoid. We cannot allow history to repeat itself on this one. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this, I think, may have rounded out this particular round. I want to say that I'm in support of the 4 measures before us in this particular block. Certainly, I believe that the silver lining here is that in the very near future, with the advent and hopefully the passing of the comprehensive land and water use plan, that the zonings will be out of the legislature and be in the hands of other individuals to make that determination in the very near future. I have some trepidation in terms of additional requests for commercial spaces on St. Croix, because we have so many commercial spaces sitting, derelict and being unused on St. Croix. And, I'm always concerned that when we create additional space, again, we just continue to allow for these commercial spaces to lay dormant. I want to conclude where my colleague just left off, where I believe that it's important that, and it's my fervent hope, that we're able to ensure that this comprehensive sports complex and the plans to move that forward is critical. We have already spent over $20 million in our Pauli Joseph Stadium, and all we've seen is 4 walls. And I think that, we have to continue to exhort our oversight here in the legislature to make sure that, these projects move in a timely fashion and, moved in terms of the phases that have been scheduled here. So we'll continue to exhort that oversight to make sure that it happens. But all in all, I believe that, the projects that have been slated to go forward here is one that continue to seek for economic development, and it's certainly something that we support here in this body. So that concludes this round. What I'll do is just go to the testifiers table for a 30-second wrap-up, and then we'll move on to the next round. I'll finish off. I guess we'll start off with you, Mr. Bashelta. You're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Jeffrey Bashelta. Thank you for the opportunity to present the project on behalf of USVI Soccer Federation, Inc. And we just thank you for the time and hearing the request. And
thank you. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Senator Clifford Graham. On behalf of the Rogers family, I want to thank you and all of your colleagues for the pointed questions today, and hope you consider the rezone request for the Freedom Hoy and Marion Dell property. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brown?
Clarence Brown, Design District. On behalf of Oshwash Enterprise LLC, I'd like to thank Leah Laplace and the Office of Planning for their hard work on these rezonings, and the legislature for their diligence and giving us the opportunity to share the merits of our request. So look forward to positive vote on this.
Very well. Assistant Commissioner Richards?
Thank you very much to the entire body. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your concerns. We appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you. Leah Laplace Matthews, DPNR.
Good afternoon. Just want to state that we're looking forward to this afternoon's discussion on the comprehensive land and water use plan. So as the public, just please stay on and listen on to the discussion, and looking forward to legislative action on the plan.
Thank you very much. You're such a good salesperson when it comes to that plan. Again, this completes the discussion on bill number 35-0401, 35-0406, 35-0407, and 35-0421. And at this time, we'll take a 15 minutes recess and then come back with the other measures before us today. The Committee of the Whole stands at recess for 15 minutes.
Yes, I'm coming home for Christmas. Gonna be drink.
Good afternoon. We're out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, Bill number 35-0404, an act ratifying the governor's approval of minor coastal zone permit number CZM1W or IW 0001-23 issued to Coakley Plantation LLLP for the installation and the submerged lands occupancy of 224 feet long and 3 feet HDPE pipes in approximately 6 feet to 7 feet of water to be used as an intake and brine discharge for a reverse osmosis plant. Invited testifiers, Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Benjamin Coularts, Representative, Coakley Plantation, LLLP. Bill number 35-0422, an act ratifying minor coastal zone permit number CZM IW 0002-23 issued to 555 Madison Investors 5 LLC for the installation of a 408 square foot dock and a 4-inch reverse osmosis intake line on and seaward of Plot 7W, Estate Nazareth, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Christina Blackburn, President, Madison Investor 5, LLC. Bill number 35-0424, an act ratifying major coastal zone permit number CZT-06-21 L&W issued to Jack Rock B-A C LLC for the development of a marina facility consisting of a restaurant, dock, moorings, wave annuator, storage and service yard, warehouse building, the dredging of 7,200 yards of material, and the use and occupancy of 45.83 acres of submerged land located on and seaward of parcel number 3, Consolidated 9B-A, Estate Nazareth, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Christina Blackburn, Manager, Jack Rock B-A C LLC. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And we do have the testifiers seated at the testifiers table. So we'll go to them real quickly to do a mic check, and we'll start off with Commissioner Oriel at this time. So mic check.
Good afternoon, Senators. Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Okay, and to Mr. Hibbert, Director.
Good afternoon, Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, DPNR.
Attorney Dudley.
Good afternoon, George Dudley, partner Dudley Newman Fierzig, representing Jack Rock.
Okay. Ms. Christina.
Good afternoon, Christina Blackburn, manager of Jack Rock LLC and president of 555 Madison Investors LLC.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senators. Alex Moskowitz, partner law firm of Dudley, Newman, and Fierzig on behalf of 555 Madison Investors V, LLC.
Could I get you to spell your last name, please?
Sure. It's M-O-S as in Sam, K-O-W-I-T-Z as in zipper.
Thank you. And Mr. Woods.
Good afternoon, John Woods, Principal, Juridian Design Group, on the behalf of the Jack Rock application.
Welcome. Sir, Mr. Benjamin.
Good afternoon, Benjamin Kurlatz with Tyson Tech, representing Coakley Plantation LLLP.
Very well. Thank you and welcome to everyone. And again, we'll start off with bill number 35-0404, and we will recognize Director Hibbert for his testimony at this time.
Good afternoon. Good day, Senate President, Novell E. Francis Jr., other members of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Please.
Good day, Senate President. Better?
Maybe in my control room, if you could just turn up the volume. Go ahead.
Good day, Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., other members of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Marlon Hibbert. I am the Director for the Division of Coastal Zone Management in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Today, we are seeking ratification of the following CZM permit. Minor CZM permit number CZMI W001-23, issued to Coakley Plantation LLP. If ratified, this permit allows for the installation and submerged lands occupancy of two 224-foot-long, 3-inch outside diameter, high-density polyethylene pipes in approximately 6 to 7 feet of water to be used as an intake and brine discharge for a reverse osmosis plant. The pipes are to be installed seaward of Plot 14, Estate Coakley Bay, Christiansted, St. Croix, in the U.S. Virgin Islands. A rental fee of $3,420 per year, payable annually in advance, shall be charged for the two pipes and the water area covered under this permit, occupying the submerged lands area. The term of the permit is 20 years. The Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources has deemed that the permit listed above meets the goals and policies of the VI Code, Title 12, Chapter 21. Therefore, we respectfully request your ratification of this permit pursuant to Title 12, Virgin Islands Code, Section 911E. This concludes our testimony on behalf of the division, and we are available to answer questions as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coulards?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President Novell Francis and Senators. Just to add to that and provide context, this project proposes to add these pipelines for the residents that exist on the plot. Existing wells are used in the area for water resource to be drawn in and processed through existing RO units. And at this time, those wells are brackish and they are as unreliable as wells tend to be during dry seasons. So this intent is to, again, pull away from using these wells and drawing from the existing aquifer, allowing for better recharge of the area and less saltwater intrusion, but allow the resident to draw as much water as they need based on the application, which is approximately 30,000 gallons per day average for the year, day to day. Excuse me. So this will allow, again, for that protection of that aquifer, but allow the landowners to draw water from the ocean as needed. So evaluations were done as part of this application, evaluating the water itself. We understand it is in Coakley Bay, a water body, which is part of the East End Marine Park. So it is a protected area, marine protected area. So all evaluations were done to ensure the routing was correct to protect the environment for the installation, but also for long-term use. And this will be managed. The site is a residence, but it does have a full-time maintenance manager to ensure that the operation of this setup will continue and protect the environment through its perpetual use.
Very well. I think media may have a presentation of the pipelines associated with this project. If they could just show it, and if you know, it's the Coakley Plantation LLP presentation.
Yeah, Ben, in case you need to. Yeah, thank you. Point or anything like that.
The Coakley Bay Plantation LLP presentation. We'll take a short 2-minute recess. We're out of recess at this time. I think they only have one of the photos, so if someone could, either Mr. Hibbert or Mr. Coulart, if you could just speak to the photos, depiction depicted here. Please recognize the mic of Director Hibbert.
Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management. I'll go ahead, Senator. Thank you. So this is an overall picture of the project site. It is, for geographic context, this parcel is located east of the Green Key Marina. And you can see the yellow line is the approximate location of the pipes to be installed. And there'll be 2 pipes being installed seaward, one intake and one discharge, which will be, the discharge will be elevated just under the surface so it doesn't disturb resources on the bottom. So the brine discharge is usually hypersaline, water coming back from the reverse osmosis plant, and then diffused by the process of diffusion. That is an estimated 45,000 gallons daily coming back out.
Oh, very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. And next, we'll move on to bill number 35-0422. It's an act ratifying minor coastal zone permit number CZMIW 0002-23 issued to 555 Madison Investors 5 LLC for the installation of a 408 square foot dock and a 4-inch reverse osmosis intake line on seaward of plot number 7, Estate Nazareth St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Mr. Hibbert, you are recognized for your testimony on this time.
Good day, Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. and other members of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Marlon Hibbert, and I am the Director for the Division of Coastal Zone Management in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Today, we are present seeking ratification of the following CZM permit. Minor CZM permit number CZMIW002-23, issued to 555 Madison Investors 5 LLC. If ratified, this permit allows for the use and occupancy of the submerged lands seaward of plot number 7W Estate Nazareth, St. Thomas, VI, and for the installation of a dock consisting of 21 feet by 4 foot section and a 7 foot wide by 42 by 6 inches long dock, totaling 408 square feet. The permit allows for the placement of a 4-inch diameter reverse osmosis intake line on the underside of the dock. An annual rental fee of $9,000 payable in advance has been negotiated with the permittee for the occupancy of the submerged lands covered under this permit, pursuant to the provisions of Title 12 Virgin Islands Rules and Regulations 910-5E. The term of the permit is 20 years. The Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources has deemed that the permit listed above meets the goals and policies of the VI Code, Title 12, Chapter 21. Therefore, we respectfully request your ratification of this permit pursuant to Title 12 Virgin Islands Code, Section 911E. This concludes our testimony on behalf of the division, and we're available to answer questions as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Hibbert. At this time, we'll come to, I guess, Alex. And your last name is pronounced Moskowitz?
Moskowitz.
Moskowitz. All right. You're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. The Honorable Senator President Novell, members of the committee.
Try to speak into the mic.
Members of the Committee of the Whole, legislative staff, and those in attendance at this hearing, good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Alex Moskowitz, and I am a partner in the law firm of Dudley, Newman, and Fiersig. We're counsel to 555 Madison Investors V LLC. I'm accompanied today by Christina Blackburn, representative of 555 Madison. And we appear today on behalf of the company with respect to the legislature's consideration of the minor coastal zone permit. That was approved by Governor Bryan and the Coastal Zone Management Commission for the construction of a private dock, reverse osmosis intake line, and submerged land lease. 555's intent is to have a dock where they can keep their boat when they're at residence and have the boat out of water off-site when they are not in residence. The Coastal Zone Management Act provides a comprehensive program for management, conservation, and the orderly development of the coastal area in the Virgin Islands. While the CZM Act is intended to bring environmental and ecological concerns to the forefront of development in the coastal zone, the basic goal of the Act is to promote economic development and growth in the coastal zone. The Act requires construction to incorporate mitigation measures to lessen or eliminate the environmental impact to the maximum extent feasible. 555 Madison has diligently worked with our territorial partners at the CZM, DPNR, Army Corps of Engineers, and the EPA over the last 2 years to ensure that the dock is built to protect and preserve our coastal resources to the greatest extent feasible. The dock meets the guidelines set forth by DPNR for permitting of residential docks and piers as accessory uses in R1 and R2 zoning districts. 555 Madison has chosen a dock design that minimizes impact to corals, coral critical habitat, and seagrass. The design calls for using larger structural members to bridge across the hard bottom, eliminating numerous pilings in critical habitat, reducing the overall number of piles, and will also have a fiberglass open grate decking to negate any shading impact on the seagrass. The dock was located to provide the greatest distance from the corals and their habitat, which is how we determine the position and length of the dock in conjunction with our territorial partners on this project. The dock has been reduced in length and meets the EPA and Fish and Wildlife requests of a 9-foot depth where the boat will be docked to eliminate propeller wash concerns. There are no traditional uses of the area where the dock is going to be built. The existing bay is subject to extensive maritime use with mooring balls and boating activity from the general public and the St. Thomas Yacht Club. The site of the dock is within waters offshore of a rocky coastline and has been designed so it would not impact anyone snorkeling or diving in that area, as it's not traditionally used for that purpose. The dock and its uses will not in any way impact the general public's use of the East Cove, as it doesn't interfere with any of the maritime channels. The dock extends less than 60 feet from the rocky shoreline and does not impede the use of that cove. A 4-inch diameter reverse osmosis intake line will be placed underneath the dock behind the channel beam to minimize its visibility. The line will extend to the second to last pile at the end of the dock and will go into the water at a depth of 3 feet. The intake will have a 24-inch wire intake screen that will extend the depth of 5 feet. The wedge wire intake screen will reduce intake velocity to less than half a gallon per second or per minute, thereby minimizing impingement and entrapment of marine organisms. The dock will occupy just 384 feet of submerged land, and Madison will pay a rental fee to the government of the Virgin Islands in the amount of $9,000 per year, payable annually in advance for a 20-year term. Over the life of the lease, it will generate $180,000 in revenue to the government. Along with generating new direct revenue for the government from the lease, it will also potentially create indirect revenue for the government, as any dockage that 555 Madison would have rented from a private marina could instead be rented to the public, whether for private or commercial use, thereby generating additional gross tax revenue for the island. I am pleased and grateful that Governor Bryan and his commission of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Coastal Zone Management Commission share the vision held by 555 Madison for the creation of this dock, and accordingly have negotiated the scope of the minor permit and submerged land lease that is before this honorable body for ratification. In conclusion, Ms. Blackburn and I are prepared to answer any questions that you may have with respect to this minor permit and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Moskowitz. And at this time, I know I'm chopping up your name, right? At this time, is there any other testimony, any pictorials or anything to be shown on
Not
this?
at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. We can
Senator
move
Francis,
on. Huh?
I did provide some pictorials if
You did?
if you want.
Yeah, media, you could go ahead and show the ones for the 555 Madison. Director Hibbert, what's that?
Okay, so this is looking northwest.
No, it's the view from.
We're looking from, the northwest, looking at the subject parcel. So the brown house to the top left of the picture is 7W Madison, and the dock there's a rendering of the dock just in the water. It's a little unclear, but if you look, it's there. Go ahead.
Does the clicker allow you to move?
No.
Okay.
This is a pictorial of the actual graphic of where the dock would be located. You'll see a pictorial of a small vessel which has been limited to vessels under 40 feet that will be using the dock. It's angled slightly away from the shoreline and extends just over 40 feet from the rocky promontory. This is a view approaching the property at the very top, and then again looking at a view approximately where the dock location would be from parcel 7W.
Thank you very much for that. And next, we'll go on to Bill number 35, that's 0424, which is an act ratifying major coastal zone permit, CZT 06-21, L&W issued to Jamrock B, A, C, LLC for the development of a marina facility consisting of a restaurant, dock, moorings, and et cetera. At this time, Mr. Hibbert, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good day, Senate President, Novel B. Francis Jr., other members of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Marlon Hibbert, and I'm the Director for the Division of Coastal Zone Management in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Today, we are present seeking ratification of the following CZM permit. Major CZM permit, number CZT 06-21 L&W, issued to Jack Rock BAC LLC. If ratified, this permit allows for the development of a marina facility consisting of the following: a 10,000 square foot restaurant, retail and marina services building, a 10,000 square foot warehouse building, a boat dry storage and services yard area, which will accommodate dry stacking, a 23,119 square foot dock consisting of 4 fixed piers and bulkhead forming 17 permanent slips, a 380 square foot wave attenuator, the installation of 68 moorings for a managed mooring field. This permit also allows for the dredging of 7,200 cubic yards of material and the use and occupancy of approximately 45.83 acres of submerged lands. A reclamation fee of $7,200 is charged pursuant to Title 12, Virgin Islands Code 910, Section F2 for the dredging activities, and is due prior to commencement of dredging activities. A rental fee of $150,000 pardon me, per year, payable annually in advance, shall be charged for the scope referred to above. Said fee is comprised of the sum of $50,000 per year for the marina, occupying approximately 6.73 acres, and $100,000 per year for the managed mooring area, occupying approximately 39.1 acres. The fee shall be with credit to the permittee for licensed moorings occupied by vessels, paying mooring fees directly to DPNR as further explained below. For the first 3 years of the permit term, the fee for the occupancy of the submerged lands is reduced to $50,000 per year pursuant to Title 12, Virgin Islands Rules and Regulations, Section 910(5)(f). The permittee shall receive a pro rata credit against the rental fee for the managed mooring field determined on a yearly basis for moorings occupied by vessels paying mooring fees directly to DPNR. The permittee shall not be charged mooring fees for any licensed moorings occupied by vessels that pay mooring fees directly to DPNR. The term of the permit is 75 years. The Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources has deemed that the permit listed above meets the goals and policies of the VI Code, Title 12, Chapter 21. Therefore, we respectfully request your ratification of this permit pursuant to Title 12, Virgin Islands Code, Section 911E. This concludes our testimony on behalf of the division, and we are available to answer questions as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Hibbert. And next we'll come to Attorney Dudley for his testimony.
The Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., President of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and Chairman of the Legislative Committee of the Whole. All the members of the 35th Legislature in attendance today. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is George H.T. Dudley, a partner in the law firm of Dudley, Newman, Fierzig, and legal counsel to Jack Rock, B.A.C. LLC. I'll refer to it hereafter as Jack Rock. With me today is Christina Blackburn. She is the duly authorized representative of Jack Rock, and John Woods, a partner in Juridian Design Group, the principal architect for the project. We will be prepared to answer any questions that any of you may have with respect to this matter. By way of background, Jack Rock proposes to redevelop the marina known as Latitude 18, which was located on parcel number 3, Consolidated 9BA, Estate Nazareth, St. Thomas, and adjacent waters and submerged lands. The original marina, built in the 1980s, was badly damaged by Hurricane Marilyn in 1995, but continued to function on a limited basis until it was totally destroyed by Hurricanes Irma and Maria in September 2017. Since that time, the marina has been an abandoned site. The property was acquired by Jack Rock in 2018, and an initial proposal for the redevelopment of the property was filed with the St. Thomas Committee of the VI Coastal Zone Management Commission in 2021. Following that initial submission, Jack Rock had extensive meetings with neighbors adjacent to the marina and other interested parties, either a part of the marine industry or located in the Red Hook area. Based on those meetings, the application was substantially revised, primarily a reduction in the size, density, and scale of the project, and an amended application was filed in February 2022. The CZM held 2 public hearings on the amended application, and throughout that process, Jack Rock continued to meet with its neighbors and other interested parties, including the Virgin Islands Port Authority and Vipa's Marine Consultants, to confirm that the marina's design would have no impact on Vipa's Red Hook operations, the Fredericks terminal, both the passenger ferry terminal and the car barge facility. Particular attention was paid to environmentally sensitive areas, the tree boas that live on the east end and coral beds in the marina's development footprint, noise abatement for our operations, and to ensure public access to the adjacent shoreline. In addition to new docks for the berthing of boats of various sizes, the redeveloped Latitude 18 marina would add a new restaurant and retail to Red Hook. enhance marine support services for recreational and commercial boating, and provide services and facilities to ensure better management of the environment. Jack Rock commissioned Dr. Haldane Davis of Ryan Consulting Services to prepare an economic impact analysis for the development. And Dr. Davies concluded reconstruction of Latitude 18 would have a beneficial impact on the territory's economy of almost $29 million during construction, and once operational, the marina and mooring field would have a positive impact on the local economy of $7.85 million annually. I have submitted a copy of Dr. Davies' report as a part of this presentation. Of particular note is the plan to develop and operate a managed mooring field in conjunction with the marina. The mooring field will have 68 moorings designed to accommodate boats up to 65 feet in length. Significantly, all existing boat owners with valid DP&R licensed moorings currently located within the mooring field will be accommodated and will continue to pay their mooring fees to the department. The mooring field will be operated to provide solid waste disposal and bilge pump-out services to the users of the mooring field and to the general boating community. The managed mooring field will be the first of its kind in the territory and will directly benefit the environmental condition of Red Hook Bay. During construction, the public estate road leading to the marina will be maintained at Jack Rock's expense and will be completely resurfaced upon completion of construction. We believe, and the CCM is satisfied, that the redevelopment and operation of the marina and the mooring field will have no adverse impact on the environment and will be of positive benefit to the Red Hook Bay neighborhood and the broader territorial economy. On behalf of my client and myself, I would like to close by taking the opportunity to thank the members of the St. Thomas CCM Committee, the staff of the Division of Coastal Zone Management, the Commissioner of Planning and Natural Resources, and Governor Albert Bryan for recognizing the positive contribution that the redevelopment of Latitude 18 will have on the territory and its people. Christina Blackburn, John Woods, and I are prepared to answer any questions any of you may have with respect to the CCM permit, and we respectfully urge its ratification by the members of the legislature.
Thank you very much, Attorney Dudley. Mr. Woods or Ms. Blackburn, anything to add to the testimony?
Yes, we have a presentation, if we may, with some supplemental comments that I think would be appropriate in light of the comments that you all have received from the public.
Okay, so if media could just fire up the presentation. There it is.
Very good. It is important to understand that Latitude 18 has been in existence for the last 40 years. What you see here are pictures of its current condition. It is an abandoned development that has been slowly deteriorating and further harming the environment for the last 4 decades. Here are the docks that, I should say, these are the pilings where the docks used to be. And what you have now is nothing but a navigational hazard resulting from these pilings that are unmarked and particularly dangerous when you're trying to navigate at night. We also have abandoned vessels in the area. We have, and in what you see here are pictures of the below water conditions where you have machines improperly used to make moorings that are not appropriately designed or satisfied, debris that has been thrown overboard or is washed into the ocean. Here are some improperly assembled moorings that have drag chains that damage the hard bottom of the bay. This is not an environmentally appropriate manner to install a mooring. These moorings, as a part of the development of the marina, will be removed and will be replaced by appropriately designed mooring facilities. Anyone, as I said in my primary statement, anyone who exists in the mooring field today that has a licensed mooring from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources on a certified mooring will not be disturbed. And if they have to be moved because of the design of the marina or the mooring field, they will be removed at the expense, no, they'll be moved, not removed, they'll be moved to a satisfactory location at the expense of the developer. So no one out there today legally will be disturbed except to the extent that they need to be moved in an appropriate position designed for the designed to be consistent with the marina. This is the existing road that accesses the property. That road is going to be improved. And it not only will it be improved, it will be maintained by the developer during the entire construction period. And once construction is completed, the entire road, access to the public road, will be resurfaced, and the entire plan for the development and maintenance of the road is going to be something that will be reviewed with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and approved by them and the other appropriate agencies dealing with public road transportation. What you see here is a letter from the Virgin Islands Port Authority. We met with the Port Authority and with its marine consultants to talk about the impact the marina might have on the operation of the Fredericks Terminal. Importantly, we need to realize that this marina is located directly across from the existing terminal facilities. So, of course, whatever happens at the marina could have an impact on the Port Authority. And so our consultants met with their consultants and principals, and this is a letter from the Port Authority addressed to Jack Rock in care of myself, and it was provided to the Coastal Zone Management that specifies the terms under which they are satisfied that the marina, if operated, would not interfere with the operation of the terminal. And it's important to note that not only did we agree to these, we agreed to have these terms and conditions included as conditions, special conditions of the CZM permit, so that the permit itself is based on requirements specified by the VI Port Authority to which the developer has agreed. What you have here is a site plan that shows the entire site as it will be once it has been developed. And instead of the eyesore you saw in the first picture, this is what will be there, the restaurant and other facilities, when the development is concluded. So instead of a navigational hazard with that abandoned building, you'll have an appropriately designed marina, appropriately designed restaurant facilities, and appropriately designed navigational channels.
That ends your presentation, Attorney
Yes.
Hunt. You rest your case?
I rest my case. I'm not a litigator, I'm a business lawyer, so I'm fine with the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation there. I think that brings out all of the presentation on that particular, this block. And before we go and open up to my colleagues, I wanted to ask DPNR, currently, what's the amount of licensed moorings you have in that area?
Currently, Senate President, there are about 48.
48?
Yes.
And all 48 is being run and controlled by DPNR?
Those are what are legally.
Legally.
There are others.
Outside of the legal ones, what is quote unquote illegal ones that's occurring there?
There are others which are just moored, no ownership, nobody present on them, and of course there are others that are you would say derelict. Believe the last number counted was 70.
70.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And you have a number of derelict vessels in that area as well? What's happening with that?
So derelict vessels in the area in Mueller Bay are a lot less. We're talking Vessel Bay, which is to the west of the site.
Right.
There are 2 vessels onshore currently that are abandoned and derelict.
Okay. All right. And Attorney Dudley, what's the timeline if in fact there's a ratification done by the 35th Legislature, was already approved by the GVI? What is the timeline for turnaround? Is there a phased project, or how can you speak to the project?
I'd like to have John Woods answer, or Tina?
I'm happy to answer. We are considering a phased approach. I think that our main priority would be repair of the bulkhead and getting a haul out in place and doing demolition and site prep. I anticipate that we would be able to start that early in 2026. Our drawings are actually quite developed. And then the second phase would be the remainder of the project. And that would probably be another 2 or 3 years.
Very well, thank you. And Commissioner or Director Hibbert, have there been any citing, any violations, or individuals have been cited for violation in West Up Bay, that particular area, or surrounding latitude 18 recently?
Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Senate President. So we did issue notices to vessels, particularly after the registration period of July 1. However, now, beginning in December is actually when you start to see the return of folks who are pulling their vessels out of dry dock for the season or returning for the season. And so the next round of mooring checks is going to happen pretty much between now and through February for the officers.
Okay. And the vessels that's moored there, is it live-on or vessels? People live on these vessels or not?
I think there's a combination. Not very many liveaboards across the territory, Senator.
Okay.
There are some, but in this particular area, you would see like a handful of liveaboards in there.
Okay, very well. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up to my colleagues. I'll do a 5-minute round on this. And Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
My colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers and staff. The only thing I wanted clarity on, I see that there's a discussion for the comprehensive water loose plan. We're doing that in a separate block?
Yes, I didn't want to conflate the issue. I'll have that immediately after this, Senator.
Okay, good. I didn't see it separated on the agenda. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. As it relates to the first piece of legislation, 350404, I don't have an issue per se, but I wanted to ask a little bit about this reverse osmosis plant. Is it something to serve an individual, or is it for a particular business to service the area?
This is Benjamin Kurlatz representing Coakley Plantation LLP. To answer your question, it is a private residence, and current plans, they have no intention for either selling the water or using it outside of the existing facilities in the residence.
Okay, thank you so much for that. As it relates to 35-0422, this one has to do with the dock. I don't have a problem with the dock. This one also speaks about a reverse osmosis intake line. Is this also a situation of just servicing the business or potentially utilizing it for a service in the area? I just need clarity on that.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. This is just for use by the private ownership of the house, primarily for any water use to spray down the boat or the dock itself, because the elevation of the house is about 40 feet above the dock.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. 350424, this particular project, I was listening to the testimony and I read through all of the information after this marina's existence since the 80s. and it being damaged in 95 and permanently basically destroyed during Hurricane Irma and Maria in 2017. The investment that we speak about of about $29 million, from point A to point B after you get permits, approximately how long do you think it would take to develop this project?
I think that it will take approximately 3 to 4 years from start to finish, starting with the bulkhead and the haul out station, preparing the land, and then doing some of the upland work, finally with the marina and the mooring field work, which I anticipate will take a bit of time.
Okay, I saw the graphics for the potential final layout, which I think is feasible. But I want to find out in regards to if it's going to take roughly that long. What do you think in regards to? I know you said you had conversations with individuals in the area and you made adjustments to the particular project, I guess to help appease individuals with concerns. Do you think by reducing the footprint, you're still going to be able to materialize the economic aspect or economic return on your behalf, still investing in a project this size?
The short answer is yes, Senator. Because we're doing it in phases, we believe that we can phase both the investment and the return, the economic return, so that by the time the full investment is made, the operation will be, the development will be fully operational and will be generating the revenue. But we are funding it in phases
40 seconds.
Based on the design development plan that we have for the project.
Okay. Well, those are all my questions. I do support these 3 pieces of legislation. I do support economic development. I like the fact that we will be rejuvenating a marina and adding more to the marina aspect of our territory, which we seem to be lacking a little bit in. So I will look forward to giving my positive vote in the affirmative tomorrow. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Next, we'll come to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to colleagues and people of the territory. I want to start it off with 350424. And my first question go to DPNR, Mr. Peter Hebert. In your testimony, you made mention of a wave attenuator. What is that?
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So the wave attenuator to the east of the site is open to Red Hook Bay, and there's some, how should I say, consistent wind that comes into Red Hook Bay. The wave attenuator will allow for a protection for the vessels that will utilize the marina docking spaces. So it's supposed to be installed to protect and shelter the docking area that would be provided by the docking spaces, providing for easier navigation, smoother loading and unloading of vessels that utilize the docking space. So it's a floating edifice about 380 foot long. No, not 380 foot long, 380 square foot, just to the east of the location of the marina docking spaces.
What is the makeup consistence of?
It is high density polyethylene. So think a floating dock. Think the same consistency like a floating dock, but just in front, so the waves coming in from the eastern portion of Red Hook Bay would be dampened by the structures in the water. So they aren't attached to the bentos.
All right, thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify. I was thinking that it was like a man-made reef or something when you use that term. So I wanted to assure if that's what it was.
Senator, actually, it is definitely not a reef. It is designed to, as Director Hibbert said, to reduce the impact of wave action. There There are times during the year people know that in the winter when the waves come particularly strong from the north, and it's good to have this attenuator there to dampen the impact of the wave action. Importantly,
Understood.
It's important to understand that this attenuator is designed to be removed from the water in the event of inclement weather. If a hurricane or tropical storm is coming to the area, this attenuator is designed to be removed and stored safely on land, because the last thing you want is to have this thing break loose and itself become a hazard in the bay.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And then you also, to the investors, you mentioned ensuring public access to the adjacent shoreline and holding meetings with neighbors and stakeholders. How have their concern influenced the final project design, and what assurance exists to make sure that the public have access in that area for long term?
Well, there's several assurances. First of all, my client is of the habit of obeying the law, and we recognize that there is the Open Shorelines Act. There are existing access easements
1 minute,
provided
30
to
seconds.
landowners, which we will respect. The road itself is being redesigned and improved to connect the public road to the marina and that facility. And we have, as a condition included in the permit, CZM permit, public parking spaces designed intentionally specifically for users of the beach in that area.
You also mentioned that you're going to be fixing this road. No intent of gating this area from the public, is it?
I'm sorry? No.
You also mentioned about paving the road and making sure the road is, usable.
Yes.
No intention of gating off this area from the public.
No, not at all.
Okay.
The public will continue to
Thank
have
you very
full
much.
access.
Go ahead. Thank you very much. And then I'll go to 350404. How will the installation of these pipe affect the public access to coastal zone area and local fishing or recreation activity in the vicinity of Plat 14 Estate, Coakley Bay?
Good day, Benjamin Kurlatz representing Coakley Plantation LLP. The pipeline itself will be installed on the surface along the property proper. As it reaches the boundary where it goes to the shoreline, it will be buried on that shoreline transition. That will allow for regular access for beachgoers, protection for sea turtle, access to the beach as well. For the in-water, the seaward portion, that will be surface laid on the sea floor, but being 3-inch diameter, it should be very low profile along with the mattresses that will keep it in place. So it will still allow beachgoers to access the beach itself, as well as the bay for snorkeling, swimming, and recreational use.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that, and I just hoping that the investors then continue with the word that they give us here today. These are my only concern, to make sure that the people of this territory have access to these shoreline and to these beach and waters. I don't want for folks come to us telling us one thing, and after we approve of them, then now our community now crying out that they don't have access to the shorelines and to the beach. So these are very important and things that concern me as someone in the 35th Legislature approving these measures. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner, there's nothing to stop them from gating the road to the access inward, as long as you don't prevent access from the sea, is my understanding of open beach access, correct?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, so they can put a line. Just wanted to make that clear. Was there also, in regards to 35-424, there was a little condo before you get to latitude 18. Is all of that is a part of property you're going to be restoring?
No, that's the adjacent the adjacent property, and it runs the road that we're restoring will run past that condominium.
And latitude 18, I believe, had a outdoor area, like an amphitheater, little area where they used to have movies and stuff.
Correct.
All of that would be preserved, or would that be something different?
No, that is not a part of the redesign of the facility.
Not a part of it.
Right.
Okay.
And an important point, Senator, the CZM permit itself provides the public access. So this is not a situation where I can close a gate and deny public access. Remember that.
In St. Thomas, there is, because it exists. The people have fenced across, gates across communities that you can't access. I've been a police for 26 years. I'm telling you they exist.
No, Senator, I agree with
you. Right, with all due respect, Attorney, we could talk offline. So, I don't want to be like being rude. We could talk offline, but it exists. Okay, don't say no, because interpretation of the law is what people here in the VI do very well. They turn it around, they suit themselves very well. Just want to make sure that's clear. Okay, so now there are concerns from individuals who sent letters in opposition. Me, I think that's a great thing, because I think in this world that we live in, everybody is somebody and they should have a say. The issue I have with the latitude 18 area is it was existing as a marina for years. This investment, to me, is a great investment to make an ISO with the government. How much money the government putting into this? How much? Yeah, how much money was the government we putting into this?
None.
That's the answer I like to hear. I had a fight against a lot of things, but I ain't gonna, like the young people have a saying I've been using it, Mary, the mat is matting. The government don't have to pay anything into this. We revitalizing an existing marina. Now, the wave attenuator sounds to me like you're putting up a fence in the water so people don't come in on that blind side. No. Because has the size of the marina is 45.83 acres of submerged land. Has that size increased? Or is it the same size footprint as it was before? Is it the same size?
It is approximately the same size, Senator. And the marina, just to correct the figures, the managed mooring area would be east of the attenuator, that is 39.1. The actual marina area that has the docks is 6.73 acres.
Right, so the piles that we saw, the wooden piles that we saw are the marina.
Yes.
Correct. The attenuator is going to be on the St. John side of it.
Yes.
Up east. Right, I got that. So in other words, that's like you're putting a fence that nobody else don't come in on that side.
No, actually...
Trust me, you gotta explain. What I'm saying, I know what I'm saying.
To explain it.
The bottom line is the footprint is the same. It's to help, the idea of it is to help cut down on the waves that come in. Now, would it alter the ferries coming in any way?
No.
Two-way?
No, they're out of the navigable channel.
Good. Would it have, what impact would it have on the beach, the swimming facilities around Vessel Beach and these areas for the public? Any impact negatively?
No, because it's not a hard structure, so waves are still able to go underneath it, so no change in circulation patterns.
Okay. So again, it's the investment that is being put into the territory to resurrect. I was there when a hurricane blew through, and I remember checking latitude 18 and those places, and like I say, how they look now is atrocious, so they need to be repaired. Now for bill number 0422, 408 square foot dock. How long is the dock?
The dock is approximately, and good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is approximately 60 feet long.
Okay, I guesstimated 400 square feet at being about 48 feet. So you're adding, and that's my guesstimation.
Time.
So if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. Okay, so my estimation is 48 feet. That's an extra 12 feet we're going out at 60 feet.
So the way the dock is constructed, as it's designed right now, it's not a straight line from the shoreline. It juts out to the north for about 12 feet and then comes out into the water approximately 48 feet, a little bit less, but that's almost exactly right.
Okay, so then the impact of the dock coming out based on the angle it is, me, a boating person, does it restrict me from my travels as I want to go traverse? Because you actually jut now 12 extra feet. So does it restrict me in any way?
No, in no way does it restrict your access because it's prior to the point, and so the open water area is fully open, and then the entrance into the cove where the St. Thomas Yacht Club is and the mooring field there is wide open.
Okay.
There's no impact at all.
And just in closing, Mr. Chair, the 224 foot for 35.0404, 224 feet two, there are two side-by-side intake and brine, so not doubled, just two side-by-side.
That's
Pipe?
correct.
Okay.
Two pipes. Yep.
Thank you.
Side by side.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff.
If you wouldn't
Commissioner-
mind, I'd just like to make one clarifying statement.
Yes.
So specifically, Senator DeGraff asked me about the Open Shoreline Act, right? And so again, the Open Shoreline Act itself is one piece of the shoreline protections, which states that you cannot create an obstruction from the 50 feet low water mark, or at the low water mark inland a distance of 50 feet. With respect to major coastal zone permit applications, Title 12 Virgin Islands Code Section 906C, it specifically states that when a major permit is before the Coastal Zone Management Commission, that you would review for public beach access. When the applicant was making their presentation, they indicated that they are going to actually have 4 parking spaces reserved for that public beach access. They are also installing a public ferry, a public dinghy dock on the seaward side of the property as well, and having the red and green navigational channels. So public access has more than been demonstrated by the applicant in this case. The issue of a gate, there is no gate on the project right now before the department. If it had been, then we would have negotiated or had much discussion about how that impedes public access. So just to be clear, yes, the Open Shoreline Act specifically addresses access from the water, but Title 12, Section 906C addresses when the development is taking place.
Very well, thank you for that. I think what the senator may be concerned with is in terms of enforcement. While these things are in place, it's important that it continue to be enforced to ensure that there is full compliance in these restrictions. Senator DeGraff, you recognize? Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, it was great information that you put out, and that's basically what I wanted on the record, because again, as Mr. Chair mentioned, enforcement becomes an issue, and things change. So thank you for the information. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
So I think what I'm hearing from you is that you believe that the applicant has gone above and beyond to ensure that there is access and public access there.
Yes, I believe that they have met the requirements that we were looking for, both from a landward and a seaward perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Giovanni James Sr., you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. To whoever can answer this question, it is regarding Bill number 34-0424. Quickly, regarding hurricane preparedness and making sure that, as we saw what happened recently to the Virgin Islands with the hurricanes, just to make sure there's some level of resiliency and to harden infrastructure, what will you do to make sure that this marina has a solid hurricane preparedness plan?
John, would you like to answer that?
Yes, John Woods, Juridian Design Group. Well, Senator, what the intention is, certainly on the mooring side of the picture, anyone who is on a mooring will be instructed to leave and go to a safer site with inclement weather coming in. All of the boats on the wet slips will be removed and stored nearby. Might require an agreement with the adjacent landowner, but we feel we have enough open area to store any of the wet slip boats, because there are only 17 of them to store. And in terms of the structures themselves are all right now located above the required floodplain elevation. And of course, if you look at our drainage plan, we have included retention ponds that will take care of a lot of upland and even drainage within the site that at least should trap a lot of the sediment you usually get from these major storms. So those are some of the measures that we plan to utilize during the management of incoming inclement weather.
And my last question until I make some statements. It will be used as a fuel storage facility, so just to reassure us and the public to make sure there's some safeguards in place. How will it be stored? Where will it be located? Just give us an idea of that.
So between the initial CZM, the first public hearing that we had on this project, and based on commentary from neighbors, and the second public hearing, we elected to bury the fuel facility within underground concrete structures. And all of the piping related to it goes towards the south, away from any adjacent landowners nearby.
Those were the two things I just want to make sure that we place on the record. We know we're in a hurricane zone, and when it comes to fuel, we just want to make sure that it's properly stored, so to ensure the safety of everyone who's in the area. As far as bill number 35-0422, which speaks to the dock, can anybody let me know if there are any surrounding docks or docks of that kind in that area?
Yes, there are a few. I can see at least 2 residential docks out on Deck Point, which is right across from Cowpet Bay. And then there's, of course, the St. Thomas Yacht Club dock.
All right, awesome. So we're not reinventing the wheel, so we're basically...
No, we are not, Senator.
Okay. And as far as these 2 projects, Mr. President, I know we're not voting today, but I stand in full support of it. I don't see why we should not support these measures. It's going to bring in revenues. It's going to improve when it comes to our economic development in the U.S. Virgin Islands and our marine life. And I just hope and pray DPNR has the proper resources to enforce when need be. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Before we go to the next senator, I wanted to ask, one of the frequent complaints that come in of the marinas in general, but also in that area, is raw sewage floating in the bay. What is being done to mitigate or again to ensure on this project that we don't find ourselves with sewage?
Part of the design for the facility is the installation and management of a waste treatment pump out facility for vessels in the area. You're correct. Unfortunately, too many people empty their bilges into the bay. And we're hoping that with this facility there, certainly the people who are using the marina and the mooring field will be using the pump-out facilities, but the pump-out facility is designed for public access. So anyone in the bay can come and use the facility, which we believe would be a benefit to the bay generally.
Thank you for that response. At this time, we recognize Senator Angel Volquez Jr. for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, the measures in this block all offer some sort of economic development in some way, shape, or form. However, my question to the Commission of DPNR is from the other side of things. And Commission, I wanted to ask you, while I understand that you have to make some of these related lease prices appealing and attractive, how do you determine the figures? What is the matrix that you utilize to come about with these figures for the leases?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So by law, in our rules and regulations, there are 3 criteria for coming up with the fees. So the first is the value of the associated land, the appraised land value. For a commercial project, it is you have to use gross receipts. And then the third criteria, it just states blanketly that any other factor that the department deems to be pertinent.
And when last has that matrix or formula, if I may call it, been updated?
1993.
Very well. Because when I look at the leases, and, you know, again, I understand we have to make it attractive and appealing for investors. While I have no issues with economic development, I want to look at things from the other side, from the internal side on a government perspective, right? We're seeing a 20-year lease for $68,400. We're seeing a 20-year lease for $180,000. And we're seeing a 75-year lease for about $11.2 million. $1 million today isn't what it was 20 years ago, let alone in 75 years. So I look at it from that perspective because it concerns me as a lawmaker, and I want to make sure or assure that our people receive what is considered to be fair market value for the property that they own and deserve in our sector, public sector, sorry.
So if you read the term of the permit, Senator, the first 20 years is that $150,000 per year. So of the three factors that we have right now, we don't have gross receipts, right? There's an introductory price at $50,000 a year. That's during the construction phase where there will be no revenue being generated. So it was key to include as one of the terms in Section 7 of the permit, which is the fees section, that states that now, after 20 years, maybe it's 25, I believe it's 20, but that you have to go back and renegotiate the fees because at that point now we will have 20 years worth of gross receipts to actually base a more current market value on.
Okay, very well. I may have missed that. But nevertheless, I still think that we potentially could take a holistic look at how that is done moving on in the future because, as we know, inflation, the cost of living, a lot of those determining factors could also be an issue. Concerning the TPDES, the Territorial Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, how frequently is that monitored by the department?
It's actually monitored
30 seconds.
daily. So the applicant, once you are discharging, your machinery, your equipment does actual daily logs, and then you're required to submit your monthlies, your DMRs, which are the daily and monthly reports, to the department, and then also to the US EPA through a portal. And then our reviews are based on the information that are submitted to us through there.
Okay, very well. And for bill number 35-0424 concerning the area with the wave attenuator and storage and service yard, they're going to be also installing 68 additional moorings. Does the department believe that would be any concern with any maritime traffic in the area, being that there's also a close or nearby marina in the area? Do you believe it will still have this sort of, movability on the waterways and not cause any issues or problems?
Yes, Senator, we do. So the first thing that happens when we're looking at marinas of this size, so that would be something like this, something like American Yacht Harbor, Compass Point Marina, or even Yacht Haven Grand, the first thing you do is you identify where the traffic lane is. So usually that traffic lane is given about 75 feet of width so that vessels passing each other, turn around, those types of things. But once you identify the traffic lane itself, then you develop the rest of the plan from there.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes, Jr. Before we go on to the next senator, I wanted to ask, we didn't talk a lot about surveillance or security at the facility. Obviously, I coming from a law enforcement background, I'm always concerned about whether or not there will be some surveillance cameras installed there, a mechanism by which enforcement will be able to occur or cohabitate there so that we can ensure that, again, that there's protection, and especially for individuals that may try to get in to those facilities. What's being done to address security issues and concerns at the marina?
That's a great question, Senator. I think we've actually just began conversations with Customs and Border Patrol about possibly having a Customs and Border Patrol operation out of Latitude 18. And my understanding, talking to Chief Smith, is that there are going to be requirements from Customs and Border Patrol, and I'm certain that one of them is going to be security. Regardless, we will have security measures. I'm sure there'll be overnight security guards, patrols, and then security cameras.
Thank you very much for that. I look forward to that engagement. Senator Donovan Gregory, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask you for an additional 30 seconds because I need to ask my neighbor a quick question, and that's tied to the derelict boats that are currently in the harbor in Shaltamali and right behind the legislature. What's the status of those derelict vehicles being removed?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the contractor is actually ready to start the removal process. He took the mast off of the one that was resting on the streetlights earlier. We're still having a sewage leak issue that is happening right inside the harbor here, which is making it difficult for him to put his men in the water. So the one with the mast was the only one that actually has insurance, so we're not responsible, the GVI is not responsible for removing it. We are about to have our contract executed with the salvage contractor, and so there are 7 vessels, there's 6 other vessels that are included in that contract to start, and we're gonna start pulling them to our area in Crum Bay where they're going to be dismantled, but he does not want to endanger the health of his workers given the water quality situation here nearby. That's why he hasn't started with that piece other than the mast removal. We're trying to work with Waste Management Authority to see if we can have a workaround where the waste that is actually coming through, maybe it can be diverted somewhere else. But it's not coming through a normal waste channel. It's actually coming out through the stormwater apparatuses, which is because of overflow.
My 30 seconds up, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for your response. But I asked the question because I wanted to know whether or not the funding was available to get those derelict vehicles out of.
We haven't received the FEMA funding yet, but we're going to start with local funding to remove, and then our award should be in hand by January.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, very quickly. So we're going to go to Bill 0404. That's tied to the reverse osmosis plant, and 0422. My question very quickly around that is there any requirement for the testing of the ocean floor? The work that, what's her name, Amy Dempsey does any of that work is required there?
So there is, once it's discharging, Senator, you have to turn in your results of your TIPDs monthly. That's something
required.
that Mr. Coulartz and his firm do for a lot of clients.
Okay.
But so there will be active monitoring through that.
And where's the enforcement? Who's required to verify the
DPNR is.
You do?
Yes, our
okay.
water pollution control.
Okay, so that's my only concern there. And the fact that you already talked about and shared with us the fact that we have the Open Shoreline Act, and that I'm certain that there's enforcement around it. All right, so let's talk economic development. So the economic development for me is Bill 350424. And I just want to make it clear. This is, based on what I've read, and based on what I know as a Virgin Islander, this is a revitalization of an existing marina. I think that needs to be very clear, that this project is not a new project. It's actually revitalizing marina and the restaurant, etc., that we had there in before the storms and all the environmental impacts that we've had in the past. So is that, am I accurate on that?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, great.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay, very well. Okay, so I want to ask DPNR, because one of the things that I note in the discussion is that, so we have how many legal moorings currently in that area?
I'd say about In the area that is the least area, I'd say about 50, but
So
there are
that's the
more in
50.
the entire bay.
No problem. So they're 50. And is there a pump out station on the east end?
Not presently, no.
So where are they pumping their waste?
They are not.
They are not.
Well, we
How do
have
we
no
know?
evidence. We have no evidence that it is happening.
How much enforcement is taking place out there?
On that front, Senator, very little.
Very little. So we don't know. We truly don't know what's occurring on that end of the island. And this is why, we are of the opinion in our community a lot of times, and communities overall, that government should do everything. And when we have folks, businesses that show an interest in our communities and our economic development, we should not push back on them. So I want to make sure that we all understand that this not only assists with the economic development, but it also assists with the environmental impacts that we know that folks are pumping out there. We know it. We know that it's an issue. So I want to make sure I put my position on the record clearly. I did ask for extra 30 seconds. Mr. Chair? Thank you. All right, so I think you shared with us that when are we going to see, I mean, from a comprehensive perspective, what's going to happen first? Because you have the upland development, and then you have the moorings, and how is this going to be laid out? What are we going to see first?
I think we want to start generating some revenue, and I know that we've been in conversations with Offshore Marine about operating the marine services facility, so we want to get them up and running. So focus on the bulkhead, the haul out station, and then that upland marine services 10,000 square foot building, and then maybe a modest latitude 18 bar and grill, and start enjoying the site.
So very quickly, because I really don't want to abuse my time.
Senator,
So how many jobs, though, are we going to see created? One, with the development, and then after the development? Because I think that's important. I think you shared that there's a $29 million investment upfront for this work, and then there is an economic impact at the completion of about $7.8 million. So how many jobs are we looking at overall? Well, first for the development, and then after the development.
Thank you, Senator. According to Dr. Davies, I know the permanent jobs, I'm looking for the construction jobs. They will be 235 jobs during construction.
Could you,
235 jobs during construction.
235 jobs during construction, and after, what are you projecting?
Permanently, after construction, 98 jobs.
98 jobs. So we see the economic impact of this project, and all of us have worked on the revenue side of our budget. And we know that we have challenges with generating revenues, and it's always said that on this side of the House, which is the legislative side of the House, that we are not the best of generating revenues. But I'm here to report that when we approve matters like this, we are, in fact, generating revenues. So I am in full support of these measures that's before us today, particularly Bill number 35, that's 0424, because of the economic impact that is, you can't run away from it. It's in our faces. So if there are other challenges, then we need to address them. But from an economic perspective, I don't know that we have an option here. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll come to Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to piggyback off of what the previous speaker just mentioned, the $7.85 million, Attorney Dudley, that Dr. Davies arrived at as the annual economic impact figure, I just wanted to get a sense for the methodology that was used by Dr. Davies to arrive at that figure. What's all baked into that number?
The biggest component is the payroll. The people who are being paid directly by the developer, and then the indirect increase in employment by the services companies serving the marina. Then you have in addition to that, the gross receipts taxes, both for the marina itself and the companies that are servicing the operation. And then you have, of course, the income taxes, because we hope it's going to be profitable. And so we'll have the income taxes from both the marina and we also have, as Christina mentioned, we have businesses that are going to be locating there that will also be generating additional economic impact.
Okay, thank you. How will increased traffic to the marina be managed, particularly during peak tourist season?
Well, we're improving the road, first of all, so that it'll be a wider, better maintained road from the public road to the marina itself. Beyond that, you'll just have the normal regulations of the road. We're not going to provide a police service on the public road, but we will make sure that, because it is in our direct economic interest to have proper access to the road will be maintained.
Okay, fair enough. Just in terms of Red Hook operations, is there any thinking as to how that will impact, how the new marina will impact Red Hook ferry operations?
I've had direct conversations with Director Dow of the Port Authority and with his marine manager, and they are satisfied that this marina will not have an impact on either their car barge ferry nor the passenger ferry out of the Port terminal. And as Christina mentioned, to the extent that we're in conversations with CBP, Customs Border Protection, we believe that will be an amenity that will be enhanced. I don't know if you've ever looked at the Port Authority's website. They are talking about putting in a clearance facility as a part of their master plan for FedEx Terminal. To the extent that they do that, we will be working cooperatively with them on our side of the bay. And to the extent that they don't get that done, we are in conversation with CBP about locating a facility at our marina.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
So I think that addresses your concern.
Of the jobs that you mentioned, I know you mentioned 200 plus jobs during the construction phase, and I think 90-something permanent jobs. What percentage of these jobs during both phases will be local jobs?
I can't give you a precise breakdown.
Local residents.
Yeah, the people the permanent jobs will all be local. The construction jobs, to the extent that we have to bring in specialists for either the dredging or the marine engineering, those will be temporary jobs, and some of those may be non-local, but the majority of the workforce will be local.
Okay. My final question, how will you manage potential conflicts between existing mooring holders and new users in the managed mooring field?
We have had a number of, we've had meetings with the Charter Boat League, for example, and because some of those people actually live aboard. And one of the things that my friend here, the commissioner, insisted was that we make sure we accommodate his legal, valid moorings in the mooring field. And so built into the CZM permit is the requirement that any permit that has been approved by his department, both in terms of it being illegally licensed and appropriately environmentally constructed, that those moorings are allowed to stay. And if they have to be moved, for example, there are maybe some moorings where the docks are going, they will be moved at the developer's expense, not at the expense of the boat owner.
Excellent. Mr. Chair, one final question. You mentioned early in your testimony, Attorney Dudley, that the project was substantially scaled back from the initial application. And I'd like to get a sense as to what were you seeking before versus what you're asking for now?
Senator, I'm going to have to ask Christina and John Woods to answer that because they hired me after that.
Okay, after the fact.
That's a great question. Thank you, Senator. Our original proposal was much more acreage. It was much more significant acreage. It did have frontage on Vessa Beach, and it was a larger Latitude 18 and Marina facility. It was actually a 3-story structure with a pool deck on top. It was unnecessarily fancy. I think it gave the wrong image, and I think it isn't what the community needs, and it probably wouldn't be the best thing for us as investors either. So we listened to the community, we listened to the feedback, we scaled back, we have no frontage on Vessa Beach itself, and what the design that we're seeing today is a much more modest, laid-back marina that's really a revitalization.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your line of question, and thank you for considering the concerns that was raised by those that oppose. So oppose is not always a bad thing. I think it helps keep all of us earnest and be able to work within the confines. So I appreciate you being able to modify and make a difference. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Maurice James for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I doubt I will need the full 5 minutes because by the time it got to me, a lot of the questions I were going to ask were asked. But I was curious in one area, and that had to do with the Coakley Bay reverse osmosis. What's the source of the water right now for this residence and this estate?
The current source, there are 2 existing permitted wells on site.
So once the reverse osmosis process starts, the wells then will no longer be used, or what will the wells benefit actually, because that's the ground, right? From this new process that you're going to use.
Yes, correct. The wells will no longer be used. They'll be probably maintained. If to abandon a well requires closing, casing it off, things like that. So they'll probably maintain that, but not draw. And it will benefit, the aquifer will benefit from no longer drawing that water.
Right, I was thinking about that. That's one of the benefits that we're not realizing. In terms of the I am not a user of Coakley Bay, but I know from the time I was a child, there have been people using that traditionally all year, and I'm not exactly sure, but maybe you can provide me with the information. Would this affect those people who go and use the that Bay area? I'm not familiar with how far the distance. Does that affect them in any way in terms of the quality of the water or use of that bay?
So as I mentioned previously before, Senator, the installation will be below ground at the beach level, so beachgoers will not be affected. In terms of swimming, it's very low profile. For the discharge,
that's what I was referring to.
It will be super saline water, and so there's a diffuser structure to allow for a mixing zone to blend it, and then it would come back to ambient conditions very quickly from there. So maybe if you were to swim very, very close to the discharge, really what you will have is very super saline water. But the idea is even more protective of the environment, the benthic habitat there. That diffuser structure will essentially disperse that mixing to ambient conditions very quickly.
And thank you for that. I was a little concerned about that. This is just it's more of a question based on my thinking. Of one person with this reverse osmosis, I think in both cases, there's the other residents that's going to do that too. Is it that there was just not sufficient water to satisfy their use, and in terms of rainfall, there were no cisterns? Is that the case? So there was a need then. It was just a need for the private owner. In terms of the amount of quantity,
1 minute, 30
of water
seconds.
that they use?
Yes, that's correct. The site is pretty large. It's about 11 acres or so. So is a significant actually amount used for irrigation, and then there are pools, things like that. So the wells, the draw that they have from the wells, they could still pull, but again, the concern of overdrawing and causing saltwater intrusion was there.
Okay, great. That's good to know. I don't know if the other.
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Senator. I think for us, the actual house is located 40 feet above sea level. And so there was a concern. The engineers raised the concern and suggested the opportunity to add a small intake line so that we could just provide water to the boat, clean down the boat without having to pump water back and forth, up and down, in like a minimum impact zone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm in support of all three projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. And next, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Thank you. Please recognize the mic, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on the question from the chairwoman of the Education Committee, Bill 350404. So you're going to rely less on the wells, but you're still going to have the capacity to use the wells, right? That's what you're saying?
There is the capacity to use the wells, but they will almost never use it. The only time they would ever use it if, say, a severe hurricane came through and damaged or incapacitated the seaward intake structure. Otherwise, it will provide, certainly for now and in the future, everything they need.
Okay, but that's my concern, right? Because discharging the brine into the ocean as opposed to not discharging the brine, to me, I would prefer if you use the well water, there's no brine discharge into the ocean. So I thought that this was like, can serve your needs, but I didn't realize that you were going to just discontinue the well system. Is the well water good? What's the problem? What's the problem? Is there any problem with the well water?
So the well water is brackish, and even with relatively fresh water, well water, when it goes through an RO, there is some reject water, which is considered as brine, but it might be high in other mineral content. So no matter what, as it runs through an RO, it does have discharge. So there's not too much of a change in terms of conditions for that.
Okay, so bill number 35-0422. This here is the private boat dock. What was the approximate cost? I didn't get that number to do the mooring, the whole project. What is the approximate cost on that one there? The investment, total value of investment?
For the private dock, we actually just received an estimate, and it's just about $800,000.
Okay. Okay, so I want to go to bill number 35-0424, we went out there, we took a look at the site, I count 71 boats in the water out there, 71 boats. So DPNO, I got a two-part question for you. I'm going to ask you if those boats are required to go somewhere to pump out, and if they, in your opinion, if they are actually complying with that pump out requirement.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So, first, not every single vessel has a holding tank, right? So, of those 71, they may not. There is no absolute requirement for pumping out. What the law does says you're required to either pump out or go out to the 3-mile mark for discharge. We do not have a public pump out facility in the territory. There are a few marinas where we have, by special condition, ordered that they keep a slip available for pump out for the public. One at Compass Point, is the most recent one at Crown Bay. However, we know that the Crown Bay pump out facility has not been working for a number of years. Again, the applicant has offered to also keep a slip dedicated for pump out as well. But we need to create the availability of pump out places in order for us to then move towards a regulation for mandating pump out.
So then, I know you don't know for sure, but there exists the possibility that some of those 71 yachts, and I have it here, all of these little white dots, all of these little white dots here is boats out there. So, but there is a possibility that they may be violating environmental regulations by just letting the stuff out in the ocean.
That is correct.
See that? Well, sir, Popa. So, and what is the total cost of the investment in this project here?
Time.
We are anticipating anywhere between $20 million and $39 million per the latest estimates.
That's awesome. I haven't made up my mind on any of these, but at the appropriate time, I will be voting on these. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Kenny Gittins, Majority Leader, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Senator.
I mean, come on, we're in the Virgin Islands. Now, Commissioner Oriel, thank you so much for your honesty regarding little to no enforcement out there in that area as we discuss 0424. And I'm going to spend my time there because I'm not too concerned about the others. I just want some assurance with 424. And hopefully you just glide here with me, okay? Because you're in this arena too long for you to begin so and see when we ask you questions. But on page 4 of the PowerPoint presentation from Attorney Dudley mentioned the sunken and derelict vessels, which you fully well know is a concern for me. And back in November 15th, you got that letter I sent to you?
Yes.
Okay, because I have a copy right here to give you again. I really want your feedback because I want to be able to help you. Like you said, little to no enforcement out there for whatever reason. Now we're going to put this in the hands of private individuals where we're talking about even privatizing the moorings. When I saw the pictures up there with the stuff in the water and whatnot, I mean, whose responsibility would it be to go out there and clean that up?
Senator, it falls on the department if the owner of the vessels is either we are unable to locate them or if they don't have the means to do it.
So the piece of legislation I'm trying to get you to look at with regards to mooring and anchoring of vessels and houseboats by adding a new section to mandate that these boats that are mooring and our moorings are properly insured, so that right now if you go outside the legislature here, I think we have like 4 of them out here.
Correct.
And I'm saying that, let me ask you, the 4 boats that are right out here, are they insured?
Only one.
Only one. And why the one that is insured isn't moved?
Because the water quality right now is unsuitable for the salvage operation to get in the water and remove the vessel.
And the insurance is going to take care of that?
That one vessel, yes.
And whose responsibility will it be for the other 3?
It will be DPNR's.
Exactly. So we need to ensure that we
have a comeback with these, they need to be insured. Agreed?
That's one way to do it, Senator.
Okay, one way. At least I'm trying to find a solution here.
Correct.
So that we could get some help. All right? Now, and I'm really concerned about
1
that
minute, 30
little to
seconds.
no enforcement out there, because we don't know where they're throwing their waste. And people, I don't know if they still do, but people used to fish out there in that area. Now, again, I know it was asked at least twice or 3 times before, but I want to be clear, because I understand the economic value and benefit of the project, but at the same time, I have to be responsible and ensuring the safeguards of the greater community. Now, out there, do you intend to restrict access to the shoreline out there by way of either a gate or hiring gatekeepers later? And I want this answered again because I want the record to be clear. So that if in the event in the future there's a question, because the laws are made here, but the interpretation goes to the court. But I want when the courts come for this record that it is made clear on your intentions of any restrictions, if any, with a gate or gatekeepers.
On the record, Senator, there is no such intention. There will be no gate. There will be no gatekeepers.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because you know, as we look at it, and I'll close here, almost every usable beach here on the island of St. Thomas either has a hotel development or charges money for access or is otherwise inaccessible for the people of these islands. So I just want to ensure that later on, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, it's not an issue. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and at the appropriate time, I will vote on these measures. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Request?
Go ahead.
One request, Mr. Chair, directly to my good friend, Commissioner Oriol. Can I get your word that we're going to work on this?
Yes, Senator.
All right, we'll do it for next term, but please review that so we could handle that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll go to, a point of information, Senator Balkes.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information stems from the previous senator's inquiry surrounding law enforcement. And Commissioner, I spoke to you maybe about a week ago, and thank you for always picking up my phone calls. And it was relative to enforcement, because we know that we know that the VIFMs and the department of the police department will have maritime vessels for emergency response. And the query that I indicated with you was if, in fact, there was a law in place mandating that any slips would be available for government use. You told me no, but now I'd like to inquire for the developers. Would you be susceptible or open to being under a MOU of some sort, providing the VIPD or VIFMs to utilize some slips? Because right now they're actually having a very, very difficult time trying to find somewhere to put their vessels. So I just wanted to put that on the record. If it's something that you would consider, I would really appreciate it. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Balkes. Were you expecting a response?
Yes,
Attorney
Senator.
Dudley?
Mr. Chairman, yes. It is a matter that we will consider. It's been under discussion with my client.
We'll take it under advisement.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time. Please recognize the mic of the Madam Secretary.
Thank you so kindly, media and Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. We've been having a long day of questioning of individuals who have come before us today relative to some rezoning. So now this afternoon, we are looking at some CZM permit. I will begin with bill number 35, that's 0404, and this is for the Coakley Plantation LLLP for your reverse osmosis property. Now, I wanted to get with you and understand clearly how you're going to handle the discharge of the brine. How are you going to handle it? Is it going to go directly into the ocean without any treatment before?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner, will the brine that is being discharged into the ocean be required to have a certain level, or is just going to be discharged directly without any federal or local requirements on it?
No. So the way it works, Senator, is the operation for most reverse osmosis, right? So there's two things that happens when you pull water and then discharge it for reverse osmosis. One, it becomes hypersaline. That's and then you have an elevated temperature to it. What most reverse osmosis plants do is they actually draw more water than they need to be processed, and then they spit back out with that excess water to lower the brine concentration and also level the ambient temperature. And then most of them are also designed so that there is a mixing zone before that current then pulls them out.
Okay.
So that's typically how a brine reverse osmosis would work, and it helps by pulling in more water than you actually need.
Okay, and so I'm happy if it wasn't asked about the process that you were able to explain, if it wasn't asked before, and it may have, that you explain the process so that there is a minimal adverse impact to the environment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I don't have any issues with that. I want to then skip on to, because it's the same thing here except with the other from Madison Investors 5 LLC. You also are proposing to install a reverse osmosis. Is your reverse osmosis going to be similar or the same model as described by Commissioner Oriole?
Yes, very similar.
It's okay. And this dock, how long is it replacing an existing dock, or is this going to be a new dock?
This is a new dock.
Okay. And are there any endangered species like turtle nesting area? Is this a sandy area?
There's no turtle nesting. My understanding is now conchs are an endangered species, so we do have to take care of any conchs that we find near the site.
Well, we could help you take care of that, Senator.
You can send some to my house.
Yeah. We could help you take care of some of the conchs.
And then there is endangered hard bottom, but it's not in the direct area of the site. We've snorkeled it several times. We've done several studies, so the actual area of the site is clear.
Okay, good. And finally, I wanted to touch on the Latitude 18 development. Now, I didn't read it in your testimony, Attorney Dudley. What exactly are you going to be storing? What type of storage are you going to be doing?
It's boat storage. In other words, there are recreational boats that will come out of the water, and you will have a storage building.
Okay, how many boats do you propose in storing there?
John?
This is the first time you're speaking for the day? How many boats are you proposing to store?
John Woods. Actually, the boats on land will be on racks, and the storage building will actually be used for storage related to the marine operations as well as minor repairs.
Okay, you still haven't answered my question.
57.
57 boats you're going to be storing on land there.
Correct.
That's a big facility. How is your parking looking? How many parking spots are you going to have there to accommodate your clients who are
There's a total of 84 parking spaces. We went through the tabulation based on parking requirements required by code that it's 76 spaces total required by code, so we're 8 spaces over that.
Okay, now are you going to, Mr. Chairman, if I may, one question. Are you going to have any fuel storage in that location as well?
Yes, we have a buried concrete chamber that will have fuel cells in
Okay,
it.
how close is it to the I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, he said something that triggered another question in my mind. How close is it going to be to the shoreline?
Oh, very far from the shoreline.
No, well,
I don't know how many feet.
Several hundred feet.
Several hundred feet.
It's by the entrance to the site. It's inland.
several hundred, okay, and you can't give specific how many, how far away is it going to be from the shoreline?
We don't have a dimension.
I don't have the dimension on it, but she's correct. It's a couple hundred feet.
Is there going, one final question, and this to Commissioner Oriole, because you're going to be, your department is going to be charged with the permitting and all of that for the storage of the underground fuel tanks, because that's what it is. What would be their, how far back would they need to have those fuel tanks from the shoreline? Because that's one of the issues I have.
Senator, so actually for the storage of fuel, there isn't a specific requirement, but the
you can put it in as a condition.
It can be over 100. So it is over 100 feet. The width of the property is larger than that, and that's where there actually is. Or you know what? Hold on, Ben, help me out there, because you used to run that program. But
I think the director is actually trying to measure it right now.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up the map for you, Senator, so we can give you the specific difference. But so there is a requirement for anything that's closer within 100 feet of a water body. You have to get approval from the department for.
Right.
But that's not necessarily on the UST. That's on other storage. But similar thing would apply. Anything within 100 feet. This is over 100 feet. We're going to pull up the number here.
Okay, beautiful.
And give it to you.
Okay, Mr. Hebert, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Senator, straight line distance roughly.
From the shoreline?
Yes, from the shoreline, 978 feet.
900, okay. 78?
978, and that's just approximate.
Okay.
It's really approximate.
All right. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency for me to ask those quick questions. I appreciate it deeply. Thank you kindly for your responses as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. And next, we'll recognize Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice Chair, for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to all.
Good
and I'm going to start my line of questioning from the bottom up. Let's go to Bill number 35-0424. And I have several questions based on the testimonies presented. I know you spoke to the abandoned Latitude 18 and the reinvestment that's being put forth of some $20 to $39 million. That's a big, big deal. That's a huge investment. I know it was spoke to in the testimony in terms of the revised size and scale of the project that was scaled back. Can you tell me what the original scope was in terms of size and scale of this project? Where was it at, and where have you put it to in terms of scaling back?
I think first the acreage of and good afternoon, Senator. I think the acreage of the site was about double. So it was about 12 acres. We reduced it to 6 acres. The actual structure for the Latitude 18 bar and grill and the marina services, that was a very large, I think it was like 35,000 square foot, 3-story structure with a pool on the 3rd floor. Most of the other components remained the same. And it was also intended for much larger vessels. It was just a much more luxury marina, and we scaled it back in scale and in scope.
And it had not affected your investment in terms of return on investment much, correct?
I think we will see a much more positive return because of that scaled back approach.
Okay, very well. And I also heard in the testimony in respect to the first 3 years of $50,000 payment. What happened after the 3 years? Term have expired? How will you determine what amount would be?
No, it goes up to $150,000 per year, Senator.
Okay, very well. And also, I heard 75 years of credit. Can you expand on that, please? Because
No,
I
the
was not
term
sure.
of the permit itself is
75
75 years.
Let me finish. I know you're anxious, but let me finish. So say that again. I just want to have clarity. That's all. What you said?
The life of the permit itself is a 75-year permit.
Lease. Okay, very well. Okay, because I know you said you have 58 mooring fields. How many mooring fields you have?
In this, I believe it's 68.
Oh, 68.
68 moorings.
Okay.
As part of the field.
Okay, very well. I love this investment. It's a very good investment to the territory and in the marine industry space, because there's more developments like these and investment like these we need to have here in the territory. This is huge. And I appreciate also the pump house for the solid waste station. That's necessary. As was stated, we need more of those. We don't have enough, if any. And also what you're doing with the estate road to assure that it's maintained. You're going to maintain it, and as a matter of fact, you're going to actually improve it by the end of the development, correct?
Correct. We have to improve it to provide access to the facility, and once the facility is built, we want to make sure that the users have comfortable access to the property.
Let me go to another phase and another part of my line of questioning. For such a large investment in the marine space, how many jobs are we speaking to, and what type of job can we look forward to in the space when it comes to this development?
It's 98 permanent jobs, 236, I think, jobs during construction.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
How many doing construction, you said?
236 approximately during construction.
Okay, and what type of jobs the permanent jobs are for our local people in terms of what type of job and pay scale we're speaking to?
Depending on which of the uses of the facility, you'll have marine-related jobs with the boat storage, with the marine facilities. The restaurant will have typical restaurant, associated employment, and the dock management will all be a part of the complement of employees.
Okay, very well. Good to know. And as noted in your testimony, all of the environmental concerns were addressed.
Yes.
Okay, very well. And let me speak to Bill number 35.0422 briefly in respect to the dock and the reverse osmosis intake line. To me, that also is necessary. I must say, though, that in the marine space, I look forward to more and more investment and projects in that space because we have a long way to go. We got some catching up to do. But nonetheless, I support all of these bills in this block, and I look forward to voting in the affirmative. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you guys for your investment, and thank you for your responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. In today's newspaper, there was a mention that this project also helped to almost completely deprive all Sintonians and its guests the opportunity to enjoy Bessa Beach and the Virgin Islands National Park, which go hand in hand with each other very nicely. How do we respond to that?
That is the... when I first read that article this morning, Senator, I first said, I don't believe that the reporter who wrote that article read the permit. If you just, the opening part talks about the number of moorings. That's wrong. The number of moorings is smaller. When you talk about the access, that's wrong. You read in the permit the conditions for the improvements of the road and maintenance of the road during the construction and the repavement of the road at the end of construction. So, as I said, I don't think whoever wrote that thing actually read the terms of the permit. And as I've said here now on the record a couple of times, there is no intention to block any public access to this facility. And in fact, we have specifically committed to having public parking spaces for the public to be able to use the facility. There is no impediment to use the beach. I don't know how else I can say it more plainly.
Yes. I just, again, I think it's important that we provide an avenue where if there's opposition, if there's individuals with concern, that then we, whether it's going to be town hall meetings, public hearings or whatever, give them an opportunity so that those issues and concerns that have been raised could certainly be debunked or addressed. So I'm hoping that as we continue in this process, I'm sure that with the time period that's going to take for development, Ms. Blackburn have already indicated over a 3 to 5 year, 4-year period that there will be a lot of concerns raised, and I just hope that we create an avenue that individuals could certainly, those concerns could be vetted and addressed.
So, Mr. President, can I just, I'd like to take the opportunity to respond also.
Absolutely.
So first, it's to recognize that the department did see where there were a lot of people, a lot of comments that were coming in about this project. And so we'd not held one public hearing, we actually held 2. All right? Second is, again, it's about what's the feasible accesses, right? So here it is from the seaward side, we identified wanting to enhance the ability for the public to use even VESUP, and the applicant actually has agreed to install a small dinghy dock and also to put the ingress and egress markers on there. And then the driving access that goes to VESUP is still available each and every single day. The department has been in conjunction with the Department of Public Works and the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, has in fact been looking at the area, the government-owned portion of VESUP, to see how we can enhance and probably make more parking spaces. Again, it's a limited amount of space. We've been actually talking to an adjacent landowner as well to see if we can work out an MOU so that we can create more parking spaces. But, we, through this development, are actually trying to promote more access from the water. And then on the landward side, there is no impediment that would impede somebody from accessing VESUP at all.
Again, obviously, we see the state of that place currently. We see the derelict vessels. We see the conditions of the facility, the fact that latitude 18 has been abandoned for quite some time now, and we haven't heard any complaints about those. But the minute that you talk about developing and starting to improve those things, then individuals come out of woodworks, and we just don't want to discount that. I believe that we need to address it, but show them by documentation, by having a discussion with them how things will be improved and how their concerns will be addressed. So I'm happy to entertain or continue to entertain that. I got a few emails that came in for full disclosure, but there were also quite a few emails in support of this project. So I will be supporting the project moving forward, and I also encourage my colleagues to do the same thing. I'll allow for a 30 minutes closing if there's no other burning questions on any of my colleagues. Any burning questions? None? Caller J. Joseph, you recognize for your burning question?
Yes. Just to follow up with what the chairman stated, Commissioner Oriole, along the process with this CZM zone permit, will the public have other opportunities to give input and to voice their concerns? Is there any other further hearings and the like?
No, Senator. The CZM process was the one.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear because I'm familiar with it, and that's the last breath of it. Thank you.
Very well. At this time, again, we'll do closing comments, and we'll start off with you, Mr. Benjamin Coulartz.
Sure. Again, thank you, everybody, for your time today. Coakley Plantation LLP appreciates it all, and they just want to move forward with the project, and will certainly be in compliance with all laws and regulations. So, again, appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Woods?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this development project. Just one small caveat I'd like to add, since I go back to the beginning of this project, even before Christina and certainly George. we modified this permit 3 times and reduced the size every time based on comments from the public.
Thank you. Thank you. Attorney Moskowitz.
Thank you, Senator, and members of the legislative staff and 35th. We appreciate the time that you've taken to hear us out and look at the documents submitted in support of 555 Madison Investors dock and osmosis plans. We look forward to your favorable recommendations on those and looking forward to working with this body even more in the future. Thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Keep bringing those in development, and we'll be working together. Keep them coming. Ms. Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, senators. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for everyone sitting here, the commissioner and the director. I really appreciate everything you said about these projects, and we're really excited to get started with both of them.
Thank you. Attorney Dudley. You've been spending a lot of time here lately, yeah?
I want to thank all of you this afternoon and for last Thursday. I'm really excited about Latitude 18. It has been an eyesore at Red Hook for the last 30 years. Yes. Any tourist who goes to the Fredericks dock to go across to St. John sees that eyesore. And the casual boater who comes into Red Hook risks the situation with those pilings. I think it is going to be a tremendous benefit to the territory to have Latitude 18 restored, rebuilt, and contributing positively to the community. So I thank all of you. I thank the commissioner. I will tell you, he put me through my paces on this exercise, but you know, but I appreciated it because I think we wound up with a very good permit with appropriate conditions that I feel very comfortable with and proud for the facility that's going to exist there within the next 4 years. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. When you get the commissioner's approval, you have met all the necessary requirements.
Well, except yours.
So when you get his approval, that's it. Director Hibbert.
Thank you, Senator. As always, we're grateful for the opportunity and your questions. I'll defer to the Commissioner for the last.
Yeah, he can have his turn. He wraps it up. Commissioner, can you put a bow on this? Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to thank the 35th Legislature. This is my first committee of the whole in a while, so good to see all of you here. But no, I mean, two of the projects are, I believe, fairly straightforward, and again, it's just meeting the needs, the water resources needs of those particular land holdings. But on the larger piece, I think all of you have referenced it well in terms of the economic investment and finding a partner who's willing to invest in the territory. Governor Bryan has pushed a marine objective for quite some time, and this also meets a second agenda item, which is removing blight from the territory. And so the requests that are before you today handle that. In addition, I think that it goes without saying that there are two aspects of our community that actually will be benefited by this project. The first is local boaters, because space is a premium. Not everybody has access to being able to get out to a vessel on a mooring. And so although it's only 17 wet slips, it's still a number of spaces that are dry docked, and there are a number of people who want to be able to invest locally in boat storage or storing their boats and having that recreational opportunity and being able to launch. And the second is building a transient boating community, inviting other persons to feel that they can come to the USVI for a complete tour and not necessarily have to go and spend a whole bunch of time and a whole lot more money in the BVI to have a complete boating experience. So being able to meet the needs not only locally but of our transient visitors as well, getting rid of blight and increasing the economic input of the territory, I think that this project is a win-win for the territory overall, and I look forward to your favorable consideration of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank certainly the work that has been done by the government in pushing this project forward, or private developers. A lot of times I think that the partnership is significant. We can't do without you. We get accused of having blight and a third world appearance. And when we do try to make those impacts, we certainly get the pushback. But, I believe that we have to continue to lend the ear to those voices of concern to make sure that their concerns are addressed as well. But I believe that this project is certainly a win-win, and we look forward to the development, and I look forward to supporting it. I want to thank you very much. At this time, we'll take a 3-minute recess, and when we come back, we'll go towards our comprehensive land and water use plan. The committee of the whole stands at recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of the Whole of December 17, 2024 is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the next and final item on today's agenda.
The discussion on the draft comprehensive land and water use plan. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And Nathan Kelly, AICP, President, Horsley Witten Group, Inc. This concludes the reading of this last item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We go to the testifiers as they have already been seated. Real quickly, Commissioner, up in my check. Put your name.
Good afternoon, Senator. Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Director Hibbert.
Good afternoon, Senator. Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, DPNR.
Leah Laplace Matthews.
Good afternoon, Leah Laplace Matthew, DPNR Territorial Planner.
Mr. Kelly.
Good afternoon, Nathan Kelly, President, Horsley Witten Group, Consultant to DPNR.
Mr. Woods.
Good afternoon, John Woods, Juridian Design Group, Sub-Consultant to Horsley Witten.
Very well. Thank you all very much for being here. And again, we have had the long-awaited discussion in regards to the VI, Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. We're very excited to hear where we're at with that. So, Commissioner, we recognize you for your testimony at this time.
Thank you. And good day, Senate President Francis, other members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. With me today are Mr. Marlon Hibbert, Director of my Coastal Zone Management Division, Mrs. Leah Laplace Matthew, our DPNR Territorial Planner, Mr. Nate Kelly, President of the Horsley Witten Group, and Mr. John Woods, Managing Member of the Juridian Design Group. We are pleased to be before you today at the Chair's request to present an update on the DPNR's efforts to formulate a comprehensive land and water use plan submitted to the Legislature for its consideration and action. Virgin Islands Code Title III, Section 402A established the Division of Planning within DPNR in 1987. One of the duties of the Planning Office, as specified on the Virgin Islands Code Title III, Section 402C, is to prepare and upon legislative approval and have in continuous process of revision the long-range comprehensive plan of the U.S. Virgin Islands, or more commonly known as a comprehensive land and water use plan. The legislation states that the plan shall identify and stress island-wide goals, objectives, and opportunities, and then lists a number of factors to be considered in the establishment of the plan. Over the years, I've heard a number of things attached to the comp plan, but I would like to review what our comp plan is. It is a shared vision for the USVI's future that helps us make decisions about what new development looks like and where it happens, how we balance competing uses for our land and waters, how to protect environmentally sensitive areas, waters, coastlines, and historic sites, prioritizing future investment in community service and infrastructure, and it seeks to ensure that the land use decision-making process is fair, equitable, and consistent. The comp plan itself is not a regulatory tool, but rather a framework for how we make decisions. It shall provide long-range guidance for the physical, economic, and social development of the territory. DPNR started our process for completing a comprehensive plan in October of 2022 with a series of intergovernmental meetings to ensure we received buy-in for the effort and would be coordinating with other agency plans, such as transportation plans, agriculture plans, housing plans, to name a few. We then began a series of public engagement town halls in February of 2023, followed by town halls in July and November of 2023, and then most recently in June of 2024. Over 1,500 residents participated in the town halls over the last 18 months. In addition to the town halls, DPNR engaged with 92 volunteers across the territory who have assisted with the process in 3 working groups representing St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, ensuring local input along the way. We have maintained a online presence at www.planusvi.com, where we have kept all of our documents and directed our sign-up list of over 700 residents as we updated our materials. We began the engagement process by asking our stakeholders to summarize where they think we are now and tell us what is important to them, what must be preserved. In our second round of town halls, we asked our residents to tell us what issues need to be addressed. Some of the more common themes that we heard were no more spot zoning, eliminating the 2-tier permitting system, more local control over land use decisions, the protection of our beaches, guts, access to the shoreline, groundwater and drinking water, and making it easier and safer for people to walk, and then prioritize enforcement laws and regulations. In the third round of town halls, we took the information from the first 2 rounds and developed guiding principles and policy directions and some preliminary goals. We brought these goals to the community, along with a visual example of each district of what locations could look like, incorporating some of these policy recommendations. The feedback was key in informing the department as to whether we were capturing the vision of the community or if we indeed needed to reset. Thankfully, we received positive feedback and we continued to move forward. For our fourth round of town halls, we developed 4 guiding themes for the comprehensive plan: making better land and water use decisions, protecting our natural resources, preparing for a more sustainable future, and living and thriving together. And goals, policies, and strategies under each theme. These are the components of our plan. At our last round of town hall meetings, we engaged the public on 2 issues. First, to provide feedback on island-specific strategies, and second, to provide feedback on the policies and strategies for at least 2 thematic areas, or as many as could be collected as time permitted. The in-person exercise was also intended to be a training for the community to then provide additional feedback on the thematic areas not commented on during the in-person meeting through our website. From August to September, we reviewed all of the comments submitted. In October, we released the draft VI Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan for public comment through December 5th, 2024. Over the last week, we reviewed and incorporated these comments, and now we present the VI Comprehensive Plan and Water Use Plan to the 35th Legislature for approval pursuant to Virgin Islands Code Title III, Section 402C. While we focus on establishing the framework or vision for the plan, we would also like to acknowledge the island-specific recommendations that were derived from our communities for each of the main islands. For example, on St. John, there is an emphasis on establishing or re-establishing government services on government-owned property and a desire to enhance Cruz Bay as a walkable town. On St. Croix, there are many more specific opportunities identified, from maximizing the potential for our food sovereignty to capitalizing fully on the National Heritage Area designation, highlighting the vast potential of the island. And lastly, for St. Thomas, with the limiting factor being the availability of land, the focus of the community is the redevelopment of our areas, incorporating a mix of uses, but using a watershed approach to alleviate some of the historical problems, such as flooding. At this time, we would like to note that this iteration of the comp plan differs from previous attempts, as the past efforts included new zoning, subdivision, and earth change regulations, and was also accompanied by new land and water use maps. Those iterations focused on the intensity of the uses, rather than what we have based this plan on, the establishment of a framework with the guiding principles. Once adopted, the department will embark strategically on updating laws and regulations that coincide with the framework to be adopted. There will be scenario planning and lots of renderings, which will then result in the development of maps to reflect the zoning amendments and variances agreed upon. I would like to conclude by thanking my staff who have been diligently working on this project from the draft of the request of the proposals to where we are presently. First, we thank Mr. Keith Richards, Mr. Marlon Hibbert, Mrs. Leah Laplace Matthew, Ms. Hillary Lohman, and most recently, Ms. Josette Walker, having truly been a driving force within the department pushing this initiative forward. I would like to thank the Horsley Witten Group and their local team for all the work done thus far on the plan. I would like to also thank Ms. Nicole Tyson of NT Media for leading the promotion of the town halls. And lastly, I would like to thank the people of the Virgin Islands for providing their voice to this process. All along the way, we have stated that we wanted this to be our comp plan, and we are appreciative of the support and input along the way. This has been a truly amazing, inclusive experience, and I am grateful for all the comments and dialogue that I've engaged with in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to present this update, and my team and I are here to answer your questions to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Anyone else will be making any presentation?
No.
Just open to questions?
Yep.
All right, very well. And we've come a long way. You know, again, I remember this whole discussion dating many years back. Back in the days with Keith Richards and Joan Harrigan, Farrelly, back in the 90s. You know, it was 90s for me. And as well as, I know, fast forward to that, in the 33rd Legislature, certainly as former Senator Alicia Barnes was a major pusher on this particular issue, as well as Senator Gittins, that have often indicated every time we had a zoning hearing that when is this land and water use plan coming, so we don't have to deal with this here at the legislature. So we're delighted to get it to this point, and the good thing I must say is that there were certainly a lot of public input, and the way that you guys rolled it out and gave everyone an opportunity to be able to weigh in territory-wide on this plan was very instrumental and encouraging. So at this time, what I would like to do is perhaps I'll open up the floor to a 3-minute round to my colleagues. If you need more time, we could certainly consider it for questioning, and we'll start off with. So I'll quickly start off. What is the next step in your mind and opinion? What is the next step in regards to the implementation of the comprehensive land and water use plan?
Thank you, Senator. So the first step after today is the approval of the plan during the session coming up before the end of the month. But once we get the approval, there are a number of things that we've spoken about along the way that we've identified as first step wins. We have charted some things that are immediate actions that we can undertake to bring before the 36th Legislature. If you recall, some of you will recall, back in 2014, we presented to this body a couple of zoning amendments to actually soften the rigidity of the table of permitted uses to adopt the form-based code. We presented that in 2014, and then we presented it again in 2015 under former Commissioner Don Henry. We did have a couple of meetings with the Committee of the Whole back in that time frame, but we would say that about 90% of what we had presented to the legislature back then still holds true with what we were doing here today in terms of compatibility with our goals and policies, and just need a little bit of cleanup. But so our zoning use table, all of your constituents who call and ask, how can we fix my neighbor having 60 chickens type of deal? Those are the things that some definitions get cleaned up, some enforceable policies get cleaned up, and we can identify or have identified those already to take place within the first 2 years of adoption where we would go. There is a little bit more planning that we can also do within the first 2 years, we see, particularly on the agriculture reform. But fees and fines, communication with agriculture a little bit more, and updating our enforcement provisions are the first things that we've identified to take place within 1 to 2 years.
So in terms of what will be the process for an applicant moving forward, they'll petition DPNR, and what will happen at that point once we have designated and passed the legislation?
So passing this does not change any of the existing policies, procedures, or the existing regulatory controls. Everything would still remain the same until those adoptions would come through. And again, those will have to go through public comment periods as well before we could present anything before you for any kind of update to them.
How will this support economic development and being able to expedite, some of the complaints that have been lodged about individual waiting protracted period of time in order to be able to get their permits approved?
So independently of this, but along this way, I believe it was last year, for example, Senator Fred Gregory had the measure that was adopted and signed into law that already reduced the stated that we have to execute certain permits within 30 days for residential, 60 days for commercial. We're meeting those timelines. The addition of the electronic permitting system has greatly upped that as well. There are some things that were proposed in the 33rd Legislature, updating the CZM portion of the code that also dealt with some timelines. So again, those things have been identified that can get to pretty shortly, but starting point is agreeing on, if these are the goals and these are the things, the objectives that we want to see, then we can now fit these changes to meet these goals, these policies, and these recommendations that we have in there.
Thank you for your response there, responses, Chair. Commissioner Oriel, and the Chair will go to Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. The first set of questions I have is, I'm seeing draft on this document. Is this the final document? Because what I'm looking through still says draft. I know you said you were still collecting information up until December, and you still incorporated some things into it. But where's the final document that we're going to be trying to make a decision on?
Sorry, Senator, you shouldn't be seeing draft. This is, I believe it was last week, Monday, we sent in a letter to the legislature along with a link as well to provide the full document. So it does say final plan on there.
Okay. Well, I guess we pulled down the wrong one from the system. The other question, from starting point to this point, how long did it take you to go through? Because I know you had town halls, you had a series, which I did applaud the department, because I think this was probably the first major push I saw DPNR do to really get public interaction on something. And I do give you guys kudos for that, because I did see the community involvement.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Up until you said last week, Monday, how long did it take you to get to that point?
So, Senator, we started in October of 2022, and we concluded with all the information gathering on December 5th, and then we processed all the information received into the final plan, which we released last week. Monday, I believe, was the 6th of December. I mean, I'm sorry, the 10th of December.
Okay. I have a question in regards to, what do you think the ultimate overreaching goals that we're going to be able to accomplish by this land and water use plan?
Senator, I think it's really to set a vision and chart the course for what we see with our land areas, particularly remaining land areas. The original intention of the creation of a land and water use plan was to go out in 1970 before we had built out a significant amount. And then now we're we're taking this up 40, 45 years later. And the goal now is to really set a vision, but then also manage what we're doing right now. There are certain things that remain from the 1970s, but then we also acknowledge that a lot has changed since the 1970s.
I heard time, but I have another question. The document that I have on page 95, it spoke to the development of Cruz Bay and basically revamping where Julius Rouse School was. And for me, this was always a contention because I personally believe this was never about selling Whistling Key. It was about shifting federal monies in order to take over that area in order to develop it into something else. But seeing that apparently that's included in your plan, what kind of input did you get from the St. Jonians specifically? Because I know in your testimony you spoke about walking around. They wanted more of a walk around area for Cruz Bay St. John. What kind of direct conversation did you get to come up with these types of ideas?
So, Senator, again, the rendering that you see on page 95, it's explained that that was part of a separate process that was going on tangent to what we were doing specifically for Cruz Bay Town. But to answer your question about what the engagement process was, again, we did have 3 town halls on St. John, and then we also had the volunteers that from that. I'll pause there and I'll ask Nate to give a little bit more on that process as well.
Thank you, JP. Good afternoon, Senator. So yes, to the question of input from the St. Jonians on that particular process, you may be familiar with the local civic group Love City Strong, and their collaboration with Bloomberg Philanthropies funded an incredibly intensive public process centered on Cruz Bay Town. And so those outputs that you see fed directly into this larger comprehensive land and water use plan.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I heard my time, but it's just ironic how things pan out when we tell the public one thing and it turns out to be something else. But thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Halliga. Next, we'll recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to go in a different line somewhat, and I want to ask Commissioner Oreo and anybody on the floor. In regards to the permitting for building on beach property, as we know that we've been losing our shorelines and more and more, what are some of the adjustments that are going to be made for in the future in regards to that 50 feet from shoreline to structure? What are some of the things that we're going to be seeing or we should be looking forward to seeing to make sure that shoreline act is protected?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So one of the things that we have been taking a look at across the department are these models that actually model what storm surge looks like, and then looking at our elevations. And it's even causing FEMA to also reconsider how they view the use of the firm maps, because a lot of those firm maps are based on 2-dimensional information. So particularly using storm surge modeling, that will guide us to what an appropriate setback is. Right now, again, it's 50 feet from the low water line is really to address public access. There's still a hard rear yard setback of 20 feet. You can't build within 20 feet of the rear yard. But we have had several instances where folks have applied, and when we do the preliminary testing for inundation, you're finding that the water intrusion is further up, maybe 60 or 70 feet. I can use an area over here in the East End or Smith Bay area of St. Thomas as an example. And so that inundation line and using those models would be a better way for us to adjust what that rear yard setback should be.
Right. And then in a lot of your feedbacks had to do with the agency exercising laws and regulation. How does the comp plan propose to strengthen the enforcement mechanism for land and water use policies?
So the comp plan itself, I mean, it identifies the need to properly give the enforcement the teeth that is necessary on all of those. So again, like I mentioned before, we have identified areas where we know enforcement provisions need to either be updated or even created in order for us to be able to properly enforce. But it was something that came up repetitively on all three islands. Nate, I don't know if you want to add anything on that enforcement portion.
Sure, Commissioner. I think, one of the things, just to step back, is that, this is a framework, but a lot of these strategies are very specific in what they're calling for. And along the enforcement line, it's across, all activities, whether it's, waste disposal or coastal activities or post-construction inspection. So there's really, I think, an excellent checklist of all the measures that really do have to be addressed. And it is going to require some resources and some staffing to make that happen.
Thank you. And you just, Mr. Chairman, I just close off on this last question because you touch off on basically what my next question was going to be. With this proposed updates and strategy will likely require some funding. And I'm going to ask the Commissioner, what have you identified funding source or financial strategies to ensure the successful execution of the plan?
So, Senator, in terms of, we have had a lot of discussion, particularly since our last hearing on this. There have been a number of opportunities that we've capitalized on and secured funding to assist with particularly land use, particularly making better resilient land use choices. The most recent was a $69 million award that the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas secured through the NOAA Coastal Resilience and Climate Change Grant. So in there's opportunities for us to purchase land to secure it in perpetuity for conservation practices. We also secured monies through the America the Beautiful, which allow us to make some water flooding control, implement some flood control measures, implement some wildlife corridors. So again, the land and natural resources portion of this plan, we've identified funding already and have secured funding that would allow us to move forward with the goals and objectives that are listed in some of these areas. The enforcement piece is a little bit different.
That's very good news there, Commissioner. I want to say kudos to you and your team. Every time that Ms. La Paz came to the Senate, she definitely promoted this one land and water use plan. So, you have a great team, and thank you for this big push. Something, as you said, started from so far back and finally reaching this final phase. Kudos to you and your team. Job well done. It's always going to be a walking document because we're going to have to continue always, as you say, come back, for adjustment or amendment to the laws that we are putting in place. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Commissioner, I heard you say that we have to vote on this plan?
The legislation calls for the department to present it to the legislature for adoption. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so I guess we ain't voting on it in this next session. We don't have a bill number. See, I've been here long enough to, like I always tell people, and I don't buy cat and bag. When they get transferred into a bill and then I read it, to me, then that's the final draft. Because things have a way of changing. One word makes a big difference around here. So I'll wait until I get transferred into a bill to read it. But I would like to say definitely thank you to you and your team, because I can see the work that has been put into it. And I think it should be noted to the public that you really did a yeoman's job, and you should be commended, you and your staff. There's so many things. I think the greatest concern is our local residents own the majority of the property in the territory. We are adjusting or changing or creating a land and water use 100 years after the ownership of these things.
1 minute, 30
the impact
seconds.
it would have going forward on our local owners of properties in the territory. For instance, a lot of facilities, buildings the infrastructure in a whole have been done one way. And a lot of driving, old-time guts and stuff have been derailed or reprogrammed. It caused construction, excuse me, to go through the roof for local persons buying properties and different things. I know a lot of it cannot be corrected, but I would hope that is really taken into consideration for the local person who already owns property in the territory. Has that been, I know it's been town hall meetings and stuff, but again, is that taken into consideration in the final product of this plan?
Yes, Senator, and thank you for the question. So not only is it taken into consideration as part of this plan, because again, these are the residents that are actually voicing what the concerns are, and us trying to create strategies to address those concerns. And then those strategies might be fulfilled by a different plan. To use an example, where you mention how construction and cutting off guts, and Mr. Chair, if I may. So we have this problem where, again, historically, we've treated water, particularly stormwater, like a nuisance, right? And we just look to channel it and send it and get it down to the bottom of the hill and get it across into an ocean, into a stormwater outfall or something like that. But what you see in the comments from the people of the territory are, we need to create more areas where we take the water off the roadways and properly insert it into the hillsides to recharge the aquifers so that we can restore the aquifers, but then also reduce the flooding and road impacts that we see from poor management of stormwater. So these areas now, having that mindset, or even something like, hey, where can we create additional storage so that if we're in a massive drought scenario and our farmers need to be able to access water very quickly, where can we take this water and create container so that we would have it as an option? Where can we manage the water better off of the roadways, work with Public Works to design something that is better rather than just channeling that water? And you see that happening in some of our other plans, like our watershed plans that we've been doing. So we've invested over $2 million over the last 3 years into our watershed projects. And then as we continue to get more funding, we're now implementing the recommendations from those things. And again, those are in line with the strategies that are identified in the plan in terms of making better land and water use decisions.
Okay, just in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may. Okay, just in closing, the cost to build in the territory is astronomical.
Yes.
And I want to believe it probably has to do a lot with not having a land and water use plan. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm saying, are these something, is this particular issue something that would be looked at in the land and water use that may bring down the cost, or I guess bring down may be the layperson's word, bring down the cost of building in the territory? You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. You may respond, Commissioner.
Yes, Senator. So again, we do look at the cost and looking at what the alternatives are that could help bring down costs. Maybe it's materials that are, or new technologies that are out there that we should be confident we can build with. Those are things that are, in fact, there for us to now make our regulatory codes more flexible, so long as that they meet what our minimum criteria, because we're trying to make sure that we're protected from the natural threats that we face, hurricanes, earthquakes, those types of things, flooding, primarily drought right now, but also things that would be reconsidered just based on what we do is, for St. Thomas, when I say that we looked at mixed use because we have a space problem, that means we may have to build more vertically in order to be more cost effective, in order for people to have places to live and those types of things.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. for his 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to first start off by commending the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for all of their tireless work concerning the development of this land and water use plan, which has been in the making for many decades. I commend you and your staff, Commissioner. However, I wanted to ask a question concerning public land. Title 29, Chapter 3, Subchapter 1, Section 229Q requires that public land be shown on the zoning map. Is that being adhered to currently? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Does the plan make any specific updates or changes concerning anything related to public land?
Not what is before you, no.
Not is, okay. Very well. I asked the question because recently this institution, my good colleague from Savan, moved a piece of legislation concerning the construction of senior citizen homes to be designated on obviously public land. However, parcels of land have not technically been designated within the bill. So my concern from this side is how, because it's very critical for members of this institution to know what is available concerning public land for the utilization
30
of
seconds.
many things, to include a senior citizen's home. How exactly do members of this institution be able to find that information so that they can be able to apply it to a number of the measures that they move forward?
You want it? So thank you for the question, Senator. So I'll start, and then I'll let my colleague Leah get a chance. But so all the maps for the territory, the official zoning maps, the ones that you guys periodically amend and those types of things, those are kept by the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and the Cadastral's office. As we have now moved into a more digital age, then we are working with the Lieutenant Governor's office to actually have on their map geo profile, have the zoning designations for those areas as well. The cadastral office or the GIS division within the Lieutenant Governor's office is a very small group, and they have a number of things that initiatives that they're working on. So one of the things that we're trying to do is house a GIS planner within the department so that when you all approve a zoning map amendment, then we can make those updates within ours, and then we just share that with the Lieutenant Governor's office so that they can have that theme on inside the map bureau, and you would have more access to it.
I think it's critically important that the members of this institution know how much public land is available, because there are a number of measures that have passed through this legislation, not to say, past legislatures that speak to different infrastructure improvements, if I may, Mr. Chair. And I think it's very important that that information be readily available to this institution. Mr. Chair, may I please have some additional time to wrap up some quick questions? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Concerning each island's makeup, there is, obviously St. John is predominantly national park, so the land and water use may not affect St. John on a full scope in comparison to St. Thomas and St. Croix because of that fact. However, with St. Croix now becoming a national heritage area, what sort of pivoting or changes did you have to make concerning the land and water use plan surrounding the fact that it's now considered a heritage area?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So we actually haven't had to pivot, but just the designation as a national heritage area actually presents opportunity. So there are different scenarios that the heritage area designation, it could be larger incentives under tax credit programs and those types of things for development or redevelopment. That's one way the national heritage area designation will help. Right now, the national program for historic sites, I believe it's somewhere around like a 4% tax credit or something like that. So having the approved national heritage area designation plan could lead to increased opportunity for potential investment on the island.
Okay, and lastly, really quickly, the island of St. Thomas, I find, is more susceptible to flooding when we have imminent rain. I find that it floods more than St. John and it floods more than St. Croix. Concerning your land and water use plan, what sort of updates or strategies have you implemented or are suggesting concerning that watershed issue?
Sure. So again, flooding was one of the major impacts that were cited by all the volunteers that provided guidance on this. So identifying the areas for recapture and reuse is the number one strategy. And then also, there are lots of things actually that are on the books that have been developed, let's say by UVI Cooperative Extension, for example. They have a guide to urban forestry that states these are the types of plants that would be good to use or trees to use in our town areas because they can absorb a lot of the stormwater. These are the types of ways to design roadways in the hillside with the switchbacks and curves so that you can collect those water. So those are the types of things now, because they are listed in the plan as something that is of concern and needs to be remediated. These now bring a focus to the watershed work that we do in terms of identifying those key point areas of where we can make the recapture and reuse take place.
Okay, very well, and thank you so much for your responses. And Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Balquez. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just first congratulate the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for being very diligent in working on this comprehensive land and water use plan. When I first became a senator in 2019, one of the members in our freshman class, Senator Alicia Barnes, was very focused on ensuring that there was, in fact, a comprehensive plan, land and water use plan developed, and there was lots of conversation around it. And we continued the discussion, and we're here today, and that's about 6 years later, we are now seeing a plan before us. But what's important, though, is that we look at, there's a lot of questions that we need to have answered. Let me just say this as I look at this. And let me also thank the community stakeholders and all those people that came out to make sure that they really engaged in the process. There was a lot of individuals in the community that really played a significant role in making sure that this happened. But let me ask you, how much did this plan cost us?
To date, Senator, About 1.7 million?
1.7 million?
I think so, yes.
Okay, 1.7 million.
Between 1.5 and with the amendment? 1.4.
Okay, 1.4 to 1.5, right? So, of course, as I, did my cursory review, because this is a lot of pages that we have to review, but for me, it's not about, of course, the devil is always in the details, but I note that, and I'm looking for my notes that I wrote, so, of course, there are different sections of this plan, there are different goals. There are different goals in the plan, and each one of these goals, I suspect, has a funding component attached to this.
1 minute.
Correct?
Some, yes.
Yes. And then the goals also talks about policies and standards that have to be developed. Who's going to manage all of this? There's also responsibilities of different departments, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, the Office of Management. I mean, there's a whole host of stakeholders, public leaders that are responsible for ensuring that we are able to get this to the finish line. But there must be some coordination around it. So I don't want to really discuss the details of the runoff and all of different things. I want to get down into how do we truly make this happen realistically, and what is the coordination around it? Because there is the funding component, there are the policies, there are the standards, and there is significant changes in legislation that has to take place, right?
Yes.
So let's talk about that.
Sure. Thank you for the questions. So first, you are correct that it has to be coordinated somewhere. And by legislation, that coordination must take place in the planning office, right? So our territorial planner, our assistant commissioner by law that office is the responsible party. What we have done, again, to start was to make sure that we were using the most relevant information, particularly amongst our public agencies, is we reached out to those agencies. We wanted to know what Vision 2040 plan looks like. We wanted to know what the walkability study was. We wanted to know the ag plan, all of those details so that we now identified those points of contact for the things that were being called out.
Right, but stay right there. I understand what you're saying, but again, you spoke specifically to your current, can I wrap up? To your current capacity, your current staffing, and realistically, you're already stretched thin in your organization, right? So based on what I'm seeing in front of us, this requires significant coordination.
Yes.
It requires intentional work towards it. So I believe what's important is the discussion that we need to have, and I know that, as the 36th Legislature convenes, this should be at the top of the agenda because, the intentionality of getting this done requires resources and requires significant coordination. So I expected your testimony to be a little clearer about what is the expectations. Because if you ask me, the real work has just started.
Correct. It begins afterwards. So to speak on the resources for the coordination, Senator, my first target there's an $84 million carve out in CDBG MIT funding specifically for planning. I am the planning agency.
84 million for MIT in
CDBG MIT under VIHFA.
Okay.
I am the planning agency for the territory.
Okay.
So I'm also the board chair of the VIHFA. So any influence I can have on making sure that they sit down and talk to my staff so that we can receive a bulk of those monies in order to push the next steps forward, making sure that those monies go to the proper use. Yes, that's where it's going to go. So we're not trying to use any local resources. We've already identified a number of other resources, like I mentioned, for some of the more technical aspects, even some of the modeling and the land use areas and those types of things. But the planning money, that the sustainable amount can come from the CDBG MIT opportunity because there is a carve out specifically for planning efforts.
All right, well, thank you for that. I think what I'm hearing is that, you know, there must be some collaboration between your agency, the institution of the legislature, et cetera, so we can make sure that we get this done and we're all on the same page.
Yes.
And I've also heard from your testimony that in order to get this started, is that what you're saying? To get it off the ground, to move to the CDBG conversation, there must be the implementation of the plan, or the ratification.
The adoption.
The
yes.
adoption by the legislature. That's what the
Yes.
messaging is here?
Yes.
I see. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. I wanted to continue along with that discussion before I go on to the next senator, because I'm hoping that we're able to use the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan as a continued preamble to all of the Vision 2040, for example, and we are able to merge, a lot of these visions that we have as a territory and being able to hopefully one day be able to accomplish some of the things that we're destined for, right? Where there's opportunities where the plan indicate where hotels could be built, for example, that we put in all of the necessary upfront work that when we have investors come into the territory, we could say that these are the designation, this is the work that have already been done, and that in fact then we could be able to offset the cost by having them pay back for the work that has been done to make sure that we are meeting all the required permitting, so that we could be able to save some time and be a lot more attractive. A lot of time we have lost investors because of this protracted time of being able to complete the permitting process and designation process. Maybe not the permitting process, because I'm not saying that that DPNR don't meet that timeline, but because of the nuances of the situation in terms of the designation and the areas, I believe that always become problematic, and individuals get disenfranchised, they get discouraged, and then they go to go down the road or down the islands. So I'm hoping that all of these things that we're able to really marry to be able to have a focus that when we have the interest by the developers and the investors, that in fact we're able to shorten the time and be a lot more encouraging. What do you say to that?
Senator, thank you for the questions. I wanted to expand on a point Senator Gregory mentioned about, what resources are we looking for, and to back up some of what the commissioner said. So currently, we are already using this draft plan as a tool to draw the federal agencies that we look towards for technical assistance for planning, such as National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. We've already said, they've actually awarded us, I think. I'm waiting for the award letter. A figure of $900,000 that will help to advance some of the goals and objectives already in this plan. We already received about roughly $300,000 to do a geospatial plan that spoke to Senator Bulk's point about looking where public spaces are, public lands are owned. So we've already started to use the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan draft as it is already to advance planning initiatives within and across the territory. So we are already advancing many of the things that are already in the plan. The adoption will help strengthen the vehicle that we need to get more from our partners inside and outside the territory, and that's what we're here hoping that you'll help us.
And how do we maximize the efficiency? How then do we utilize all of the work that has been done by the plan and having all of these policies in place and everything else? How then do we shorten the time or maximize the efficiency by being able to accomplish the task, the mission?
A lot of the private sector and me don't get along because of this point. I'm sorry. And the reason why I say that, right, is people take 3 years to put their EAs, reports together, everything like that, and they want it reviewed and approved in 60 days, right? Wearing my former hat as CZM commissioner, I approved 10 hotel projects from 2011 to 2019. Not one of them put a shovel in the ground. Is that permitting? It's not. All we got is extension requests, right? It's costs. This government, through this body, has adopted how many TIF, reorganization, everything to help people build resorts in this territory, right? Every Ernst & Young study says, oh, you can't build it unless it's 125 rooms minimum, and you got to get $4.99 per key on your return in order for it to be viable and everything. So the only two things going up right now are that Hampton Inn, self-financed, and the hotel down in Botany Bay, self-financed, right? We see progress on redevelopment in St. Croix, which is excellent. Again, removing blight, making more opportunity, which is not breaking virgin land. But these are things that the department has already permitted and approved and helped move forward. And the thing that we get in our office the most is a request for an extension on the time to be able to put the shovel in the ground. So I do everything I can because I believe, it was in the previous block where Attorney Moskowitz was testifying, and he was saying if you read the CCM Act and a lot of the other things, we are there to foster the economic development of the territory while protecting its natural resources, and we put our foot down once in a while to say no. But about 95% of the projects that are applied for are approved. But now, when they don't move, the question always comes back, or the rationale that people want to accept is that, oh, well, we wouldn't be able to get a permit for 2 years. Well, you've been asking for extensions for 8, right? So there is a little bit of that. I believe you are correct, though, in that. And you mentioned Vision 2040, and I'll ask Nate to speak about how we connected with that initiative. I believe it is very helpful for the department to undergo and say, hey, we're looking at this area here for a 6-story, 250-room hotel, and then you promote that for an investor. That is extremely beneficial to do. But the truth is, we already have a piece of that because for our table of permitted uses, anything that's zoned R3 or higher, that was evaluated way back when for those purposes, those medium density purposes. And so where you see an R3 designation, it's because somebody thought that this could be a good apartment complex, condominium complex, hotel, particularly if you're down on the shoreline area of the territory or those types of things. So a lot of that planning and vision from our predecessors, the people who we learned from, they put that thought into the original land plan for zoning designation. And people hate the word zoning, but at the end of the day, that's what they're asking for every time they say, hey, if the government says this is the place that we want to put this, that's exactly what they're asking for, but yet they hate the word zoning. You know what I mean? So, I've been in this department. This is my 25th year. And I hear the cries about reducing the timelines for permitting. And then when something goes wrong, well, if it had been reviewed properly, then it wouldn't have happened, that kind of thing. I believe that for the most part, we get it right. But the idea that somehow reducing something from 160-day approval down to 95 days or 100 days is going to attract a whole lot more investment, I haven't seen it for the projects that we've already approved. Otherwise, there would be 10 more shovels in the ground for more hotels across the territory. But I'll pause there because, again, you did mention 2040, and I know that Nate made sure that we had some connection to them as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, just quickly on 2040, the Camoin Associates was the primary consultant on that project, and Ms. Nicole Tyson was on that project as well. They were members of this team, so we had great continuity from the perspective of expertise and them having gone through that process. We met with EDA regularly, and I think what we were able to do is take some of the more general strategies that were in that plan and get a little bit more specific about some of the tools that could be applied. So whether it was enterprise zone or commercial zones or things of that nature. So I do think there's a little extra here in terms of the application and the implementation piece, but it was all using Vision 2040 as a foundation.
Very well. Thank you for saying that. We're not short on assessments and feasibility studies and those type of things around here. What we're short on is execution and implementation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, congratulations to you and your team for putting in the work, the extensive work that was necessary to get this plan to where it is right now. I know we were talking about resources. You have a very ambitious scope of work here before us, before you. And we're talking about resources. I think you mentioned that you may have access to $84 million from mitigation funding that you may be able to use for planning and the like. Do you have a sense from a financial as well as staffing standpoint as to what you will need really to get this moving for, I think you're talking about a 5 to 10 year span?
So we recall the last time we were here in June, Senator, and that was a big question. So I did ask our consultants to try and put something together for numbers' sake.
So I will take a stab. Senator. So I think in terms of the amount of money to get this, it's hard to, you have to look at the timeline, right? So to get this started, let's say we prioritize data development and enforcement. Mr. Hibbert has already mentioned that a lot of the data development has been funded from an outside source. From my perspective as sort of an outside expert, coming in and looking at this, I think the expense that is going to be most homegrown is on the enforcement, the administration side. So it really does come down to staffing. I do think that can be done incrementally. I think adding, one person to deal with data can take you 5, 6, 7 years down the road in terms of managing that whole process. In terms of enforcement, I think we would have to dig in more deeply into the needs. Is it going to be the post-construction, inspection? Is that really the most urgent piece to look at the erosion issues, for example, and driveway collapse? Or is it going to be more in the fishery side? So do you have to put people on the water to do that? So, looking at, over the course of a 10-year period, probably adding another 10 to 12 people in enforcement over time, that's probably the kind of investment you're looking at.
Okay, and that's something that will be necessary for you to have a definitive outline as to staffing and, that you.
Yes, Senator. So the staffing piece, again, within the department, what we did is we've created sort of 2 staffing plans. What's the ideal scenario? And then what's the realistic scenario based on funding? Unfortunately, a lot of the programs that we get funded from, they're formula based. So whether it's the EPA, NOAA, everything, those things are based off of population, the amount of shoreline miles. We're not growing in that manner, right? So level funding is where we are on a lot of these cooperative agreements, if you will, for us to execute, whether it's clean air, clean water mandates, coastal planning mandates, those types of things. Things that are based off of taxes federally, we see those increase a whole bunch. So you may see, our sport fish, as long as people are paying for hunting licenses and fishing licenses nationwide, then those pots of funding go up because more and more people are doing it. But the things that are based on formula, based on shoreline miles, based on population, even the registration of the number of vessels in the territory is a formula for our enforcement division. And that's pretty much leveled around 850 to 900,000 a year.
I got you. The expectation that folks have in the community is that we have this plan, finally, there is a level of celebration, and I think the sobering thing is, yeah, we have the plan, but there's still another huge, lift.
There's a lot of lift still.
And you're talking about a 5 to 10 year span in order. Are we going to see gradual?
Correct. And so the good news is, though, is that the plan provides the guide, right? Like, you're hitting a benchmark because you have the plan and it says this is what we're trying to do in the next 2 years. So if I hit that goal, I know I'm moving forward. If I don't hit that goal, then I have to come back and say, what are the impediments? What prevented me from reaching that goal in the time that I set forth? Is it money? Is it resources, manpower, those types of things? Did we just not undertake the process? So by having the plan that sets the goals, and then now you look at the objectives and the strategies for how you're going to approach it, if I hit my goal, then I'm moving forward. If I didn't, then I have to evaluate what's the problem.
Understood. One final question regarding just climate change. And in your presentation, sustainability is mentioned as a guiding theme. Can you elaborate on some specific measures in the plan to address climate change impacts, particularly regarding coastal zone development and infrastructure resilience?
Sure. So I mentioned one with inundation, and the other one would be storm surge, for example. In terms of when new developments come before us in the coastal zone, do we have these sea level rise, storm surge, and potential impacts? And actually, again, we knew that this was something that we wanted to work on. So we actually are, in fact, working on that piece right now using some NOAA funding, because we're trying to align more with having applicants present what are the impacts. These are the specific impacts we want you to rate your development on, and for us to review and see if we find that they're consistent or not. The other major one that I've been personally on now for the last few years is drought. I don't think that we're really understanding, like, we put so much focus into hurricanes and tsunamis. We increase our warnings on earthquakes. But you're starting to see more, even through Vitima, when we're now posting heat indices because of excessive heat, and then we also have to tie that to the lack of rainfall for drought. That's where now, like, we're trying to make sure that the droughts are happening annually, and so that's something for me is that we've been putting that in the forefront, and how do we manage particularly our water usage, and trying to get better as a territory for that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your very important comments, a very important document before us. I know we still have a lot of work to do, but we're going to embark on this thing together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Milton Potter. Next, we'll go to Senator Marie C. James. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Oriel, I was actually going to talk about drought and farm and agriculture, but I'm not going to talk about that after going through the plan. I first want to say that I was very impressed with the participation of our residents and the town hall meetings. They were wonderful. I believe that you have, in fact, captured the vision that our people have for the future of the territory, the present and the future. So I want to commend you and your team on that.
Thank you.
I do want to give all of us a wake-up call, though, a reality check, because you did it in the beginning of your plan, and I was very glad that you did, when you stated that in 1970, the U.S. Virgin Islands legislature affirmed the importance of developing a comprehensive plan to guide growth when it passed Act 2774 in 1970. I joined the law firm of Winston Hadge in 1986. And as you know, his brother Derek Hadge ran with Alexander Farley, and they were successful. And so in 1987, I knew about the Governor's Reorganization and Consolidation Act that you refer to, that mandated that DPNR prepare a long-range comprehensive plan for the physical, social, and economic development of the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's how long I have known about us doing comprehensive land use plan. And then the code, as I'm sure you know, there's a coastal land and water use plan that was adopted in 1978. 1978, okay? Some of us weren't born, some of us were in school. And it particularly talks about the first tier of the coastal zone and about reviewing and recommending zoning amendments. And I say that because I think, as my colleague said, we have to manage the expectations of our people. They've participated and were enthusiastic, but at the same time, they need to understand the amount of work that goes into this, because a comprehensive plan is, just as you said, is really a guide. It's a guide, right? It provides recommendations on how land should be utilized to meet the needs and desires of the community. But it is not zoning law. Zoning law regulates land uses as recommended by the plan. So I'm going to ask you, that's like, 50 plus years ago. So the plan sat on the shelf. So now we are about to adopt the plan that you have worked very hard on and you've spent $1.75 million on. But you're going to have to spend some of that $80 million. And the reason that I'm saying that, right, that you're saying is this. I remember during the Young administration, if most of you think back, Vitima was not an entity unto itself. It was actually part of the Virgin Islands National Guard. The Virgin Islands National Guard was responsible for the military side and emergency management. And Governor DeYoung did what I thought was very smart. He hired a company to draft the laws that created the Virgin Islands Vitima, right? Territorial Management Agency. So I looked at your recommendation on page, the one that jumped out at me, of course, is on page 156. Let's use 156, I'll use that. Conduct an analysis of existing USVI law to see where the law already supports or furthers the proposed strategies in this plan and where there may be conflicts. And the lead includes the legislature, right? Of course, includes you too. And then review regulatory reform proposals. Again, the legislature. Do you think that the legislature, with all the other responsibilities that every committee in this legislature has, is able to truly amend our zoning code provisions in 1 year or 2 years? I mean, it says estimated years to complete. Do you think that's realistic?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So because we actually did a lot of the work in previous years, I believe it is an achievable goal. Maybe it's 3 years, but within the next 2 legislative sessions. And the reason why I say that is because, again, I don't believe that our zoning code or our table of permitted uses is bad.
Okay.
What I do believe is that it doesn't provide enough flexibility. And so, which is the reason why we have to come to the legislature so much for zoning map amendments, right? Like, if we want to say something like the plan is going to promote more home-based businesses and those types of things, then we, rather than having to come before the legislature for a zoning map amendment or a variance to do a home-based business, maybe we do put in a provision that says that's something that can be at the level of the commissioner, that's something that can be at the level of the zoning board, but let's create the flexibility and try and make and just make that easier.
Well, let me ask you this though, because you said in your testimony that this may I, Mr. Chair, you said this iteration differs from previous attempts because the past efforts included new zoning, subdivision, and earth change regulations. So why didn't you include any in this plan? Why didn't you, to help us out so we could get this thing moving?
Sure. So we I'm very happy to have John here with us because
John laughing
because
I can answer that question.
John can answer that question very specifically, and the one thing that I have to say is that you take advice from the people who were there before.
Right. That's
so,
right.
1993, when we first tried this, I was a sophomore in high school. So,
yes.
But John was here, and he can fully explain that the bite of that apple may have been so big and then so many interests were involved that if you lost sight of the overarching goals because you were now focused specifically on your parcel or other parcels and some other things mixed into there as well, then that's where the perfect got in the way of the good. And so through the guidance that we received as a department, we said, hey, what were the things that derailed the previous two attempts? And how can we defer from that so that we're effective in what we want to do, which is first and foremost, get the plan, get the visioning document in. And that's why we chose not to have any specific amendments or have town hall hearings focused on those specific things because, again, there's going to be a lot of personal interests that would, could derail the process itself. John, I don't know if you want to.
Yes, Commissioner, you answered that quite well. What I'll say is I was here, John Woods. I was here for the 94 iteration and the 2004, and the policies at that time were very good. However, it got derailed, as you say, with God is in the details.
Yeah.
What is my particular land going to be rezoned? And it was just too much of a broad brush. And this is a much better way to approach it. It will take some time to negotiate those land use changes. And I think you will also be creating new zones because, we have a big step between R2 and R3.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of rezonings that where R2 doesn't satisfy your development needs, and you go all the way to R3, which opens up a whole wide of other uses.
I just, Mr. Chair, I just want to say, though, that I really commend you on what you do here, but as a senator in the 35th Legislature, I got complaints from Jan Public about oil drums being stored next door on the property, from Mary citizens saying encroachment issues, junkyards. They know the problem, that we just need to educate them on the importance of land and water use plan. I think you did an excellent job. So kudos to you and your team.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you, how do you mark this information to the other government agencies? Like the police department, for example, the Department of Health, some of those other entities that I'm sure is your stakeholders in terms of government and your colleagues. How do you market this plan to them?
So, Senator, what we tried to do first and foremost is not necessarily tell them like where to go, what to do, or anything like that, but fully understand what their visions are for their departments, what they're moving towards, because again, it's about services, and what we're seeing, I believe, what we were seeing overall is that the government is trying to expand its reach through the communities with a lot of its services, and some of that has been moving already. For example, I believe there are 7 Head Starts already fully under construction. I think we cut the ribbon on the one in St. John a few months ago. You know, so like we know that the departments are moving forward. For me, for example, you know, I want to understand where are we concentrating our efforts on new housing or new housing opportunities, those types of things. What do they need from us to make another Megan's Junction happen, right? Because that might be the solution to some of our problems, being able to build vertically to create more low-income housing units, because right now, the model that we've built for years, you know, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 1,700 square feet, is no longer affordable housing. It's $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 to build those now. That's not affordable or sustainable by an organization that pretty much gets $20 million a year. So where do we now create these opportunities from a zoning perspective? What assistance do they need from us? And then also just the redevelopment overall. One of the things that has been popping into all of our minds as we've been talking about this process for the last 2 years is we're looking at these projects because some projects cannot start at the same time. We physically cannot put the materials down without completely disrupting people's way of life. Like we can't build Charlotte Amalie High School and the new hospital at the same time unless we just close in Sugar Estate down completely, right? So like those are the types of things. What are the alternate routes? Those types of things in terms of helping out where we can. And that's more specific problems because we know that problem is going to be about 10, 12 years with the horizontal and the vertical bundles. But you know, we know that these agencies, they have strategic plans. They have things that they're moving forward with. They have monies that they have obtained, and these are the things that they're doing. And we're asking them, how can we help you do this?
Okay. Very well. I asked that question because obviously we saw recently where a lot of the bridges on St. Croix were closed, and that impact the response from the emergency vehicles, your police, your ambulance, residents. You know, I think that there must be some level of coordination, you know, so that we could all be understanding what's going on, but more importantly, be able to communicate among the agencies in that respect. The private sector take the time to do the research and educate themselves, but I think as a government, you know, we need to do that expansion as well. All right. Senator Ray Fonseca, recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Commissioner Oriel, thank you on this great job you did. I know you were all around the community. You promoted it well, and a lot of people came out, a lot of input in this plan. You know, in looking at this final draft, right? It's a lot more comprehensive than I thought it would be, because it's a lot more than just land and water use. It goes into you know, sewage disposal issues, residential energy issues, affordable housing, even the refinery impacts to the community. You know, I wanted to narrow down on the water issue, right? Discussing the watershed plans, the storage dams, the well water, the tables, and the storm drainage. Just for my, you know, information, do you think the underground water levels have risen recently in the Virgin Islands, and that's contributing to the flooding. I was trying to understand you clearly here, but in the first draft, I didn't. Are you saying that we're not using the underground water and it's possibly contributing to the flooding?
So the fact that the way that we build our roads, Senator, a lot of the time, what we're doing is we're taking the stormwater, and you might see like a swale on the side, and it's just taking that water, and then it's getting it to maybe some underground pipe, and then it's just trying to get it to the ocean. But now when we have droughts and things of that nature, you're gonna see more dry land. You're gonna see the farmers don't have enough water. Their produce is wilting and dying because the soil is lacking that water. And then there's also a give and take, right? Like for as resilient as cisterns make us, because we don't have to rely on public distribution, you're also taking water out of the ground for your crops and those types of things as well. But there's definitely a way to balance it to the maximum extent, which is if we can reduce the amount of water that's heading straight for the ocean and put it into green space and then let those aquifers recharge. Like, we know that our largest opportunity for recapture and for groundwater improvement is in the Kings Hill Aquifer in St. Croix. We know that because we've modeled it, we see how our roads are designed, and we see how we're channeling the stormwater off of it, and it's not the best use for the land. So there's ways to make improvements, and if we improve it for the land, then your infrastructure goes up. One of the things that FEMA looks at when they're assessing your project is repetitive loss. So for example, if you've driven on Bolongo Road anytime within the last 3 months and seen how bad it's been, thank goodness, good kudos to the Department of Public Works for paving it over the weekend. But like, that's a road that's repetitively lost, and the reason why is because of bad stormwater management. So if we find a way to improve that, take the water off the roadway, put it into the green space, you can see Bolongo provided some space for containment. That's a better way to use the stormwater and manage that problem.
Going back to that Bolongo Road, right? Because I drive there every day, by the way. There was a little
1 minute
a pond or something right up from the church. I know a few years ago they used to always have water, but now it's always dry. So apparently the water is much lower. Yeah, but it's not full. It's real low. And it's the same thing with the pond there right across from the Seventh-day Church on Weymouth-Rima Highway. That used to be full, and it's always low. Even when it have heavy rains, the ponds them in as as deep as they used to be. So maybe that's the water just running through down to the road, just like you're saying, being stored. Okay, time was called, Mr. Chair. Can I just finish one? Yeah, okay. So, but I do like the more stories. And I think that's a very good solution to the more stories. Because I think building up, if you look at that Megan's Bay Junction and those kinds of developments, I think those are good, positive progression of the Virgin Islands. So I think it's a very good plan. It's going to require a lot of study. And I think the first thing is that the whole government, the administration, needs to have the buy-in. Because, the legislature, we're going to review it. We're going to do our due diligence and deliberation. But then once it's approved, it's the administration that's going to have to be implementing this. But it's a very good plan. Congratulations to the whole staff, the whole team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll go to the Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all again. Commissioner Oriol, to you and your team and to the private sector individuals who worked on this plan, I say kudos to you all. and especially for the public engagement. And we know that no plan is a perfect plan and that we have a lot of work to do. But you know, I don't know how I'll do this in 3 minutes, but I must state, I had a conversation with a cousin who's an assistant vice president of a university in California. He's here visiting with his parents, and we were talking about plans. And he was telling me that he wrote this book, and it says something about tactical planning minus strategic planning, which equals chaos. And he went to strategic planning minus tactical planning equals wishful thinking. And I think we are at the part where we at wishful thinking, but we're still making progress. And then he said that if you turn it to a positive and put strategic planning plus tactical planning, then you'll have successful execution. So I say that to say, in this plan that you're working on putting forward, I'm looking for that part where we go to that successful planning. Now, I wasn't able to read through the entire plan just yet, but I've been plucking on the parts, especially for my island district of St. Croix. But even in looking at it, after looking at the plans for St. Croix, the part that actually speaks to plans, I went there and it was 2 pages. Of course, there's more work in there because you have all the work that you've been doing with the reporting and whatnot as to what you are doing. But for the actions for St. Croix, there were like 2 pages. And likewise for St. Thomas and St. John. Now, when I look at this plan and hearing that to date we've paid somewhere in the tune of 1.5 million, I'm now wondering what would this cost us for a complete plan? Now, I'm looking for community resilience and growth for us here. So this means well-structured plans that will support balanced developments and even economic growth with safeguarding public health. Now, besides spot zoning and derelict property issues, what I was also looking for, which I didn't really see anything mentioned towards even our graveyards, which are important to our cultural, historical, and even our environmental features. So is there anything that will address our graveyards?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So not specifically in this kind of 30,000 foot level overarching document, but something that can be done as part of the plans that would come subsequently. We can make a note for addressing graveyards because we do have, the more modern ones as well as the historic ones as well.
And I ask that because our graveyards are a disaster. Total disaster. There's no planning when they're putting down grave sites in there. And when you go to a family member funeral or even a friend or something, you got to be standing up, standing over, walking over and whatnot, instead of having a clear path. But Mr. Chair, can I conclude with 2 short things? Thank you. Now, one of the good things that I also read, I think it was somewhere around page 16, where there was mentioned, 116 that is, in the plan where you spoke to the Soniels area. What should be incorporated into the Wang F. Louis Hospital rebuilt to support this vision? Anything? Or was there any discussions thus far with the leadership there, and have any meetings taken place with owners of Soniels to discuss especially the flooding in that area?
So I'll let Nate start, or I think you can go through schematic that we have, Nate, in terms of the overall Sunny Isle area?
Because I haven't really harassed you on it, but Commissioner Gabriel could tell you how I harass him because at Sunny Isle's intersection, every time it rains there, it floods out right at that gas station.
Marlon, you want to? I do know that one of our visioning exercises was for Sunny Isle, Senator, right? So we do have a schematic in there that shows if we were to implement the mixed uses along with some of the landscape features for stormwater controls to alleviate flooding.
Right.
That's what that rendering inside the plan is demonstrating. That if we take all these principles, walkability, sidewalks, this is how we would now create the tree canopies for shade. We would be able to put like small parks that are also landscaping features. So it's actually collecting stormwater underneath it, reducing flooding and everything. But above, you might have a public park or a child's playground or something like that. So that's what the rendering is showing you.
Right.
Marlon, did you want to add anything?
Understand, but just to that question, I just want to know if there were any conversations with Sunny Isle management for the flooding in that area and with the hospital officials to see how we can get that rebuild incorporated into this plan.
Senator John Woods. So the vignettes that are there are really meant to represent how you could implement these changes in an important area, not just Sunny Isle. We also identified by Tutu Park Mall. We did reach out to the owner.
One second. I don't want to go all over. I specifically use Sunny Isles just because the hospital being there in that area, and it is critical for the people on St. Croix. That's why I'm just using
if you look at a vignette, it doesn't go towards the hospital site. It comes through the middle of Sunny Isle, and it attempts to address exactly what you're talking about, drainage. So that green space takes into play all of the principles we've been talking about, recharging aquifers, slowing down the water, dealing with it so it doesn't go straight through the development.
What are your thoughts on retention ponds?
Well, that's all part of it. That's Nate's background, really.
Yeah. So, Senator Gittins, thank you for the question. So, currently we're going through the federal consistency process for the redevelopment of JFL. And included in the plan, we did the public hearing maybe about a month ago. Currently in the plan, the hospital acquired a parcel south of where the current location of the hospital is now.
Yes.
And in fact, that will be used as a retention pond. So as part of the redevelopment, what we did, we provided the design team with the Diamond Watershed Plan,
right,
which we did back in 2023 through funding from from Vitima, HMGP. So we did provide them with it, and they incorporated into it at least two retention ponds, one retention pond and a bioswale to manage water off the site, but also there's water coming from across the road by Sand Hill, to try and manage that water too. In addition, we also received $750,000 from the technical assistance program through DOI to, in fact, look at the recharge characteristics of the Kings Hill aquifer. So it will suggest, and BOEM is helping us with that, and the Bureau of Land Management, and USGS is providing technical assistance for us, along with the Caribbean Green Technology Center, to provide those studies for us to see where we can actually push water to help recharge that aquifer. So yes, it was a comprehensive look at the entire situation within Sunny Isles.
All right, thank you. I did have another one, but because this one took a little more time. Okay, so just I've supported the development of bike paths on St. Croix, but it does not seem realistic to suggest making transportation investments in different modes of transportation to include where you have here a bike share system, motorized scooters, and jeepney services without a major overhaul of Christian said roadways. You speak to that on page 12. I was looking for more on this bike path. Can you shed anything else on that?
So I guess I'll start, Senator, because I know that the VI Trail Alliance was awarded a FEMA grant, and I know that a portion of the bike path, I believe, starts in the Gallows Bay area, and there's two features to it. One, again, it's water retention, so that there's less flooding coming across the roadway there. More landscape features for the absorption of water, and then again, just creating recreational opportunities. Bike paths don't necessarily lead a whole lot of road frontage. The idea is whether or not the topography can assist with that. I don't know that we have not, at least I'm not aware that the VI Trail Alliance has come forward to us with their overall plan. I know that they are working with Public Works to see how this goes in tandem with what their roadway plans are and the infrastructure for that. But I'm not aware that we have received what that looks like yet. But there's definitely opportunities from Christian said heading out towards Canagata and stuff to definitely improve and include a lane for bikes, because we do have the road frontage for that.
Okay. All right. And off the record, I'll call you to talk about on page 57. I saw we had some reference to hurricane-resistant modular homes. I had some questions to that, but we could speak to that.
Sure. And I just wanted to make one comment. So I know you were looking at some of those. Again, in the island-specific suggestions where it just looks like there are two things. Those are just really highlights, right?
No, I figured that. I didn't say that, and I should have been a little clearer. I don't think that you were scant in the thing. But if I'm looking at a plan, I'm just looking for, I guess, more substance and details of the planning. So when I see that was a portion for actions for each specific island, I thought I would have seen more.
So Senator, there you mentioned talking to your relative who out in California. So I'm not a planner by trade, but there is an acronym that we use in planning. It's called SMART. So it's specific, measurable, actionable. What's the R again? Maybe, and then the last thing is time bound. Yes. The reason why I mention that is because, so if you go to beginning on page 158, realistic is R, right? So specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and time bound.
Right.
One of the highlights of this plan is the implementation matrix that begins on page 158, right? So what we do for each of these theme areas, along with the goals and strategies, is it identifies the responsible party. What's the lead agency in here? Who do we need to be communicating with, right? And by now assigning who the responsible party is and what needs to take place, where that collaboration needs to be, like that's the essence of every plan. It's not just saying, oh, we have to do this, but rather, no, who is going to do it, how much time you want to give it to be done, who do all the partners, what are some of the resources that may be involved. So the bulk of the plan here is really beginning on page 159 in the implementation matrix.
All right. And I'll encourage you to look at this book, Understanding and Developing Strategic Planning by Dr. Edgar Hodge, locally born and raised here in St. Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Before we go to the next senator, just real quickly, I think that what we have observed is that locally and nationally that we're not recognizing and respecting waterways. I think clearly water have its way of either reclaiming or leading to erosion. We have to start to respect our waterways and make sure that we're properly channeling those water where we want it to go or where it's supposed to go, because clearly it will make its path regardless of what over a period of time. So that's something we need to take into consideration. Senator College-Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. In discussing with the Senate Majority Leader, I did take a look at the matrix and implementation of the plan. I know normally when you're doing strategic plans, it comes at the end. So I went straight to it. And in looking at that, I noted that it had a segment here in policy reform, and it's because we had these rezoning and the CZM permit, and I'm speaking on page 156 regarding the reform, and this is under your heading, making better land and water use decisions. We're going to have to make some decisions in the future tomorrow on the rezonings that we heard this morning, as well as the CZM permit hearings that we had today. And taking that into consideration and knowing that you have mentioned earlier in your testimony, Commissioner Oriol, that you're okay a little bit with some of the uses under the permitted uses for the zoning. We have had this discussion time and time again regarding that B3 rezoning and that the bars and restaurants can operate in there. And I'm on my tandem because I have to say, because it's happening and the constituents are calling me and calling my office, and I meet them in church. They're saying, and these are persons who have invested in residential property, paid off their mortgages, and now we are seeing a surge of restaurants operating in some of those properties. And I understand we want to accommodate those things because of the economy and the economics of it all. But when are we going to see really some type of restrictions on that portion? That's my concern with the zoning. And I know you had mentioned it, that you were going to send, all of that time, you were going to send down some proposed legislation so we could really tweak those areas, because residential areas should be sacred. I don't want bars and restaurants in my backyard hotting up my head at night when I want to get some sleep.
Thank you for the question, Senator. And I think that goes to why the framework first and foremost gets established. I mean, when we send down a rezoning recommendation, the main factor that we're looking at is the existing, what is the existing nature of that area? And then is this use that we're now proposing a rezoning for consistent with? A lot of the times, because, again, we're dealing with a lot of developed areas right now. And so particularly when it comes to the residential side, and we don't want to lose residential area, we want to promote more of that.
But not to cut you up, but that is what is happening. That's the reality of what is happening. So, Mr. President, if I may, that's the reality of what is happening. We're seeing a lot of that happening and coming down here.
So I think that particularly for this morning as an example, I think the only reason why we recommended approval is because so much of that area had already been rezoned, so that you see that it's already commercial in nature. But for example, now if I go to St. Croix, where there was a 32-acre parcel that they wanted to go from R1 to B, and we said, hey, that's not the best use of this area. That was not recommended for change because, again, it was still area that absolutely had not been touched yet, and it was available for residential development. I think there has to be a balance because you're looking at an individual's property versus what we have to weigh on the overall society particularly when it comes to housing, knowing that we're not in a we know how expensive it is to develop, and then also that when it is somebody's personal property and they're trying to maximize whatever the return can come from it. That's the balance that we have to make every time we come before this body. But I believe that when we do recommend something for a change, it is because most of that change has already happened. The times that we ask you to not approve, it's because there's still an opportunity for the original designation on that.
So it goes back to and I understand the balance. There's always that fine line between conservation and preservation and economic development. I understand. Remember, I was the president of the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John for 10 consecutive years. So I understand. I didn't see any of that organization in your preamble as thank you, but I remember Jason Budson and Dalma Simon being present and engaged. Okay, and I believe he is the current president. But going back to my question, when are we going to see that legislation that we talked about? We've been talking about it from in the 34th Legislature, and Ms. Laplace Matthew knows precisely what I'm referring to, and you as well. That's something that can be tweaked for that B3, B4, that we can, that we can really stem down on that, because as the neighborhoods transition, right? It's not transitioning to where those persons who invested all of that money are seeing the return on their investment. That's why they're moving out of those areas and they're selling their property, or they're moving to develop it in a different way. Mr. President, one more item I want to, mention it. I mean, this is a very critical item, and based on my background and my involvement, I have to really talk about it. Now, you mentioned also on page 176 regarding, and this is still under this is under the Living and Thriving Together heading. You're proposing a tax reduction. You would like the legislature to consider a tax reduction or rebates for properties where improvements, homes, not the land, of value below a certain threshold, and or tax properties that have been owned by family members for a minimum threshold of time. What is the sense around that? What is the impetus with this proposed policy? And I only focus on those that are the lead is the legislature. Anybody could tell me about what was the thought process around this?
I was trying to find it in my document, but thank you. Good afternoon, Senator. The impetus behind that is to focus on one of the things we've heard in our process is that particularly in economically distressed areas, that folks are struggling to keep their property, and it may be due to systemic issues around probate. It can be due to falling on hard times and debt. And so part of the sort of the principles, if you will, or some of the values, if you will, that were communicated to us is that, we're at a moment in history now where some properties are changing hands in ways that are being harmful to neighborhoods, in the sense that people who have owned their properties, their families have owned these properties for generations, are losing them. And because they don't have the resources to either, like I said, get past hard times or get through some systemic issues around probate or whatever that may be. Find that little bit of extra money to invest in some critical repairs or whatever. So I think that was the sort of the community discussion that we had that led to a recommendation, a consideration of this nature.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I won't further
Abuse me?
abuse the time. I know you were going to ask at the end if anybody had any more burning questions, so I'm not going to have any burning questions. I just wanted to use them up on the front end so that we could be done. Okay, I'm going to not ask any other questions, but I do have more questions. But thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you for your answers. I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Next, we'll come to the Vice Chair, Senator Marvin Blyden. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to all. Before I start, I want to say kudos to you, Commissioner Oriol, and your team, your staff, for the work you have put forth with this plan. I mean, I must say that, in particular, really, Ms. Laplace Matthews, Mr. Hubert, Mr. Woods, I've been to almost all of the town hall meetings, and I must say that 93 volunteers you had, along with your staff, and most importantly, the people of the Virgin Islands. Their input was invaluable in respect to their knowledge, you know, what they see needed to be done. You know, it was basically all about what's important to them, and that's very important to us as public officials. You know, to include the town halls and the online meetings also. I must say though that one of the most important persons also in all of this was making it happen, Nicole Tyson. Mm-hmm. She was relentless. You know, she made you one of the most popular faces in the Virgin Islands, you know, with all of those commercials.
Recognizable. You know how much people cuss me for interrupting their games online?
Exactly, relentless. So I must say kudos and congratulations to all of you guys. I know this is the first step in basically presenting a framework for the plan moving forward. And the focus, I believe, is on planning, personnel in terms of capacity, and timetable for DPNR, in terms of timetable for recommendations around the plan. So I want you to speak in respect to number one, the planning, what's that going to look like, number two, personnel, and number three, timetable around the recommendations.
1 minute. Thank you for the question, Senator. So again, you know, as we discussed a little bit earlier, you know, when Nate mentioned putting some emphasis in the data collection pieces, having additional resources in the upfront, and one of the things that we've committed to for fiscal year 25 is, again, having on board a GIS planner to assist us in-house. And then we can get particularly a lot of the spatial things, the spatial work that we do, because spatial work is key to getting people to understand vision. You know, there are a lot of things that we're working on from a technical aspect where we are partnering with federal agencies as well for good data collection, particularly on threats, climate threats. Like, you know, we want to know what our true rainwater collection across the territory is, and partnering with UVI and Bureau of Land Management to understand that so that we can make some more informed decisions is something that we're working on. You know, we have looked at what we would like to do from a 1 to 2 year standpoint, 2 to 4 year standpoint. You know, we asked the Horsley Witten Group to put something together for us so that, again, it serves as a departmental guide for where we want to go and what we want to do. And so we know that the zoning amendment that we have had for quite some time, we know that that is in concert with a lot of the principles that are in this document before you. So even though it's something that we worked on in 2012, a lot of those things still hold true. And the, you know, the consulting firm that assisted the department with that, Dover Cole and Associates, again, they were part of the subgroup that was working on this plan with us through this last 2 years as well. So, you know, we've identified some things legislatively that we need to push forward, that we're ready to put that investment in fiscal year 25 into. We do identify also some enforcement provisions that we need to update, and we'll need to work hand in hand with you all on that as well. But the overall planning for what we're taking, I mean, again, the implementation matrix and having a dedicated team to pushing each one of those goals and policies, that's going to require some additional funding. My goal is to take advantage of the opportunities, federal resource opportunities that are out there for us to be able to do so. We're trying to maximize, particularly over the last 4 years, there's been a lot of money out there for climate resilient planning. And as we just incorporate the wording into these things, planning is planning, but you can add climate resilient and be eligible for a whole bunch of things. So that's what we've done. And my team, not only the team before you here today, but throughout DPNR, we've done an amazing job of being able to secure federal resources to enable us to do some of the things that we need to do as well.
Well, we have a lot of heavy lifting to do, and I look forward to working with your team in respect to your recommendations and the legislation that will come forth in the 36th. And for sure, it's all the right time to do. It's all the right time to do the right thing. So I look forward to many more positive outcomes with this plan, and I think it's going to be a very good benefit for the people of the Virgin Islands and the territory as a whole. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I think that we're well on our way, and again, kudos to the entire team in moving this forward. I welcome the town hall meetings that we've had in regards to this, because it was really a diversification of our community, a lot of input that came from those individuals that participated, and we do have a path forward. And I truly believe that we're nearing the end of at least putting this in place to jumpstart or implement. However, there's tremendous amount of work that continues as we go forward on this particular comprehensive land and water use plan. So at this time, I'd just like to afford each of you an opportunity to do a closing statement, and we'll take it from there in this matter. So we could start off. I don't know. You have anything to say, Leah Laplace Matthew? I know you put in some work on this as well, and you have been a strong advocate. Every opportunity you got, you weren't and you too, but you certainly, every time you came to the legislature, we have a wide audience, you were able to give your input. So.
Well, I'm looking forward to the legislature acting upon the plan. This is a vision document. We have already outlined some zoning changes that we would like to bring forth for the next legislature, the 36th, particularly our use table, our definitions, our penalties for violations. Those are all sections that we've already identified that need to be addressed. So we're ready to, hit the ground running with those. And we just look forward to having the guidance document approved by the legislature so that we have that as backing for, future zoning map amendments.
Very well. Thank you. Director Hibbert?
Thank you, Senator. I think I'm going to deviate a little bit and just ask to say thank you to the community members that came out. When the commissioner was on YouTube and various other media, Ms. Laplace was on the radio, I was on the radio, Ms. Lohman was on the radio. We asked the community to come out and give their valuable input. And they did so in droves. They did so consistently and constantly. And I do want to say from DPNR's perspective and the entire team that helped to guide this process, that the community did a yeoman's job and truly made it our plan. Not a DPNR plan, not a legislative plan, but our community's plan. And I really want to say thank you to them all.
Very well. Thank you. Very well said.
Thank you, Senator. I guess I'll just close by saying that it has been and continues to be a privilege, honestly, to work on this effort. And if there's anything that we can do to help the legislature, the 35th, to action on this particular document and beyond, we're at your disposal.
Thank you. The 35th have one more session, and that's tomorrow. It's eminent, so we'll see what happens there.
It could be a long night.
It will be a long. Mr. Woods.
Yes, thank you, Senator. It's been a privilege to be part of this team, working with DPNR and Horsley Witten, and also providing some historical context on this plan going back 30 plus years. I also want to recognize that there were two other local architectural consultants on this project, Kurt Marsh on St. John and Clarence Brown on St. Croix. So we divided it by the islands we lived on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work on this, especially from the private sector. So thank you for your contribution. Commissioner Oriol?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm extremely grateful to be here today presenting this before you. I really want to start particularly with the two persons on my right and my left, along with Ms. Hillary Lohman from my CZM staff. So, you know, this started with a conversation and me pledging to put the money up for this. But we knew it was going to be a tremendous lift, and you know, we set out in agreement that this is something that we wanted to tackle, that we wanted to take on. And again, you know, myself and Leah, having been in the department for a long time, we know what the community's thoughts about a comprehensive plan were, the thoughts about what it should do, what it shouldn't do, all of those things. And then we decided to push this forward. I want to thank the Horsley Witten Group and their team for the guidance that they provided. We've been working with the Horsley Witten Group for a number of years now, not just us, but actually one of the reasons why we selected them is because they have a history of working in all the insular areas. And so they understand what it means to work in small communities, island environments, different cultures. And they committed to us that it would be a homegrown driven process, but that they would be there to guide us along the way. And I'm very appreciative for how they guided us through this process, all of the dialogue, all of the questions, and their willingness to even go a little bit further than, you know, just what's in a contract. You know, I really want to thank NT Media and Nicole Tyson for getting me out of my comfort zone and putting me in front of a camera and really just making sure nobody had nobody could say that they didn't know that these things were going on. I truly believe that the amount of times people have bumped into me, looked at me, and swear they know me from somewhere, and then they go, "Oh, fine, you the guy on TV." Yeah, that's, you know, but that coordinated media effort for something this large, for the way we wanted to do it, which was to ensure that the community came out. Our very first hearing, we did not have, or very first town hall, we didn't have enough seats in the DPNR conference room to seat everybody. People were standing. We had to move the second one to the auditorium at CAHS, and it was 3/4 full when we did that. We moved in St. Croix to the Great Hall, and that was full every single time. St. John, we were holding meetings in both Cruz Bay and in Coral Bay, so that if it got full, it was their communities that we were there, and we were going to them. But then also during the day of all the times our consultants came down, they were actually holding, you know, kind of studio sessions, I guess is what we were calling them, for people to come in. And if you couldn't make it to those town halls, you could come in, speak to the consultants, give your ideas, thoughts, just talk about the plan. And we had a number of people who showed up to those as well prior to the start of all the town hall meetings. So I really want to thank the community for coming out, And I want to ask, particularly the younger generation, to please get more involved. These are your islands, your home. We want to hear how you think it's going to look even 5 years from now and how you can be a part of that. But as we move this process forward, there's going to be a whole lot more visioning, a whole lot more town halls, a whole lot more public hearings on the regulatory side. And we want younger people to be involved because, you know, I'm getting, you know, soon retire, right? So we want to make sure that this is something that's for them. And I want to thank the 35th Legislature for coming to the hearing, seeing and listening and dialoguing with the people participating in the roundtables that we had, providing their thoughts and guidance to your constituents as well. And lastly, I want to thank the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. for allowing me to push this. You know, full support all the way, and you know, he definitely said, hey, you know, in the way that he sometimes jokingly says, he's like, you know, we like to tackle big problems. So this is 45 years old. This is something that he more than afforded me the opportunity to go ahead and get. So I want to say thank you to Governor Bryan and to thank you to the 35th Legislature. And I hope that if you need us to stay after you bang the gavel to write a bill, then let's work on that. So thank you, Senator.
Again, thank you very much for all the hard work that you have put forth. You should be extremely proud of yourself and the team in getting this done. And you know, whether it's done in the 35th or immediately on the start of the 36th, I still think that there's opportunity for us to move this along, and the work has already been done. And you know, just to be able to drive the path forward and for the implementation, of course, the adoption and then the implementation of this. So thank you, thank you, and on behalf of a grateful community for getting us to this point, thank you on behalf of my colleagues. The Committee of the Whole of December 17th, 2024, of course, we had this morning, we had Bill number 35.0401, 35.0406, 35.0407, 35.0421, and of course 34.0404, 35.0422, and 35.0424, and of course we just heard of the comprehensive review of the comprehensive land and water use plan. So we have had a full day. We'll be going to session tomorrow at 10 a.m. You know, so again, I want to thank all my colleagues, those of you that remain in the paint with me this afternoon. I look forward to seeing all of you here tomorrow as we undertake the work of the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of the Whole of December. Thank you, staff, central staff, and all the staff for today, and I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow again. The Committee of the Whole of December 17, 2024 is hereby adjourned. God bless.